The Book of Heaven. Volume 4. In the last days, since my adorable Jesus was not being seen, I had lost hope of finding him. I even believed that everything was over for me, the visits of our Lord and the state of victim. This morning, blessed Jesus came. He wore a horrible crown of thorns on his head. Groaning, he stood by my side waiting for relief. So, slowly, I removed his crown of thorns and, to please him more, I placed it on my head. Then he said to me, "My daughter, love is true when it is sustained by hope, a persevering hope. Because, if today I hope and tomorrow I do not hope, love becomes lame. The more he is given the nourishment of hope, the more robust and alive he becomes. But if hope is lacking, poor love first becomes sick. And, by remaining alone and without support, he ends up dying completely. Therefore, however great your difficulties may be, you must never, for fear of losing me, distance yourself from hope, even for a moment. On the contrary, by overcoming everything, you must ensure that your hope always finds you united with me. Then your love will have perpetual life." Afterwards, Jesus continued to come, but without telling me anything more. My most sweet Jesus continues to come. This morning, as soon as he came, he wanted to pour out some of his bitterness in me. Then he said to me, "My daughter, I want to get some sleep. You replace me in my function of suffering, praying and appeasing justice." Thus, Jesus took a sum, and I, very close to him, began to pray. After, when he woke up, we walked around a bit in the middle of the people. He showed me several plots they are preparing and the efforts they are making to make a revolution. I noticed above all that they were in the process of machining a surprise assault to better achieve their goal, and to ensure that no one can defend themselves or guard against the enemy. So many unfortunate shows. It seems, however, that the Lord does not yet give them the freedom to act, despite their perverse will. Not knowing why they find themselves powerless to carry out their plan, they are devoured by rage. They need only one thing, that the Lord grant them this freedom. Because everything is ready. After our tour, Jesus showed himself completely covered with wounds and said to me, "Do you see how many wounds they opened for me? Do you see the need for your continual state as a victim? For there is not a single moment when men spare me from their offenses. And since their offenses are continual, the sufferings and prayers to spare me from these blows must be continuous. Tremble and fear if you see your sufferings suspended. For fear that my sufferings not being relieved, the enemies are not granted that freedom to act so coveted by them." Hearing this, I began to pray to Jesus that he would make me suffer. I then saw my confessor who, uniting his intentions with those of Jesus, forced the latter to make me suffer. Then the blessed Lord made me participate in sufferings so many and so great that I do not know how I remained alive. However, the Lord did not leave alone in my sufferings. It even seemed that he did not have the heart to leave me, and I spent several days in the company of Jesus. He gave me so many graces and made me understand so many things. But, partly because of my state of suffering and party parce que je sais pas m'exprimer, je emerit ici. Jesus continued à venir. Cependant, j'ai passé la majeure partie de la nuit sans lui. Quand il est venu, il m'a dit, "Ma fille, pourquoi restes-tu là à m'attendre avec tant d'anxiété? As-tu besoin de quelque chose? Et moi, comme je savais que je devais recevoir l'Eucharistie, je lui ai dit, Seigneur, tout la nuit j'ai été là à t'attendre. Bien plus, puisque je dois communier. Je crains que mon cœur ne soit pas bien disposé pour te recevoir. C'est pourquoi j'ai besoin que tu fasses un examen de mon âme, pour tu puisses disposer à s'unir à toi dans le sacrament de l'Eucharistie." Avec bienveillance, Jesus passa mon âme en review pour me préparer à le recevoir. Ensuite, il me transporta hors de monde corps. Et, avec lui, j'ai trouvé notre moment reine qu'il lui disait. Monde fils. Cet âme sera toujours prêt à faire et à souffrir ce que nous voudrons. Lest comme un cord qui nous permet de lire la justice. Par consequent, épargne le monde de tant de massacres et de tant de sang qui doivent s'y répandre. Jesus répondit. Ma mère, la fusion de sang est nécessaire. Parce que j'ai vu que cette ligne de roi soit de trône et cela ne peut pas se faire sans répandre le sang. La fusion de sang est nécessaire aussi pour purifier monde église. Parce qu'elle est très infectée. En tenant compte des souffrances, j'ai pertout au plus consider den épargner un parti. Pendant ce temps, j'ai vu la plus grande partie des députés en train de comploter pour faire tomber le roi. Ils pensaient placer sur le trône un de leurs qui siégeait dans leur conseil. Après cela, j'ai me retrouvé dans monde corps. Que de misères humaines. Ah! Seigneur, ai pitié de l'aveuglement dans l'équal est plongé la pauvre humanité. Par la suite, j'ai vis le Seigneur et la Reine Mère, in ce que monde confesseur qui se trouvait avec eux. La très sainte Vierge dit, tu vois, monde fils, nous avons un troisième personnage avec nous, le confesseur. Il veut s'unir à nous et nous prêter son aide avec l'engagement de concourir à la faire souffrir, afin de satisfaire à la divine justice. Cela aussi renforce la corde qui te lie, en même temps tu t'apaises. D'alors, quand tu résistes à la force de celui qui unit souffrance et priera, et de celui qui se joint à toi purement dans le but de te glorifier et d'œuvrer pour le bien des peuples. Jesus écoutait sa mère et portrait attention auxiliary intentions du confesseur. Mais il ne prononça pas de sentence totalement favorable. Il se limita seulement à épargner le monde partiellement. Ce matin, j'ai me suis retrouvé hors de monde corps. J'ai vu les nombreuses infamies et les pires péchés qui se commettent, de même que les péchés contre l'église et contre le Saint-Père. Lorsque j'ai suis revenu en monde corps, monde adorable Jesus est venu et m'a dit. Que dis-tu du monde, toi? Et moi, sans savoir où il voulait en venir, impressionné comme j'ai été par les choses que j'ai venues de voir, j'ai dit. Monde Seigneur, qui pourrait décrire la perversité, la dureté et la laideur du monde? J'ai n'ai pas de mots pour décrire combien le monde est mauvais. Profitant de l'occasion in z offerte par mes paroles, Jesus ajuda. Tu as vu combien le monde est perverse? Tu l'as toi-même dit. Il n'y pas de façon pour le mener à se soumettre. Même après que j'ai lui ai presque enlevé son pain, il demeure dans son entêtement. Il est même pire, il cherche actuellement à se procurer du pain par des rapins, en faisant du tort à ses semblables. Par consequent, il est nécessaire que j'ai le digne dans son corps. Autrement, il se pervertira davantage. Who could say how stunned I was by these words of Jesus? It seems to me that I have provided him with the opportunity to be indignant against the world. Instead of apologizing for him, I portrayed him in black. Afterwards, I did everything I could to excuse him, but Jesus didn't give me. Not listened to. The damage was done. Ah! Lord, forgive me for this lack of charity and use mercy towards me. Jesus continues his visits, almost always in the same way. This morning, as he came, he poured out his bitterness in me and I became so suffering that I began to pray to the Lord to give me strength and relieve me a little, because I could no longer hold. Meanwhile, by a light, it occurred to me that I was committing a sin by asking for this. What will blessed Jesus say? While on other occasions I have begged him so much to pour out his bitterness in me, this time, without being prayed, he poured it out. And I, now, was looking for relief. It seems to me that I am getting worse and worse. My wickedness reaches such a point that, even before Jesus, I do not refrain from falling into defects and committing sins. I didn't know what to do to fix it. I decided in my interior that, for this time, I was going to renounce the coming of our Lord in order to make a greater sacrifice, to inflict penance on myself, and so that, when another opportunity arose, my nature would no longer dare to seek relief. I decided that, if he came, I would tell him, "Do not come, my love, have mercy on me and lift me up." That's what I did, and I spent several hours without Jesus and in intense suffering. How much it cost me and was bitter. However, having compassion for me and without me seeking him, Jesus came. Immediately, I told him, "Be patient, don't come, I don't want relief." Jesus answered me, "My daughter, I am happy with your sacrifice. But you need rest, otherwise you will lose consciousness." I said, "No, Lord, I don't want relief." But, approaching my mouth and almost by force, Jesus poured out from his mouth into mine a few drops of a sweet milk that alleviated my suffering. Who could describe the confusion and shame I felt before him? I was also expecting a reproach, but as if he had not noticed my failure, he was more affable and gentle. Seeing him like this, I said to him, "My adorable Jesus, now that you have poured out your bitterness in me and I have suffered, you will spare the world, won't you?" He replied, "My daughter, do you believe that I have poured everything into you? Besides, how could you face all that I pour out of chastisement on the world? Have you not seen that you cannot resist the little bitterness that I have poured into you? And if I had not come to help you, you would have died. What would happen if I poured everything into you? My dear, I have given you my word, I will satisfy you in part." After that, he carried me without my body to the middle of the world. I continued to see in society many misfortunes, especially plots to make the revolution against the Church, to kill the Holy Father and the priests. Seeing these things, I felt my soul tearing and I thought, let this never happen. If they were able to implement these plots, what would happen? How many misfortunes would result? Totally distressed, I looked at Jesus. He said to me, "What do you say about this riot that happened here?" I replied, "What riot? Nothing happened in my city." Jesus reprit, "Nete saviens tu pada elimut de Andrea. Je repondis, oui, Seigneur. Il poursuivit." Well, this riot seems like a matter of nothing, but it's not so. This riot was quite an event. She was a weave, a force to encourage other cities to rise up and shed blood by insulting consecrated persons in my temples. And because everyone wants to demonstrate how much braver they are than others to instigate to do evil, they will compete to see who can cause the most damage. I said, "Ah, Lord, give peace to your church and do not allow so much trouble." I wanted to talk to him more. But he disappeared, leaving me totally distressed and worried. This morning, my adorable Jesus was not coming. After a long wait, he made himself seen inside me, leaning on my heart. He wrapped his arms around her and leaned on her most holy head. With his back turned to the world, he was very distressed and serious, so his appearance imposed silence. After having remained completely silent for some time, since the aspect in which he presented himself did not allow me to dare to say a single word, he came out of his position and said to me, "I had decided not to pour my bitterness into you. But things have come to such an extent that, if I do not pour it out, very serious incidents will occur in the near future. To the point of provoking a revolution leading to bloody massacres." I replied, "Yes, Lord, pour it out. My only desire is that you pour out your anger on me and spare your creatures." Thus, he poured out in me a little of his bitterness. Then, as if he were relieved, he added, "My daughter, like a lamb, I let myself be led to the slaughterhouse and remained silent before those who sacrificed me. It will be so in these times for the few good ones that remain. Moreover, this is the heroism of true virtue. He added. I have already poured out my bitterness in you. But, even if I have already poured out, do you want me to pour out a little more? Thus, I will lighten up more. I replied, My Lord, don't even ask me, I am at your disposal, you can do with me whatever you want. So he poured it out again, and then he disappeared, leaving me suffering and happy at the thought that I had alleviated the sufferings of my beloved Jesus. My kind Jesus continues to come. He made me share with me several sufferings of his passion. Then he carried me out of my body by showing me the nearby towns. It seemed to me that it was mostly Andria. I saw that if the Lord did not use his omnipotence to chastise people, the things that were set in motion would become more and more serious. Moreover, it seemed that there had been a few priests who had incited people to these uprisings, which further saddened our Lord. Then we visited several churches doing acts of worship and reparation for the many desecrations that are committed there. Jesus said to me, My daughter, let me pour out some of my bitterness in you, for it is so great and intense that I cannot swallow it alone. My heart cannot bear it. Thus, Jesus poured it into me, and then he disappeared. He came back a few more times without saying anything more. Luisa prays to Jesus to bring her to heaven. This morning, my adorable Jesus carried me out of my body and made me see much evil that is committed against charity towards one's neighbor. How much suffering this brought to my very patient Jesus! It seemed to me that these breaches of charity were against him. Then, all afflicted, he said to me, My daughter, he who harms his neighbor is harming himself. By killing his neighbor, he kills his own soul. Just as charity predisposes the soul to all virtues, so without charity, the soul predisposes itself to all kinds of vices. Then we withdrew. For several days, I have been suffering from severe pain in my ribs. That's why I feel exhausted. Compassionate with me, blessed Jesus said to me, My beloved, you would like to come to me, wouldn't you? I replied, May it please heaven, my Lord, may this pain be the cause of my coming to you. How grateful I would be to him. How dear this pain would be to me and how much I would consider her one of my best friends. But I think you want to tempt me like the other times. By exciting me with your invitations and then leaving me disappointed, you will succeed in making my martyrdom more cruel and heartbreaking. But, please, have mercy on me, do not leave me on earth any longer. Absorb in you the wretched worm that I am. I'm right to ask you this. Since it is from you that I came to life. Hearing me, my kind Jesus became all tenderness and he said to me, Poor girl, don't be afraid. What is certain is that the day will come when you will remain absorbed in me. Know, however, that your continual impulse is to come to me, especially following my invitations, are very useful to you and make you live between heaven and earth, without the shadow of a land weight. So much so that you look like those flowers that don't even have roots in the earth. By living like this, suspended in the air, you rejoice heaven and earth. Looking at heaven, it is only from him that you rejoice. And you feed on all that is heavenly. Then, looking at the earth, you have compassion for it and you help it as much as you can. But, following the meeting of the perfumes of heaven, you immediately perceive the stench rising from the earth and you abhor it. Estckj aureus pute placer dans un situation qui me soit. Plus cher à moi et au ciel et. Plus profitable à toi et au monde. Il lui répondis. Et pourtant, oh! Monde Seigneur, tu devrais avoir compassion de moi et ne pas prolonger mon séjour ici bas pour toutes les raisons que j'ai, mais surtout à cause des tristes temps qui s'y préparent. Qui aura le cœur de voir des carnages si sanglants? D'alors, tu devrais avoir pitié de moi à cause de mes continuelles privations de toi qui me coûtent plus que la mort. Pendant que je desais cela. Je vis une multitude d'anges autres de notre Seigneur. Ils lui disent, Notre Seigneur est notre Dieu, net les pas importuner davantage, contentez la nous l'attendons avec anxiété. Tu chasses pars voix, nous sommes venus ici pour l'écouter et nous sommes impatients de l'amener avec nous. Et toi, ô lieu de Dieu, viens nous rejoindre dans notre céleste séjour. Jesus béni était tout ému et semblait sur le point de consentir à leur demande, mais il disparut. En me retrouvant en mon corps, j'ai éprouvé un douleur accrue, de sorte que j'ai souffert continuellement. Cependant, je ne me comprenais pas moi-même à cause du contentement que j'ai éprouvé. Les affaires de mes douleurs augmentent toujours. J'aurais bien voulu les cacher et faire en sorte que personne ne s'en aperçoive. Keep secret what I said above without having to open myself to my confessor. But my suffering was so intense that it was impossible for me. On the other hand, using the usual weapon of obedience, my confessor commanded me to manifest everything to him. Hence, after revealing everything to him in detail, he told me that, out of obedience, I should pray to the Lord to set me free. Otherwise, I would be committing a sin. What is this obedience? It is always she who hinders my designs. So, reluctantly, I accepted this new directive from my confessor. Despite all this, I did not have at heart to pray to the Lord to free me from such a dear friend that is suffering. Especially since I expected to come out of the exile of this life. Blessed Jesus tolerated me, and when he came, he said to me, You suffer a lot, do you want me to set you free? And I, having forgotten for a moment the order received, I said to him, No, Lord, no, do not set me free, I want to go to you. Besides, you know that I can't love you, that I'm cold, that I don't do great things for you. I offer you at least this suffering as satisfaction with you for what I do not know how to do out of love for you. Jesus said, And I, my daughter, will infuse in you so much love and so many graces that no one will be able to love or desire me as much as you. Aren't you happy about that? I answered, Yes, but I want to go to you. Then he disappeared. Returning to my body, I remembered the order I received and had to accuse myself to my confessor. He told me forcefully that he absolutely did not want me to leave and that the Lord had to set me free. How much suffering I felt when I received this order. It seems to me that Jesus really wants to push my patience to the limit. More than ever, I felt resentment in my interior because I was forbidden to die. Hence, when my adorable Jesus came, he reproached me for my slowness in obeying, something he seemed to tolerate until now. Meanwhile, I saw my confessor, and as he turned to him, Jesus took his hand and said, When you go to visit her, give her a sign of the cross on the part of her body that is painful. I will make her obey. Then he disappeared. So I was left alone in more severe pain. Later, my confessor came and, finding me suffering, he also reproached me for not obeying. Having told him what I had seen and what our Lord had said to the confessor, then he made the sign of the cross on the suffering part of my body. And, in a couple of minutes, I was able to breathe and move. Whereas before I couldn't do it without experiencing excruciating pain. It seems to me that obedience and these signs of the cross have put my pain down, so that I can no longer suffer. Thus, I am again disappointed in my designs, since this lady obedience has taken such power over me that she don't let me do anything I want. In my suffering, she wants to be the sovereign and I must remain under her empire in everything and for everything. Who could describe my affliction at remaining deprived of my dearest friend's suffering? Yes, I admired the prodigious empire of holy obedience as well as the power that the Lord had communicated to my confessor who, by obedience and by the sign of the cross, had freed me from an evil which I considered serious and which was sufficient to make me die. Despite all this, I could not help but feel the pain of being deprived of such good suffering, which brought blessed Jesus to mercy and softened his heart to the point that I made him come almost continuously. When our Lord came, I complained, saying, "My beloved, what have you done to me? You had me set free by my confessor. So I have lost, for the time being, the hope of leaving the earth. Besides, why make so many detours? You can set me free yourself. Why did you place the confessor between us? Ah! Maybe you didn't want to displease me directly, did you?" Jesus answered, "Ah! My daughter, how quickly you forgot that obedience was everything to me. I want obedience to be everything to you. Besides, I have placed the confessor in our midst so that you may give him the same care that you give to my own person." That said, he disappeared, leaving me saddened. Comme il s'agit faire les choses, de m'obeisance. Il faut la connaître et avoir affaire à elle pendant longtemps, et non pas seulement pendant un court période, pour pouvoir vraiment dire qui l'est. Bravo, bravo for Lady Obedience. The more you are around, the more you make yourself known. As for me, to tell the truth, I admire you. I am even forced to love you. But I can't help but feel angry with you, especially when you make me see beautiful things. That's why I beg you, oh dear Obedience, to be more forgiving to make me suffer. I found myself all oppressed and afflicted when my adorable Jesus came. He said to me, "My daughter, why do you remain immersed in your affliction?" I replied, "Ah! My beloved, how can I not be afflicted if you do not want to take me with you and leave me longer on this earth?" Jesus said to me, "Ah! No, I don't want you to breathe that air of sadness. Because everything I have put inside and outside of you is holy. This is so true that if something or person approaches you and is not upright and holy, you feel disgust at it by immediately noticing the bad smell of what is not holy. Why, then, would you want to darken with this air of sadness what I have put inside of you? Know, however, that whenever you are prepared to make the sacrifice of dying, I give you credit for it as if you were actually dying. This must be a great consolation for you, especially since you conform more to me, since my life has been a continual death." I replied, "Ah! Lord, it does not seem to me that death is a sacrifice to me. On the contrary, it seems to me that life is a sacrifice." Although I wanted to talk to him more, he disappeared. Between Jesus and me, several days of silence passed. They were accompanied by little suffering for me. Moreover, it seems to me that Jesus wanted to continue to test me to exercise my patience a little more. Here's how. When he came, he said, "My beloved, from heaven, I sigh after you, in heaven, I am waiting for you." Then, like a lightning bolt, he ran away. Afterwards, he would come back and say to me, "Henceforth, stop your fiery sighs, you make me languish until you lose consciousness." Other times, he would say, "Your ardent love, your thirst are a rest for my saddened heart." But, who can say everything? It seemed to me that Jesus wanted to compose verses. Sometimes he would express these verses by singing them. However, without giving me time to say a single word to him, he disappeared. This morning, my confessor having manifested the intention to make me suffer the crucifixion, I saw the Mother Queen who was crying and almost arguing with Jesus so that the world would be spared from so many plagues. But Jesus was hesitant. It was only to please his mother that he agreed to make me suffer. Later, as if he had calmed down a little, he said to me, "My daughter, it is true that I want to chastise the world. I hold the whips in my hand to hit him. It is also true that if, you and your confessor, you are interested in praying to me and suffering, this is a support for me. And so you give me the support I need so that the world is spared, at least in part. Otherwise, by finding no support, with my free hand, I will unload on the world." That said, he disappeared. This morning, my most sweet Jesus was not coming. I had to exercise a lot of patience waiting for him. As I no longer felt the strength to continue in my usual state, I had reached the point of trying to get out. Jesus did not come, and it seemed to me that suffering had escaped me. My senses, I still felt them, and I had nothing left to do but try to get out of them. While I was doing this, blessed Jesus came and, making a circle with his arms, he surrounded my head. When he touched me, I no longer felt in my body, and I saw our Lord very indignant against the world. As I tried to appease him, he said to me, "For now, you should not take care of me, but I beg you to take care of my mother. Console her, for she is very distressed because of the harsher punishments that I am about to pour out on the earth." Who could say how much I remained afflicted? I feared that my condition would no longer be according to God's will when Jesus was blessed. I said to him, "How much I fear that my state will no longer be according to your will, since I see that I miss the two main things that kept me related to this state, that is, suffering and your presence." Jesus answered, "My daughter, it's not that I don't want to keep you in this state anymore. It is because I want to chastise the world that I do not come and I deprive you of suffering." I said to him, "What's the point, then, of standing in this state?" He replied, "Your state as a victim and your continual expectation are already disarming me. For you do not see me, but I, on the contrary, see you very well. And I count all your sighs, your sufferings and your desires to want me with you. The fact that you are all absorbed in me is a continual act of reparation for many souls who are not interested in me and do not desire me. These souls despise me. They are entirely absorbed by earthly things, rubbed by the filth of their vices. Being totally opposed to theirs, your state puts a brake on my justice. So that keep you in this state and to allow bloody wars in Italy at the same time is almost impossible for me." I said to him, "Ah, Lord, for me, to remain in this state without suffering is almost impossible for me. I feel that I miss the strength. For the strength to remain in this state comes from my suffering. If, on certain days, you don't come, then I try to get out. Beware of you. I tell you in advance so that, later, you do not dislike it." Jesus replied, "Ah, yes, yes, you will come out of this state when I begin the massacres in Italy. Then I will suspend you totally." While he was saying this, he made me see very fierce wars that will come. As much among the laity, then against the church. Blood flooded the cities like water floods the land when a torrential rain falls. My poor heart writhed in pain at the sight of this. Thinking of my city, I say, "Ah, Lord, saying that you are going to suspend me from everything. Do you want me to understand that you will not even have compassion from my poor Corato? That you won't even spare him?" Jesus answered, "If sins reach a certain level, so that the inhabitants of Corato do not deserve to keep a victim soul among them and that those who are responsible for this victim soul are not interested in it, I will have no look for Corato." That said, he disappeared and I remained all afflicted. After spending another day in the absence of Jesus and with very little suffering, I felt convinced that our Lord no longer wanted to keep me in my state as a victim. However, obedience doesn't even want to give me that. She wants me to continue to stay in this state, even if I have to die for it. May the Lord always be blessed and may His holy and kind will be done in all things. When blessed Jesus came this morning, He showed Himself in a pitiful state. He seemed to be suffering in His limbs. And His body presented itself as broken into multiple pieces that were impossible to count. In a plaintive voice, He said to me, "My daughter, how much I suffer, how much I suffer. My sufferings are unspeakable sufferings that are incomprehensible to human nature. It is the flesh of my children that is lacerated and the pain I feel from it is so great that I feel lacerated in my own flesh." As he said this, he groaned and complained. I felt tender when I saw him in this state and did everything I could to be compassionate towards him. I begged him to make me participate in his sufferings. He satisfied me in part and I barely had time to tell him, "Ah, Lord, have I not asked you not to send chastisements? What I dislike most is that you are hit in your own limbs. Ah! This time, no action or prayer could appease you. But Jesus did not pay attention to my words. It seemed to me that he had a serious concern in his heart that drew his attention elsewhere, and in an instant he carried me out of my body. He took me to places where bloody massacres were taking place. How many painful scenes we saw in the world! What tormented human flesh, fragmented, trampled underfoot as one walks the earth, and abandoned without burial! What disgrace, what misery! What was worse was to see more and more terrible punishments coming. The blessed Lord looked at all this and, totally upset, he began to weep bitterly. I, unable to resist, wept with him over the sad condition of the world, so that my tears mingled with his. After weeping for a while, I admired another trait of our Lord's goodness. To make me stop crying, he turned his face away from me, and in secret he wiped away his tears. Then, turning to me with a joyful face, he said to me, "My beloved, don't cry, that's enough, that's enough. What you see serves to satisfy my righteousness." I said, "Ah, Lord, then I am right to say that my state is no longer according to your will. What good is my victim if it is not given to me? May your dearest members be spared, and that the world be exempt from so many punishments?" Jesus answered me, "It's not like you say. I too was a victim. And, as a victim, it has not been given to me that the world should be spared all punishments. I opened heaven for man. Yes, I freed him from his sin and took upon myself his sufferings. But it is justice that man receives upon himself a part of the punishments he has attracted to himself by sinning. And if it were not soul victims, man would deserve not only a simple punishment, that is to say the destruction of his body, but also the loss of his soul. This is the reason for the need for victim souls. He who wants to avail himself of it, because man is always free in his will, can find an exoneration from his punishment and his port of salvation." I said, "Ah, Lord, how I would like to go with you before these punishments progress further." Jesus answered, "If the world attains such ungodliness that it deserves no soul victim, surely I will bring you with me." Hearing this, I say, "Lord, do not allow me to stay here and witness such painful scenes." Almost reproaching me, Jesus added, "Instead of begging me to spare the world, you say you want to come with me? And if I brought with me all my chosen ones, what would happen to this poor world? Certainly I would have nothing more to do with this world and I would no longer have any look for it." Afterwards, I prayed for several people. Jesus disappeared and I returned to my body. As I was writing, this thought rose in me. Who knows how much nonsense there is in these writings? They deserve to be thrown into the fire. If obedience allowed me, I would do it, because I feel that these writings are like an obstacle to my soul, especially if they come to the sight of certain people. In some passages, these writings present me as if I love God and do something for Him, when I do nothing and I do not love Him. I am the coldest soul in the world. And now these people consider me different from who I am, and that is a pain for me. However, since it is obedience that wants me to write, this being for me one of the greatest sacrifices, I totally rely on it, with the certain hope that she will excuse me and plead my cause to God and to men. While I thought so, blessed Jesus moved within me. He reproached me for entertaining these thoughts and asked me to retract. He wanted me to stop writing if I didn't retract. He claimed that by thinking this way, I was deviating from the truth, when the most essential thing for a soul is never to leave the circle of truth. He said to me, "How? You don't love me? How boldly you say that! Don't you want to suffer for me?" Blushing in shame, I said to him, "Yes, Lord." He said, "Well, how do you come out of the truth?" That said, he withdrew into my interior without being heard. As for me, I remained as if I had received a blow from a club. How she makes hers, Lady Obedience! If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be in these trials. With my beloved Jesus. How patience is needed with this blessed obedience. So I'm going back here to say what I had to say. The Lord distracted me a little from what I had begun to write. When he returned, blessed Jesus responded to my thought by telling me, "Certainly your writings deserve to be burned. But, do you want to know in what fire? In the fire of my love. For there is not a page that does not clearly manifest the way I love souls. As much as far as you are concerned. Then as far as the world is concerned. In your writings, my love finds an effusion. For my concerns end. For my love languors." After that, Jesus carried me out of my body and I said to him, "My beloved and my only good, what a punishment for me to have to return so many times to my body. For it is true that, at this moment, I don't have my body with me and only my soul stays with you. Then, I don't know how, I find myself imprisoned. In my miserable body as in a dark prison and there, in my body, I lose that freedom that is given to me when I came out of it. Isn't this a punishment for me, the hardest punishment that can be given?" Jesus said to me, "My daughter, what you are describing is not punishment. It doesn't happen because of a fault on your part. You should also know that there are only two reasons why a soul can come out of its body. Either by the force of pain, which happens at the time of natural death, or by the force of reciprocal love between me and the soul. This love is then so strong that neither the soul would bear this love without me, nor I could resist this love for long without wanting to enjoy it. I then proceed by drawing the soul to me and then I put it back in its natural state. And the soul, attracted more than the current in an electric wire, comes and goes as I please. Consequently, what you believe to be a punishment is, on the contrary, a love of the most refined." I replied, "Ah, Lord, if my love was strong and sufficient, I believe that I would have the strength to subsist in your presence and that I would not be inclined to return to my body. It is because my love is very weak that I am subject to these vicissitudes." Jesus answered me, "Au contraire, c'est un amour même plus grand. Ton amour est un extrait de l'amour du sacrifice. Par l'équal, par amour pour moi et pour tes frères, t. Tu te prives toi-même en retournant auxiliary misères de la vie. Après cela, Jesus bénit me transporta vers un ville où comme était tellement de péchés qu'il en sortit comme un brouillard dense et pestilentiel qui s'élevait vers le ciel. Et, du ciel, descendait un autre épais brouillard à l'intérieur duquel se trouvait un condenses tellement de châtiments qu'ils semblaient insuffisants pour exterminer cette ville. I say, Lord, where are we? What are these places? Jesus answered, "Here it is Rome, where many abominations are committed. Not only by lay people, but also by religious. They deserve this fog to end up blinding them and causing their extermination." In an instant, I saw the massacre that was to follow. It seemed that the Vatican was receiving some of the tremors. The priests were not even spared. Totally dismayed, I say, "My Lord, spare your city of predilection, all your ministers, and the Pope. Oh! How willingly I offer myself to suffer their torments, so that you can save them." Moved, Jesus said to me, "Come with me and I will show you how far human malice has come." He carried me inside a palace. In a secret chamber were 5 or 6 deputies who said to each other, "We will surrender when we have destroyed the Christians." It seemed that they wanted to force the king to write with his own hand a decree of death against the Christians, with permission to seize their property. They said, provided the king gives us his assent. It doesn't matter to us if we don't take action now. At the right time and in the right circumstances, we will do so. After that, Jesus carried me elsewhere. He made me see that one of those who call themselves leaders was going to die. He seemed so united to the devil that, having reached this point, so close to death, he didn't even mind. He drew all his strength from the demons that accompanied him as his faithful friends. When the demons saw me, they were shaken. One wanted to beat me, another to do this thing to me, another to do something else. However, by not even taking care of their vexations, because the salvation of this soul was more precious to me, I tried to enter and I arrived at this man. Oh God! What of you? More appalling than the demons themselves. In what lamentable state this chief lay! He was more than pity. Our presence did not move him at all. It even seemed that he didn't care. Jesus immediately removed me from this place, and I began to plead with Jesus for the salvation of this soul. Man's most powerful enemies are the love of pleasures, the love of riches and the love of honors. My adorable Jesus continues to come. This morning he was wearing a bushy crown of thorns. I slowly took it away from him and put it on my head. I said, "Lord, help me to push it down." He replied, "This time, I want you to push it yourself. I want to see what you know how to do and how you want to suffer out of love for me." So, I pushed it very well on my head, especially since it was to demonstrate to Jesus how far my desire to suffer for him went. All tenderized, Jesus hugged me on his heart and said to me, "Enough is enough, enough is enough. My heart cannot bear to see you suffer any more." Then, having left me very suffering, my beloved Jesus only went back and forth. Then he took on the appearance of the crucified and made me participate in his sufferings. He said to me, "My daughter, man's most powerful enemies are the love of pleasures, the love of riches and the love of honors. These enemies make man unhappy, because they penetrate into his heart. They gnaw at it continuously, make it bitter, and slaughter him to the point of making him lose all his happiness. And I, on Calvary, defeated these three enemies. I also obtained for man the grace to overcome them, and I restored to him the lost happiness. However, still ungrateful, man rejects my grace. With determination, he loves those enemies who subject his heart to continual torment." That said, Jesus disappeared. I understood these words with such clarity that I felt much horror and hatred against these three enemies of man. May the Lord always be blessed and may everything be for his glory. This morning, I felt so lost that I didn't understand myself. I could not even go, according to my habit, in search of my supreme good. From time to time, Jesus would stir inside me and make himself visible. Kissing me and being all forgiving of me, he said to me, "Poor girl, you are right to say that you cannot remain without me. How could you live without your beloved?" Shaken by these words, I say, "Ah! My beloved, what a cruel martyrdom my life is. Because of those intervals where I am forced to remain without you. You yourself say that I am right and then you leave me." Jesus hid stealthily as if he didn't want to hear what I was saying, and I fell back into my wandering, without being able to say anything anymore. Seeing me lost again, Jesus came out of my interior and said to me, "You are all my contentment. In your heart, I find my true rest, and as I rest there, I experience my dearest delights." Shaken again, I said to him, "For me too, you are all my contentment. So much so that all other things are for me nothing but bitterness." Jesus withdrew again. I stayed with my words and found myself more lost than before. The morning went like this. It seemed to me that Jesus wanted to have a little fun. After that, I felt out of my body. I saw strangers coming, dressed in civilian clothes. People, seeing them, were horrified. They emitted cries of terror and pain, especially the children. People would say, "If these strangers come upon us, we're done." They added, "Hide the young people. Woe to the youth if it falls into the hands of these." Revolted, I say to the Lord, "Pity, mercy. Keep away this scourge so dangerous for miserable humanity. May the tears of innocence bring you to compassion." Jesus answered, "Ah, my daughter, it is only because of innocence that I am attentive to others. Only innocence attracts my mercy and alleviates my righteous indignation. This morning I received the Holy Eucharist and blessed Jesus made his voice heard to me in Dizon. My daughter, this morning, I feel the absolute necessity to rebuild my strength. Please take upon you my sufferings for a certain time, and let me rest a little in your heart." I replied, "Yes, my good. Make me feel your sufferings, and while I will suffer in your place, you will have all the time to rebuild yourself and take a sweet rest. Only, so that no one can see me suffering, I ask you to delay a little more, until I find myself alone. For it seems to me that my confessor is still here." Jesus replied, "What does it make the Father present? Instead of having only one person to help me rebuild my strength, wouldn't it be better if I had two? That is to say, you suffer from it and the Father by collaborating with me and having the same intention as me?" Meanwhile, I saw my confessor manifest the intention of the crucifixion, and immediately, without the slightest delay, the Lord made me participate in the sufferings of the cross. After I had remained in these sufferings for some time, my confessor called me back to obedience. Jesus withdrew and I sought to submit to the one who commanded me. After a brief moment, my sweet Jesus returned. He wanted to subject me a second time to the sufferings of the crucifixion, but the Father did not want to. Me, when I conformed to Jesus' desire, that is, to suffer, Jesus came. When my confessor saw that I was beginning to suffer, he would stop the suffering through obedience, and Jesus would withdraw. I suffered, of course, great sorrow to see Jesus withdraw, but I did everything I could to obey. Sometimes, when I saw Jesus and my confessor discussing this point together, I would let them struggle with each other, waiting to see who would emerge victorious, obedience or our Lord. Ah! It seemed to me to see obedience struggling and Jesus, both powerful, capable of confronting each other in a fight. After a hard struggle, when I was going to see who was the winner, the Mother Queen came and, approaching the Father, the priest, she said to him, "My son, this morning, it is Jesus himself who wants her to suffer. Let him do it. Otherwise, you will not be spared, not even part of the punishment." At that moment, the Father was as if distracted during the struggle. Being victorious, Jesus again subjected me to the sufferings of the crucifixion, but such violent sufferings and bitter pains, that I don't know how I stayed alive. While I thought I was about to die, obedience reminded me again. And for a while, I found myself in my body. Blessed Jesus was rebuilding his strength, but, not yet satisfied. He returned, and for a third time he wanted to repeat the crucifixion. However, by arming himself with all his strength this time, obedience made itself victorious and my beloved Jesus lost. Despite all this, Jesus tried himself from time to time, in the hope that he could overcome obedience again, so that he would not give me rest. I had to tell him, "But, my Lord, rest a little and leave me in peace. Don't you see that obedience has armed itself and does not want to give in to you? So be patient. If you want to repeat the crucifixion for a third time, promise me to die." Jesus answered, "Yes, come." I said this to the Father, and even in this obedience remained inexorable, even though my sweet good called me, saying, "Luisa, come." I told my confessor that Jesus was calling me, but he retaliated with a sharp no. Funny obedience that this one. She wants to make her great lady in everything and on everything. She wants to get into things that don't concern her, such as the question of dying. What a great deal that! To expose an unfortunate poor woman to the dangers of death. Make him touch with his finger the port of eternal happiness and then, to boast that she knows how to make in all her great lady, by means of the strength she possesses. She holds the soul and makes it languish in the miserable prison of her body. If asked why she does all this, in the first place, it does not respond and then, in her silent language, she says, why? Because I am a great lady and I have dominion over everything. It seems that if one wants to remain at peace with this blessed obedience, one needs holy patience. Not only a holy patience, but the patience of our Lord Himself. Otherwise, we will be in continual disagreement with her, because we deal with the one who likes to lead things to extremes. Seeing that in the face of obedience he could not overcome at all, the blessed Lord calmed down and left me in peace. He alleviated my suffering and said to me, "My beloved, in the sufferings you have experienced, I wanted to make you feel the fury of my righteousness by pouring it out a little on you. If you could see clearly how far men have pushed my righteousness and how His fury was armed against them, you would tremble like a leaf and you would do nothing but to beg me to rain down the sufferings on you." It seems to me that Jesus supported me in my sufferings, and that, to give me courage, He said to me, "I feel better, how about you?" I said, "Ah, Lord, who can describe to you how I feel? I feel like I'm being crushed inside a machine. I feel such exhaustion of my strength that if you don't infuse me with vigor, I won't be able to get over it." Jesus answered me, "My beloved, it is necessary that, from time to time at least, you experience suffering with intensity. First for you. For, as good as a piece of iron is, if it is left for a long time without putting it in the fire, it always comes to contract a little rust. Secondly for me. If, for a long time, I did not discharge myself on you, my fury would ignite in such a way that I would have no look for humans and I would spare no one. And if you did not take upon yourself my sufferings, how could I keep my word given to spare punishment to a part of the world?" After that, my confessor came and called me to obedience. Thus, I returned to my body. My adorable Jesus continues to come. It seemed to me to see him so suffering that he felt pity. Throwing himself into my arms, he said to me, "My daughter, calm the fury of my justice, otherwise." As he said this, it seemed to me to see divine justice armed with fiery swords and arrows sowing terror and manifesting the strength with which it can act. Frightened, I said, "How can I stop your fury when I see that you are strong enough to be able, in a single moment, to annihilate heaven and earth?" He replied, "Yet a suffering soul and a very humble prayer. Make me lose all my strength and weaken me to the point that I allow myself to be bound by this soul, so that she can make me as it seems to her, as she pleases." I say, "Ah, Lord, in what evil aspect does your righteousness let himself be seen?" Jesus replied, "She's not bad. If you see her armed in this way, it was the men who did this. But, in itself, it is good and holy, like my other attributes. For not even the shadow of evil can be found in me. It is true that its appearance appears severe, demanding, and bitter. But its fruits are sweet and tasty." That said, Jesus disappeared. When my adorable Jesus came this morning, he showed me his attributes and said, "My daughter, my attributes are continually in a favorable disposition towards men, and everyone demands of men his tribute." He added, "Just as my justice wants satisfaction to repair injustice, so my love wants an opening to love and be loved. You enter into my righteousness, pray and repair. And when you get a blow, have the patience to put up with it. Then enter into my love and grant me to pour out in love. Otherwise, I will be frustrated in my love." Thus, at this moment, I feel the absolute necessity to give an effusion to my repressed love. If I am not allowed to do so, I will languish and lose consciousness. As he said this, he began to kiss me, caress me, and show me so much tenderness of love that I have no words to say it. He wanted me to give him feedback and tell me how I feel the need to pour out my love in you. You also need to pour out your love in me, don't you? After we poured out our love with each other, he disappeared. This morning, I found myself all oppressed and I feared that it was not the blessed Jesus who works in me, but the devil. However, I couldn't help but seek my Jesus and desire him. So much so that, as soon as he had the benevolence to come, he said to me, "What gives the assurance that the sun is rising? Otherwise the light that puts the darkness of the night on the run and the heat it spreads through this very light? If you were told that the sun had risen and that, despite this, you saw the darkness of the night becoming denser and you did not even feel the heat of the sun, what would you say? You would say that it is not the real sun that has risen, but a false sun, since we do not see the effects of the real sun. Now, if my visit to you scare away the darkness and show you the light of my truth, by making you feel the warmth of my grace, why do you dig your brains, thinking that it is not I who works in you? I add this again, since obedience wants it that way. If really all the punishments I mentioned in these books were to happen, who would want to be the viewer? The blessed Lord made it clear to me that certain punishments will be verified while I am still on this earth. Others will occur after my death, and some will be partly omitted. I was a little relieved to think that he wouldn't force me to see them all. So here is satisfied Lady Obedience, who was beginning frown, file a complaint, and to reprimand me. What can I say? It seems that this blessed lady does not want to adapt to human reason in any way. She does not want to take into account any circumstances, and it even seems that she does not reason at all. And it's quite a challenge to deal with someone who doesn't reason. To be able to stay on good terms with her, it is necessary to lose one's own reason. For the lady boasts like this: I have no human reason, and that's why I can't adapt to human usage. My reason is divine. The one who wants to live in peace with me must absolutely lose one's own reason to acquire mine. So that's how the lady reasoned. What can we say? With her, it is better to remain silent because, whether she is right or wrong, she always wants to be right, and she prides herself on giving you all the wrongs. This morning I received Holy Communion and my adorable Jesus showed me my confessor who intended to make me suffer the crucifixion. I felt that my poor nature was repugnant, not because she did not want to suffer, but for other reasons that need not be described here. As if he wanted to complain about me, Jesus said to the confessing Father, "She doesn't want to submit." I was moved by Jesus' complaint. The Father renewed the order to me and I submitted. After I had suffered for some time, as the Father Confessor was present, the Lord said to me, "My beloved, this is the symbol of the Most Holy Trinity, I, the confessing Father, and you. For all eternity, my love has never been alone. He has always been united in a perfect and reciprocal union with the divine persons. For true love is never alone. It produces other loves, and he rejoices to be loved by these loves that he himself has produced. If love is alone, either that it is not of the nature of divine love, or that it is only apparent. If you knew how much I like and how much I relish to be able to prolong in creatures that love which, from all eternity, reigned and still reigns in the Most Holy Trinity. That is why I say I want the consent of the confessor with his united intention to me, to continue more perfectly this love of the Most Holy Trinity. After a few days of deprivation and silence, this morning, when blessed Jesus came, I said to him, "It is clear that my state is no longer according to your will." He replied, "Yes, yes, get up and come into my arms." As soon as he said these words, I forgot the painful state of the past days and ran into his arms. And as we saw his open side, I said, "My beloved, it has been some time since you admitted me to drink by your side. Please admit me today." He replied, "My beloved, drink according to your pleasure and satiate yourself. Who can describe my happiness and how greedily I placed my mouth for drink from this divine source?" After drinking to the fullest, until I had no room to swallow even another drop, I withdrew. Jesus said to me, "Are you full? If you're not, keep drinking. I replied, satisfied? No. Because, at this source, the more we drink, the more thirsty we are. However, being very limited, I am unable to take more. After that, I saw other people with Jesus. He says, the most essential and necessary thing in a soul is charity. If charity is not there, it happens to this soul. As to those families or kingdoms that have no leader, everything is messy. The most beautiful things are obscured and there is no harmony. One wants to do one thing and the other another. This is what happens in the soul where charity does not reign. Everything is a mess. The most beautiful virtues do not harmonize with each other. This is why charity is said to be queen. It is disciplined. It has order and it has everything. Finding myself in my usual state, I felt out of my body and found the Mother Queen. As soon as she saw me, she started talking to me about justice. She told me that justice was about to strike with all its fury against the world. She told me a lot about it, but I don't have the words to express them. Meanwhile, I saw the sky all filled with sword points directed against the world. She added, "My daughter, so many times you have disarmed divine justice and you were happy to receive upon yourself the blows of justice. Now that you see her at the height of her fury, do not be discouraged, be brave. The soul filled with holy strength enters into justice. Even, and disarm it. Don't be afraid of swords, fire, and anything else you may encounter. In order to achieve your goal, if you see yourself hurt, dejected, scalded or rejected, do not go back. May this be a stimulus for you to move forward. Do you see? For this purpose, I have come to your aid. I brought you a garment with which your soul will gain the courage and strength to fear nothing." That said, from the inside of her coat, she took out a garment woven with gold and matched with various colors, with which she put on my soul. Then she gave me her son, saying, "Behold, as a pledge of my love, I give you custody of my dearest son, so that you protect him, love him, and satisfy him in everything. Seek to replace me with him, so that, by finding in you his contentment, the discontent given to him by other creatures cannot make him suffer so much." Who could describe how happy and strengthened I was, dressed in this garment, and with that love pledge in my arms? I certainly could not desire greater happiness. Then the Mother Queen disappeared and I stayed with my sweet Jesus. We traveled the earth a little and, among the many encounters we met a soul caught in the clutches of despair. Full of compassion for her, we approached, and Jesus wanted me to speak to her to make her understand the harm she was doing. Through a light that Jesus infused into me, I said to this soul, "The most beneficial and effective medicine in the saddest annoyances of life, it is resignation. You, in your despair, instead of taking this medicine, you are taking the poison to kill your soul. Don't you know that? The most timely remedy for all ailments. The main thing. Who makes us noble, divinizes us, makes us look like our Lord, and who has the power to gently convert our bitterness, it is resignation. What was the life of Jesus on earth, if not to fulfill the will of the Father? While he was on earth, he was united with his Father in heaven. So it is for the resigned creature. While she lives on earth, her soul and will are united to God in heaven. What could be more valuable and desirable? As if shaken, this desperate soul began to calm down. Jesus and I withdrew. May everything be for the glory of God and may he always be blessed. This morning I felt completely oppressed and afflicted. In addition, blessed Jesus did not show himself. After a long wait, he came out of my interior and, opening his heart to me, he placed me there, saying to me, "Stay inside me. Only there will you find true peace and stable happiness. For nothing penetrates inside me which does not belong to peace and happiness. The one who dwells in me does nothing but swim in the ocean of all happiness." However, when the soul comes out of me, even if it does not care about anything, only to see the offences that the creatures make me and the way they displease me, already, she participates in my afflictions and remains disturbed. That is why, from time to time, forget everything, enter my interior, and come to taste my peace and happiness. Then go outside and perform for me the function of repairer. That said, he disappeared. Jesus continues to come with his usual delays. As I felt the full weight of his deprivation, he came unexpectedly. And, without me knowing why, he asked me this question. Could you tell me why obedience is so glorified and why does she have so much honor to imprint in the soul the divine image? Confused, I didn't know what to answer. Then, with an intellectual light that he sent me, Jesus blessed himself answered me. And since the answer came to me by means of light and not by words, I do not have the words to express it. Nevertheless, obedience requires me to make an effort to see if I can write it. I think I'll do a lot of nonsense and write things that don't fit together. But, I put all my faith in obedience, especially because these are things that concern her directly. I'll start now. It seems to me that Jesus was telling me, obedience is greatly glorified, because it has the power to unveil, even in their roots, human passions. It destroys in the soul all that is earthly and material. And, to her great credit, she restores to the soul its original state. That is, it renders the soul as it was created by God in the original justice. That is, before being driven out of earthly Eden. In this sublime state, the soul feels strongly attracted to all that is good. She finds natural all that is good, holy and perfect, while experiencing an immense horror from the very shadow of evil. In this happy state coming from the very expert hand of obedience, the soul no longer finds it difficult to obey the orders received, especially since the one who orders must always order what is good. This is how obedience knows how to imprint the divine image in the soul. Moreover, it changes human nature into divine nature. For how good, holy, and perfect God is, and that he is carried towards all that is good and that he hates evil to the extreme. Obedience has the power to deify human nature and make it acquire divine properties. The more the soul allows itself to be handled by the very expert hands of obedience, the more it is invaded by the divine and the more it destroys its own being. This is why obedience is so glorified and honored. I myself submitted to her and was honored and glorified by it. By means of obedience, I restored to all my children the honor and glory they had lost through disobedience. That's pretty much what I'm able to write on the subject. The rest, I feel it in my mind, but I miss the words. For the concept of this virtue is so high that my poor human language does not know how to translate it into words. As Jesus continued to be absent, I felt immersed in the greatest bitterness. My soul was tortured in 1,000 ways. Later, I felt like a shadow near me. And, without seeing my adorable Jesus, I heard his voice. This voice said to me, the most perfect love requires true trust in the beloved object, even if we feel lost the beloved object. So, more than ever, it's time to demonstrate that strong confidence. This is the easiest way to take possession of what we love ardently. That said, the shadow and voice disappeared. Who could describe the suffering I felt for not seeing my beloved? It seems to me that the blessed Lord wants to practice patience for me. He has no compassion for my tears or my very painful condition. Without Jesus, I see myself immersed in the greatest miseries and I believe that there is no soul more evil than mine. When I am without Jesus, I see myself more than ever bad. However, when I find myself with the one who possesses all the goods, my soul finds the cure for all his evils. When I miss Jesus, everything is over for me, there is no longer any remedy for my great miseries. Moreover, the thought that my state is no longer according to his will oppresses me. And, no longer being in his will, it seems to me that I am outside my center and, often, I'm thinking about looking for a way out of this state. As I thought this, I heard Jesus behind my back telling me, "You're tired, aren't you?" I said, "Yes, Lord, I feel tired enough." He continued, "Ah, my daughter, do not come out of my will. For, coming out of my will, you come to lose knowledge of me, and by not knowing me, you come to lose knowledge of yourself. It is only by the reflections of the light that it is clearly distinguished whether something is gold or mud. When everything is darkness, one can easily confuse objects. My will is light. This light gives you the knowledge of me, and at the reflections of this light, you come to know who you are. As a result, seeing your weakness, your pure nothingness, you cling to my arms and, united with my will, you live with me in heaven. But, if you come out of my will, first, you come to lose true humility, and then you come to live on earth. You are thus constrained to feel the weight of earthly things, to moan and sigh like all those other unfortunate people who live outside of my will." That said, Jesus withdrew without even being seen. Who can describe the torment of my soul? I spent several very bitter days of deprivation. After receiving the Holy Eucharist, I saw 3 toddlers in my interior. Their beauty and resemblance were so striking that all 3 seemed born of the same birth. My soul was surprised and astonished to see so much beauty locked in my miserable interior. My astonishment grows more when I saw these 3 toddlers each holding in their hands a golden rope with which they bound to me, and they bound my heart to theirs. Then, each one having found his place in me, they began to discuss among themselves in a language that I did not understand. That is why I cannot find the words to repeat their sublime words. I can only say that in the blink of an eye I saw much human misery, the humiliation and stripping of the Church, and even the corruption of the priests who, instead of being light to the peoples, had become darkness. Saddened by this vision, I say, Most Holy God, give peace to your Church. Let him be returned what they have taken from him. And do not allow the bad guys to laugh behind the backs of the good guys. While I was saying this, the 3 toddlers said, "These are the incomprehensible mysteries of God." Then they disappeared and I returned to my body. This morning, when my adorable Jesus came, he carried me out of my body and asked me for relief for his suffering. Having nothing to offer him, I said to him, "My very sweet love, if the Mother Queen were here, she could restore you with its milk. As for me, I have nothing but my miseries." Meanwhile, the Most Holy Queen came, and immediately I said to her, "Jesus feels the need for relief. Give it your very sweet milk to relieve it." Then our dear mother gave her milk. And my beloved Jesus was totally remade. Then he turned to me and said, "I feel refreshed. You too, approach my lips and drink a portion of this milk that I have received from my mother, so that we can both be redone." So I approached. Who can describe the virtue of that milk that came out boiling from Jesus' mouth? It contained so much that it seemed to be an inexhaustible source, so that if all men had drunk, this source would not have diminished. After that, we partly traveled the earth to a certain place. It seemed that there were people sitting around a small table. They said, "There will be a war in Europe, and, what is most painful is that it will be produced by relatives." Jesus was listening, but he says nothing about it. Therefore, I do not know for sure whether there will be a war, yes or no. Since human judgments are versatile, what they say one day, they deny it the next. Then Jesus carried me inside a garden in which stood a very large building that resembled a monastery. It was populated by so many people that it was difficult to count them. At the sight of these people, my adorable Jesus turned his back, clenched himself against me, pressing his head on my shoulder very close to my neck. And he said to my ear, "My beloved, do not let me see them, otherwise I would suffer a lot." I, too, held Jesus close to me, and as I approached one of these souls, I said, "Tell me, at least, who you are." She replied, "We are all souls of purgatory." Our liberation is linked to the execution of these pious legacies that we have passed on to our heirs. As they are not acquitted, we are forced to stay here, far from our God. What suffering for us! For God is for us a necessary being that we cannot do without. We experience a continual death, which martyrs us in the most ruthless way. If we do not die, it is because our souls are not subject to death. Hence, suffering souls that we are. By remaining deprived of a being that is our whole life, we implore from God. May He make mortals experience a very small part of our sufferings, depriving them of what is necessary to sustain their bodily life, so that they learn at their own expense how painful it is to be deprived of what is absolutely necessary. After that, the Lord carried me elsewhere. I, feeling compassion for these souls in purgatory, say to Jesus, "Oh, my good Jesus! How is it that you turned your face away from these blessed souls, who sighed so much after you, while it was enough for you to be seen, so that they may be freed from their suffering and so that they may be beatified?" Jesus answered, "Oh, my daughter, if I had shown myself to them, since they are not totally purified, they could not have supported the sight of my presence. Instead of jumping into my arms, confused, they would have retreated behind. I would have done nothing but increase my martyrdom and theirs. That is why I did so." That said, Jesus disappeared. This morning, after I had received the Eucharist, my adorable Jesus was seen in my interior, all covered with flowers arranged in the form of a hut. Jesus was inside this hut where he was having fun and rejoicing. Seeing him like this, I said to him, "My most sweet Jesus, when will you take my heart to conform it fully to yours, so that I can live the life of your own heart?" As I said this, my supreme and only good took a spear and opened my chest to the place where the heart is. Then, with his hands, he took my heart outside and examined it from side to side, to see if he was stripped down and if he possessed the necessary qualities to be able to remain in his most holy heart. I, too, looked at my heart. To my surprise, I live, printed on one side, the cross, the sponge and the crown of thorns. However, when I wanted to look at it from another angle while trying to see its interior, for it seemed swollen as if about to burst, my beloved Jesus prevented me from doing so, saying to me, "I want to mortify you by depriving you of seeing all that I have poured into this heart." Ah! Yes, here, inside this heart, are all the treasures of my graces that human nature can manage to contain. At that moment, Jesus enclosed my heart in his most holy heart, adding, "Your heart has taken a stand in my heart. I, in exchange for your heart, give you my love that will give you life." Then, as he approached my open side, he exhaled 3 breaths containing light, which took the place of my heart. Afterwards, he closed the wound, telling me, "Now more than ever, it is appropriate to fix yourself in the center of my will with my one love as your heart. You must not go out of my will, not even for a single moment. My love will find in you its true nourishment. Only if he finds in you, in everything and for everything, my will. In my will, my love will find its contentment and its true and faithful conformity." Then, as he approached my mouth, he breathed 3 more breaths. And, at the same time, he poured out a very sweet liquor that intoxicated me totally. Then, overflowing with enthusiasm, he said, "Do you see? Your heart is in mine. Therefore, he is no longer yours." He kissed me non-stop and showed me 1,000 delicacies of love. Who could describe them all? This is impossible for me. How to describe what I felt when I found myself in my body? I can only say that I felt as if it were no longer me who lived. Without passion, without tendencies, and without desires, totally buried in God. In the part where my heart should normally be, I experienced a kind of feeling of coldness compared to other parts of my body. Jesus continues to keep my heart in his heart. From time to time, he has the kindness to show it to me. He rejoices in it as if he had made a great acquisition. These days, when I am out of my body, where my heart should be, instead of my heart I see the light. That blessed Jesus exhaled there with his 3 breaths. This morning, when Jesus came, he said to me, showing me his heart, "My beloved, which one would you like? My heart or yours? If you want mine, you will have to suffer more. Know, however, that I did this to bring you to another state. Because, when we arrive at the union, we pass to another state which is that of consumption. However, in order for the soul to pass into this state of perfect consumption, it needs to live either of my heart, or of his heart completely transformed in mine. Otherwise, it cannot move to this state of consumption." Fearful, I replied, "My sweet love, my will is no longer mine, but yours. Do what you want, and I'll be happier about it." After that, I remembered the few difficulties my confessor was experiencing. Seeing my thought, Jesus allowed me to see myself as if I were inside a crystal, preventing others from seeing what the Lord was working in me. He added, "It is only from the reflections of light that we know the crystal and what it contains inside. So it is for you. He who carries the light of faith will touch with his finger what I am operating in you. If, on the contrary, he does not have the light of faith, he will perceive these things only according to the natural senses." Finding myself out of my body, my adorable Jesus continued to show me my heart inside his. My heart is so transformed that I no longer recognize which one is mine and which one is his. Jesus perfectly conformed it to his. He imprinted on my heart all the signs of the passion. He made me understand that his heart, from the moment of conception of the Word of God, was designed with the signs of the passion, so that what he suffered in the last days of his life was just an overflow of what his heart had been suffering continuously since his conception. It seemed to me to see our 2 hearts as alike. It seemed to me to see my beloved Jesus busy to prepare a place where to deposit his heart. It perfumed the place and adorned it with many varied flowers. While he was doing this, he said to me, "My beloved, since you must live from my heart, you must undertake a more perfect way of life. Therefore, this is what I want from you. Perfect conformity to my will. For you can only ever love me perfectly by loving me with my own will. By loving me with my own will, you will come to love me and your neighbor according to my own way of loving. Deep humility. Placing yourself before me and before the creatures as the last of all. Purity in everything. For any small breach of purity, as much in love than in works, is totally reflected in the heart and the heart remains stained. That is why I want your purity to be like the dew on the flowers at sunrise. The latter, by reflecting its rays, makes these droplets like precious pearls able to enchant everyone. Thus, if all your works, your thoughts and words, your heartbeat and your affections, your desires, and your tendencies, are adorned with the heavenly dew of purity, thou shalt weave a sweet enchantment, not only for the human eye, but for the entire celestial empire. Obedience is connected to my will. Although the virtue of obedience concerns the superiors I have given you on earth, obedience to my will concerns me directly. Thus, it can be said that both are virtues of obedience, with the only difference that one looks at men and that the other looks at God. Both have the same value and one cannot exist without the other. Therefore, you have to love both in the same way. He added, know that from now on and for the future, you will live with my heart. You must therefore know the manners of my heart, so that I may find in you my delights. I remind you, it is no longer your heart, but my heart. My adorable Jesus continues to be seen. This morning, having received communion, I saw it in my interior. Our 2 hearts were so identified that they seemed to be one. My most sweet Jesus said to me, today I have decided to place my own person in the place of your heart. As he spoke, I saw that he was placing himself in the place where my heart was. From within Jesus, I received his breath and heard the beating of his heart. How happy I felt to live in this state. He added, "Since I have taken the place of your heart, you must reserve for me food that is always ready for me. This food will be my will as well as all your mortifications and all that you will deprive yourself of out of love for me." Who could describe everything that happened in my interior between me and Jesus? I think it is better to keep quiet. Otherwise, I feel like I could spoil everything. For my tongue is not rough enough to speak of these great graces bestowed upon my soul by the Lord. I have nothing left to do but give thanks to the Lord who has cast his gaze on such a miserable and sinful soul. Finding me in my usual state, my kind Jesus carried me out of my body. Then, coming out of my interior, he made himself so immense that he absorbed in him all the earth. And its immensity extended so much that my soul could not see its limits. Not only did I feel absorbed in God, but all creatures were absorbed in him. Oh! How indecent seemed to me the affront we make to our Lord when we, vermiceles living in him, dare to offend him. Oh! If we could all see how we are in God, oh! How much we would be careful not to displease him at all. Then Jesus made himself so great that he absorbed in him the whole heavenly court. Thus, I saw them all in God himself, angels and saints. I heard their songs and understood so much about eternal happiness. After that, I saw that many streams of milk escaped from Jesus. I drank from these streams. But, being very limited and Jesus being so immense that there were no limits to his immensity, I could not absorb all this milk in me. Many streams flowed outside of me, although they remained in God. However, I felt discontent. I would have liked everyone to run to drink from these streams, but very few of the souls who walk on earth drank from them. Our Lord was also unhappy. He said to me, "What you see is my restrained mercy. This further irritates my justice. How should I not do justice when they hold back my mercy?" And I, taking his hands, squeezed them together, saying, "No, Lord, you cannot do justice, I do not want to. And if I don't want it, you don't want it either. Because my will is no longer mine, but yours. My will be yours, everything I don't want, you don't want it either. Have you not told me yourself that I must live in all and for all of your will?" My words disarmed my sweet Jesus, and again he made himself small and locked himself in my interior. As for me, I returned to my body. As my very sweet Jesus was slow to come, I almost began to fear that he would no longer come. But, to my surprise and all out of the blue, he came later and said to me, "My beloved, do you want to know when we really do a work for a person you love? It is when, by encountering sacrifices, bitterness and suffering, the soul has the strength to change them gently and delightfully. For it is in the nature of true love to transform suffering in joy and bitterness gently. If the person experiences the opposite, it is a sign that it is not true love that acts. Oh! How many works we hear saying, 'I do it for God,' but if, in the annoyances, we go back, it is demonstrated that it was not for God that one acted, but for one's own interest or for the pleasure one felt." Then he added, "Generally, it is said that the will own spoils everything and infects the most holy works. Yet, if this proper will is united with God's will, there is no other virtue that can surpass it. For where my will is, there is life doing good. But where my will is not, death is at work. So, we act painfully as if we were in agony. This morning, being out of my body, I found myself with the child Jesus in my arms. While I reveled in watching it, and without knowing how, from this child whom I contemplated came out a second and, after a brief moment, a third. All three similar, although distinct. Astonished to see this, I say, oh! As we touch here with the finger the most holy mystery of the Most Holy Trinity. While you are one, you are also three. It seemed to me that all three of them were talking to me, but, while the word came out of everyone, she formed only one voice. That voice said, "Our nature is formed by the purest, simplest, and most communicative love. It is in the nature of true love to produce, from himself, images all similar to himself. In power, in goodness, in beauty and in all that it contains. To manifest the greatness of our almightiness, our love brings its distinctive mark. Since our nature is simple, without any matter that could prevent our perfect union, by merging into love, she forms three people. By merging again, she forms one God. True love has this in its own right. It has the capacity to produce images perfectly similar to itself, or to assume the image of the one he loves. This is how the second person of the Most Holy Trinity did, who, in redeeming the human race, has assumed the nature of man in his likeness, and communicated to him his divinity. As the three voices spoke in one voice, I could clearly distinguish my beloved Jesus, by recognizing in him the image of human nature. And it was only because of Jesus that I had the confidence to remain in the presence of the Trinity. Otherwise, who would have dared? Oh, yes. It seemed to me that the humanity assumed by Jesus had opened to the creature an avenue, allowing him to rise to the throne of the divinity, so that in this way he could converse with the God 3 times holy and obtain from him torrents of graces. Oh! So many happy moments I tasted. So many things I understood. To be able to write a few words about it, I would need to do it. When my soul is with my dear Jesus. When it seems to me that it is released from my body. But when I find myself imprisoned in my body again. The darkness of my prison takes me away from my mystical Son, and the pain of not seeing him makes me unable to describe these things and makes me live as if I were dying. But I am forced to live bound, a prisoner in this miserable body. Ah! Lord, have mercy on a wretched sinner who lives locked up and imprisoned. Quickly, breaks the walls of this prison, so that I can fly to you and never come back to earth again. After long days of silence between blessed Jesus and me, I felt a void in my interior. This morning, when he came, he said to me, "My beloved, what do you want to tell me, since you desire so much to talk to me?" All ashamed, I said, "My sweet Jesus, I want to tell you that I long to love you and your holy will. If you grant me this, you will make me fully happy and satisfied." Jesus continues. In short, you ask me everything, wondering what is greatest in heaven and on earth. As for me, it is in this holy will that I desire you and that I want to conform you more to me, and that my will may be sweeter and tastier to you. Place yourself in his circle and admires its various qualities. By locking you up, sometimes in his holiness, sometimes in his goodness, sometimes in his humility, sometimes in his beauty, and sometimes in the peaceful rest it produces, and in the stops you make, you will always acquire more and more new and unheard of knowledge about my holy will. You will remain so bound and in love with my will that you will never come out of it again. This will bring you a very great advantage. By being in my will, you will no longer need to fight your passions and to always be at war with them. Out of my will, while passions seem to die, they always arise again, stronger and more vivid than before. In fact, when one lives in my holy will, passions die slowly, without a fight and without fuss. They lose their lives on their own. For, before the holiness of my will, passions dare not be shown. If the soul experiences the movements of its passions, it is a sign that she has not established her continual abode within my will. Sometimes she makes escapades in her own will, and so, she is forced to experience the stench of corrupt nature. On the contrary, if it remains fixed in my will, it is rid of everything and his only concern is to love me and to be loved by me. After that, looking at my blessed Jesus, I saw that he was wearing the crown of thorns. I gently removed it and placed it on my head. Jesus pushed it into me and then it disappeared. I found myself in my body, with an ardent desire to dwell in His most holy will. Finding myself in my usual state, I felt out of my body. After moving around a bit, I found myself inside a cave. I saw the Mother Queen giving birth to the little child Jesus. What a stunning prodigy! It seemed to me that the Mother as well as the Son were transformed into very pure light. In this light, we could see very well the human nature of Jesus, carrying within her the divinity. His humanity served as a veil to cover His divinity, so that by tearing the veil of one's human nature, one found God. Here is the prodigy of wonders. God and man. Man and God. What a wonder that the Son who, without leaving the Father and the Holy Spirit, for in true love one never separates oneself, takes human flesh and comes to dwell among us. At this moment of the happiest, it seemed to me that the Mother and the Son were as spiritualized. While the two overflowed with an excess of love, then, without the slightest obstacle, Jesus came out of the womb, that is, while these most holy bodies were transformed into light. Jesus' light came out without the slightest obstacle from within the light of His Mother. Both bodies remained healthy and intact. Then they returned to their natural state. Who could describe the beauty of the little child who, at this moment of his birth, let us see externally the rays of his divinity? Who could describe the beauty of the Mother who remained all absorbed in these divine rays? What about Saint Joseph? It seemed to me that he was not present at the birth certificate, but that he stood in another corner of the cave, all absorbed in this deep mystery. And if he did not see this mystery with the eyes of his body, he saw it very well with the eyes of his soul. For he was delighted in sublime ecstasy. In the act where the little child came to light. J'aurais voulu pour le prendre dans mes bras. Mais les anges m'en empêchèrent. En me disant que l'honneur de le prendre revenait en premier à la mer. La Vierge très sainte, comme secoui, revint à elle-même et, des mains d'un ange, elle recut son fils dans ses bras. Dans l'epenquiment d'amour dans lequel elle se trouvait, elle le serra avec tellement de force. Qu'il sembla qu'il voulait l'enfermer de nouveau dans son sein. Ensuite, en voulant donner à son enfant un epenquiment de son ardent amour, elle le plaqua pour qu'il puisse boire à son sein. Pendant ce temps, j'étais tout annihilé, j'attendais d'être appelé, afin de pas recevoir un autre reproche de la part des anges. Alors, la reine me dit: Viens prendre l'objet de tes délices, et te réjouir à toi aussi, epenqui ton amour avec lui. En disant cela, je me suis approché et la maman déposa l'enfant dans mes bras. Qui pourrait décrire mon bonheur, les baisers, les attriantes et les tendresses que nous avons échanges? Après avoir quelque peu epenqui mon amour, je lui dis: Mon bien-aimé, tu es bouletin le de notre maman, partage-le avec moi. Tout condescendant. Il diversita sa bouche un parti de ce le dans la main. Ensuite, il me dit: Ma bien-aimé, j'ait concu et suis uni à la douleur. Et je suis mort dans la douleur. En utilisant les trois clous avec lesquels ils crucify. J'ai crucify les trois puissances des âmes qui brûlant de m'aimer. L'intelligence, la mémoire et la volonté. J'ai fait en sorte que ces âmes restent totalement attires vers moi, vu que le péché. Les avait rendus infirmes et les avait disperses loin de leur Créateur, sans rien pour les retenir. Pendant que Jesus disait cela, il jeta un regard sur le monde et il commença à pleurer sur ses misères. Moi, en le voyant pleurer, je lui dis: Mon aimable enfant, ne rends pas triste par tes larmes un nous si joyeux pour ce qui t'aiment. Au lieu de donner un epenquiment à tes larmes, donnons un epenquiment à notre chant. Ce disant, je commence à chanter. Jesus se laisse distraire en entendant chanter et cesse de pleurer. Après monde chant, il chante le scene avec un voix tellement harmonieuse que toutes les autres voix disparurent devant sa voix de plus douces. Ensuite, j'ai prié l'enfant Jesus pour monde confesseur, pour les miens, et enfin pour tout. Jesus semble totalement condescendant. Pendant que j'ai fait cela, il disparut et j'ai revens dans monde corps. J'ai continué de voir le saint enfant. D'un côté, j'ai vu la reine Mère et de l'autre, Saint Joseph. Ils étaient en train d'adorer profondément le divin enfant. Il me semble que la présence continuelle du petit enfant Tina et Joseph et Marie plonges dans un ecstasy continual. Et sils arrivent à accomplir quelque autre activité, c'est par un prodige que le Seigneur opérate en eux. Autrement, ils seraient restes immobiles. Sans pouvoir voir extérieurement à leurs devoirs. Moi aussi, j'ai fait monde adoration. Et, ensuite, j'ai me suis retrouvé dans monde corps. Ce matin, j'ai été habité par un certain crainte au sujet de monde état. Craignise que ce ne soit pas le Seigneur qui opère en moi. De plus, Jesus n'avait pas la bienveillance de venir. Après l'avoir longuement attendu, dès que j'ai le vis, j'ai lui exposé ma crainte. Elle me dit: Ma fille, avant tout, pour te lancer dans cet état, il faut le concours de ma puissance. D'alors, qui t'aurait donné la force et la patience de demeurer si longtemps dans cet état, étendu sur un lit? Perseverance is a sure sign that the work is of me. For God alone is not subject to change, while the devil and human nature change very often. What they love today, tomorrow they will hate it. What they abhor today, tomorrow they will love it and find it satisfying. After experiencing very bitter days of deprivation and worry, I felt inside me a mysterious hell. Without the presence of Jesus, all my passions came out into the light and each one spread its darkness. They covered me with darkness. So I didn't know where I was. How unfortunate is the state of a soul without God. Suffice it to say that, without God, the soul that still lives on earth experiences hell inside it. That was my state. I felt my soul tormented by infernal suffering. Who can describe what I experienced? In order not to prolong too much, I continue. So this morning I received communion. Finding myself in extreme affliction, I felt our Lord moving within me. Seeing His image, I wanted to observe whether it was an image of wood or an image of living flesh. I looked and saw that it was the crucified in His living flesh. Looking at me, He said to me, "If my image in your interior were of wood, your love would only be apparent. For only true and sincere love, united with mortification, makes me reborn alive and crucified in the heart of the one who loves." Seeing the Lord, I would have liked to escape His presence. So much I saw myself bad. Jesus went on to say, "Where do you want to go? I am the light, and wherever you go, my light invests you from all sides." Before the presence of Jesus, before His light, before His voice, my passions disappeared. I do not know where they went. I became like a little girl and found myself in my body, totally transformed. May everything be for the glory of God and the good of my soul. Finding myself out of my body, I saw my confessor with the intention of submitting to the crucifixion. As for me, I was afraid to submit to it. Jesus said to me, "What do you want me to do?" I can't help but obey. For my humanity was created precisely to obey and destroy disobedience. This virtue is so ingrained in me that it can be said that obedience is my nature. For me, it is my dearest and most glorious distinctive sign. Without obedience, I would have had my humanity in horror. I would never have united with it. So do you want to disobey? You can do it, but you will do it, not me. confused to see such an obedient God. I say, I too want to obey. So I submitted. Et Jesus beni me fit participer auxiliary douleurs de la croix. Ensuite, il me donna un baiser. Un souffle amer sorti de sa bouche. He was about to pour out his bitterness in me. But he didn't do it because he wanted me to ask him. I said to him, do you want some repairs? Let's do them together. United with yours, my reparations will have their effect. Whereas, done only by me, I believe they will disgust you. So I took his blood-dripping hand, and as I kissed him, recited the Laudate Dominum and the Gloria Patri. Alternating verses with Jesus, he would start and I would respond. It was in order to repair for the many evil works that are committed, with the intention of praising him as many times as he receives offenses by these evil works. How moving it was to see Jesus praying! I did the same with the other hand. Then his feet with the intention of praising him in reparation for all the bad steps made by men as well as all the twisted paths trodden by them, even under the cover of piety and holiness. Finally, I took his heart with the intention of praising it as many times as the human heart refuses to throb for God, or does not love it, or does not desire it. My beloved Jesus seemed totally restored by these repairs made together. Yet, not quite. Since he seemed to want to pour out his bitterness in me. I said to him, Lord, if you want to pour out your bitterness, please do so. He poured out his bitterness into me, and he added, my daughter, how much men offend me. But a time will come when I will chastise them, so that many vermin, abject and despicable men, will come to light. There will be punishments that will produce swarms of midges, despicable people of small stature, that will oppress them a lot. Then the Pope will come out. I say, why will the Pope go out? Jesus answered. He will go out to console the people, because they will be oppressed, tired, dejected, betrayed by so many falsehoods. They will seek the bearing of truth. Humiliated, they will ask the Holy Father to come into their midst to free them from so many evils and direct them to the port of salvation. I say, Lord, will this happen after the wars you have told me about on other occasions? Jesus answered, yes. I said, how I would like to go to you before these things happen. Jesus said to me, and where will I dwell then? I replied, Lord, there are so many good souls you can talk to that, comparing me to them, oh! How bad I see myself! Without paying attention to me, Jesus disappeared and I returned to my body. Finding myself out of my body, it seemed to me to see the moment when the holy Magi arrived in the cave of Bethlehem. As soon as they were in the presence of the child took pleasure in making the rays of his divinity shine externally, and was communicated to them in three ways: with love, with beauty, and with power. Thus, they remained delighted and absorbed in the presence of the little child Jesus, so much so that, if the Lord had not hidden behind his humanity the rays of his divinity, the Magi would have remained there forever, without being able to move. As soon as the child withdraws his divinity, the holy Magi return to themselves, stunned to see such a great excess of love. For in this light the Lord had made them understand the mystery of the Incarnation. Then they stood up and offered their gifts to the Queen Mother. She spoke at length with them, but I can't remember everything she said. I only remember that she strongly encouraged them to work to their salvation and to that of their peoples. They must have had no fear of exposing their lives to achieve this goal. After that, I withdrew into myself and found myself in the company of Jesus. He wanted me to tell him something, but I saw myself so bad and confused by his invitation that I didn't dare to say anything. Seeing that I said nothing, Jesus continued to tell me about the holy Magi. He said to me, by communicating to the Magi in three ways, I have obtained three effects for them. For I never communicate myself to souls unnecessarily. They always get something for their profit. Thus, by communicating with love, I have obtained for them the grace of detachment from themselves. By communicating with me with beauty, I have obtained for them the grace of contempt for the things of the earth. By communicating with me with power, I have obtained for them the grace that their hearts remain totally connected to me, and that they have the courage to shed their blood for me. Jesus added, "And you, what do you want? Tell me, do you love me? How would you like to love me?" And I, not knowing what to say, and more confused than ever, replied, "Lord, I want nothing but you. And if you say to me, 'Do you love me?' I have no words to answer you. I can only tell you that I feel in me this passion that no one can surpass me in love for you. I desire to love you more than all, and that no one can surpass me in love for you. But, this does not satisfy me. To be satisfied, I want to love you by means of your own love and, thus, to be able to love yourself with the love with which you love yourself. Oh, yes. Only then will my fears about my love for you cease. Content with my foolishness, so to speak, Jesus held me so close to him that I saw myself internally and externally transformed into him. He communicated to me some of his love. After that, I came back into my body. It seemed to me that the more love is given to me, the more I own my property, and if I love little, I own it little. This morning, I felt totally crushed, so much so that I started looking for some relief. My only good made me wait a long time for his coming. When he came, he said to me, "My daughter, out of love for you, have I not taken upon myself your passions, your miseries, and your weaknesses? Out of love for me, wouldn't you take upon yourself those of others?" He added, "What I want is for you to always be united with me as a ray of sunshine, which always stands fixed in the center of the sun and who, from the sun, receives its life, its warmth, and its splendor. Imagine that a ray can separate from the center of the sun. What would happen to him? As soon as he left this center, he would lose his life, his light, and his warmth. He would return to darkness by reducing himself to nothing. So it is for the soul. As long as it is united to me, at my center, it can be said that it is like a ray of sunshine. Who lives? Which receives sunlight and who goes where the sun wants? En somme, ce rayon est entièrement à la disposition et au service de la volonté du soleil. Mais s'il distrait et se séparé de moi, la voilà devenue entièrement ténébreuse. Elle devient Freud et evanescent plus en lce mouvement céleste de la vie divine. Cela dit, Jesus disparut. Dans les jours passes, monde bien mais Jesus est Fiat4 en colère contre le monde s'il en peut dire. Ce matin, il ne vient it pas. So I thought to myself, who knows if he doesn't come because he wants to send some punishments? Is it my fault? Since he wants to send punishments, he does not have the benevolence to come to me. It's beautiful. While he wants to punish others, he afflicts me with the greatest of punishments, that of being deprived of himself. While I was telling myself this and other similar nonsense, my kind Jesus made himself visible and said to me, "My daughter, you are the cause of my greatest martyrdom. Because when I have to send some chastisement, I cannot manifest myself to you. That's because that you bind me from all sides and that you don't want me to do anything. On the other hand, when I do not come, you break my head with your complaints, your lamentations, and your expectations. So, while I am busy chastising, I am forced to think of you and listen to you. My heart comes to tear itself apart from seeing you in your painful state because of your deprivation of me. The most painful martyrdom is that of love. The more two people love each other, the more painful are the suffering caused. Not by others, but by these two people themselves. So, be quiet, stay calm. Do not increase my suffering by means of your suffering." Then Jesus disappeared. I remained mortified to think that I cause the martyrdom of my dear Jesus, and that when he does not come, I must remain quiet so as not to make him suffer so much. Who can make such a sacrifice? That seems impossible to me. I will therefore be compelled to continue to nurture our common martyrdom. I continued to see Jesus a little angry with the world. I wanted to try to appease him, but it was he himself who distracted me by telling me, "The charity that is most pleasing to me is that which we do to those who are closest to me. The souls closest to me are the souls of purgatory. For they are confirmed in my grace, and there is no opposition between my will and theirs. These souls live continuously in me. They love me ardently, and I am forced to see them suffer in me, powerless to be able to give themselves the slightest relief. Oh! As my heart is torn by the situation of these souls! Since they are not far from me, but very close. Not only are they close to me, but they are inside of me. How pleasing is to my heart whoever is interested in them. Suppose that you would have a mother and a sister who would live with you in a state of suffering, unable to help themselves. Suppose, on the other hand, that there would be a stranger who would live outside your home, also in a state of suffering, but who could help himself. Wouldn't you find it more pleasant that we are more concerned with relieving your mother or sister, rather than the stranger who can help himself? I said, "Oh, certainly, Lord." He added, "Secondly, the charity that is most pleasing to my heart is that which is done to souls who, although they still live on this earth, almost resemble the souls of purgatory. That is, they love me, always make my will, and are interested in my business as if my business were theirs. If such souls were found oppressed, in need, or in a state of suffering, and that care was taken to help them, this charity would be more pleasing to me than if we did this to others." Then Jesus withdrew. As I found myself in my body, it seemed to me that in what Jesus had told me, there was something that was not according to the truth. Then, coming back, my adorable Jesus made me understand that what he had told me was in accordance with the truth. All he had to do was talk to me, members of his body who are separated from him. That is, sinners. He tells me that those who take care of bringing these limbs back to him are very pleasing to his heart. The difference is as follows. Suppose a sinner who is in a misadventure. Someone takes care of him. No to convert it, but to relieve him and help him materially. The Lord would find it more pleasing to do this to souls united to him in the order of grace. Because, if the latter suffer, it is always connected either to God's love for them, or to their love for God. On the other hand, if sinners suffer, the Lord sees in them the imprint, sin, and of their obstinate will. He seemed to understand it that way. Besides, I leave it to the one who holds the right to judge me, to decide whether or not what I say conforms to the truth. Having spent the last days in silence, and sometimes also being deprived of my adorable Jesus, this morning, when he came, I complained to him, saying, "Lord, how do you not come? How things have changed! We see that you deprive me of your kind presence, either for the punishment of my sins or because you no longer want me in this state of victim. Please let me know your will. You couldn't oppose me when you wanted me a sacrifice of soul victim. You can even less now. Since, by no longer finding me worthy of being a victim, you want to take away this function from me." Interrupting me, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, when I became a victim for mankind by taking upon myself all its weaknesses, his miseries, and all that man deserved before the divinity, I was before the divinity the head of human nature. This is how humanity finds in me a most powerful shield that defends it, protects it, excuses it, and intercedes on its behalf. By your state of victim, you are for me the head of the present generation. When I have to send some chastisement for the good of the peoples and to remind them of me, if, according to my habit, I come to you. Then, by the mere fact of coming to you, I already feel redone and my pain is getting worse. It happens to me as for someone who is experiencing severe pain and who screams because of suffering. If his pain stops, this person no longer feels the need to shout and lament. So it is for me. If my suffering diminishes, obviously I no longer feel the need to send punishments. Besides, when you see me in pain, you naturally seek to spare me and take upon yourself my sufferings. Moreover, in my presence, you cannot help but perform your function as a victim. If you didn't, which is impossible, I would be unhappy with you. That is the reason for my absence. It is not because I want to punish you for your sins. I have other ways to purify you. However, I will reward you for all this. In the days when I come, I will redouble my visits. Aren't you happy with that? I replied, No, Lord, I want to be always with you. Whatever the reason, I do not accept to stay, even one day, deprived of you. While I was saying this, Jesus disappeared and I returned to my body. Finding me in my usual state, my adorable Jesus showed himself briefly. I don't know why, he said to me. My daughter. The establishment of the Catholic faith is found in the establishment of charity, which unites hearts and who makes them live in me. Then, by throwing himself into my arms, he wanted me to restore his strength. I did it my best, and afterwards he did the same with me. Then he disappeared. This morning, when he came, blessed Jesus carried me out of my body, in the midst of many people of various conditions, priests, monks, lay people. Moaning loudly, he said, My daughter. Like a poison, self-interest entered all hearts and, like sponges, hearts remained imbued with this poison. This plagued poison has penetrated monasteries, priests, and lay people. My daughter. In front of this poison, the most sublime virtues fall and burst like a fragile glass. As he said this, he wept bitterly. Who could describe the heartbreak of my soul when I saw my very loving Jesus crying? Not knowing what to do to stop him crying, I said nonsense. My dear, please, do not cry. If the others neta I meant pa, ti offensent etont le u avogals parle poison de l'interet personnel, de sort tu ils en sunt tu imbibes. Moi, jetma, jet ilo aet regard cum immendices tout ce qui est terrestre. Jene desire que toi. Par consequent, tu devrais être content de monde amour et cesser de pleurer. Etsi tu éprouves de l'amertume, divers la en moi. J'en serai plus heureux que de te voir pleurer. En entendant ce que je disais. Jesus cesse de pleurer et il divers en moi un peu de son amertume. Ensuite, il m'a fait participer auxiliary souffrances de la croix. Puis il a dit. Les vertus et les mérites que j'ai acquis pour l'homme durant ma passion sont autant de colonies sur lesquelles chacun peut s'appuyer dans sa marche vers l'éternité. Mais, en fuyant ces colonies, l'homme ingrat s'appuie sur la fange et marche sur le chemin de la perdition. Ensuite, il disparat et je suis revenu dans monde corps. I was in my usual state and my sweet Jesus was not coming. After waiting for him a lot, he said to me as soon as I saw him. My daughter, patience is superior to purity. Because, without patience, the soul is easily unleashed. It is difficult for it to maintain itself pure. When one virtue needs another to have life, the second is said to be superior to the first. It can be said that patience is not only the guardian of purity, but that it is also the ladder to rise on the mountain of the force. If someone rose without the ladder of patience, he would immediately rush from the heights into the abyss. Moreover, patience is the seed of perseverance. This produces firmness. Oh! How firm and stable the patient soul is in the good! She doesn't care about rain, frost, ice, or fire. But its sole purpose is to bring to completion the good that has begun. There can be no greater foolishness than that of the one who accomplishes a good today because he likes it, and who abandons it tomorrow because he no longer has the taste. What would we say about an eye that sees at one moment and no longer sees the next moment? A language that sometimes speaks and is sometimes silent? Oh, yes. My daughter, only patience is the secret key that can open the treasure of virtues. Without this secret key, the other virtues would not see the light of day to give life to the soul and ennoble it. This morning, blessed Jesus carried me out of my body. He was seen in a state of stirring even the stones. Oh! How he suffered! It seemed that, unable to take it any more, he wanted to unload himself a little by looking for help. I felt my poor heart break with tenderness. And immediately I removed his crown of thorns and placed it on my head, to give him some relief. Then I said to him, "My sweet good, it has been some time since you renewed for me the sufferings of the cross. Please renew them for me today. That way, you'll be relieved more." He replied, "My beloved, it is necessary that permission be sought from justice. Things have reached such a point that justice cannot allow you to suffer." I did not know how to implore justice when two ladies, who seemed to be in the service of justice, showed up. One was called Tolerance, and the other Concealment. Having asked them to crucify me, Tolerance took a hand from me and nailed it, without wanting to finish the operation. So, I say, oh! Holy Concealment, complete the work of crucifying me. Do you not see that Tolerance has abandoned me? Let me see how much more skillful you are at concealing. Then she completed the work of crucifying me, but in such suffering that if the Lord had not sustained me in his arms, I would certainly have died of pain. After that, blessed Jesus said to me, Fiat4 nécessaire que, parfois au moins, tu subisses ces souffrances. Si tu ne faisais pas, guerre au monde. Tu arriverais-il de lui? Ensuite, je prie Jesus pour plusieurs personnes et je reviens dans mon corps. Finding me in my usual state, blessed Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, when my grace is activated in several people, she celebrates more. It is as for these queens, the more young girls there are, who respond to their every move and which form a crown around them, the more they rejoice and party. You, fix yourself in me and look at me. You will become so seized by me that everything material will be indifferent to you. You must totally fix yourself in me in order to draw me totally into you. For I want to find in you my perfect complacency. Thus, by finding in you all the happiness that it is possible for me to find in a human creature, what others do to me will not displease me so much." While he was saying this, he locked himself in my interior where he was totally pleased. How wealthy I would consider myself to be able to draw my beloved Jesus totally into me. My adorable Jesus continues to come. He made himself seen with resplendent eyes of a very bright and pure light. I was delighted and surprised by this dazzling light. Seeing me so enchanted, without me saying anything to him, Jesus said to me, "My beloved, obedience sees very far and it exceeds in beauty and acuity the very light of the sun. On the contrary, self-esteem has a very short sight, so that she cannot take a step without stumbling. Don't believe that these souls, which always make noise and who are scrupulous see very far. They think they see far, but this is a net that self-esteem gives them. Indeed, having the very short sight, self-love first makes these souls fall. Then it arouses them 1,000 troubles and scruples. What today they hate and scruple and fear, tomorrow they fall there again. So that their lives are reduced to always be entangled in these artificial nets that self-esteem knows very well to give them. On the contrary, obedience, which sees far away, gives death to self-love. Because she sees very far and with extreme precision. The obedient soul immediately foresees where it can make a misstep. With generosity, she abstains. She enjoys the holy freedom of God's children. As darkness attracts other darkness, so the light attracts other light. Thus, the light that is in the obedient soul attracts the light of the Word. Together, they weave the light of all virtues. Stunned to hear this, I say, Lord, what do you say? It seems to me that, for me, this scrupulous way of life is holiness. In a more serious tone, Jesus added, I even tell you that what I have just described to you is the true mark of obedience. And the other way of doing things, this scrupulous way of living, is the true mark of self-love. This last way of life pushes me more to indignation than to love. For when it is the light of truth that makes us see a failure, even if it is small, there must be correction. When it is the short sight of self-love that dominates, it does nothing but hold the soul oppressed, preventing it from developing on the path of true holiness. This morning, I found myself all oppressed and suffering. As soon as I saw my beloved Jesus, He made me see many people plunged into misery. Breaking the silence he had kept for several days, Jesus said to me, My daughter, man is born first in me. This is how he bears within himself the imprint of the divinity. When he comes out of me to be placed in the womb, I order him to walk a little bit of the way. At the end of this path, letting myself be found by him, I receive it again in me and I make him live eternally with me. Do you see how noble man is? Look at where he comes from, where he is going, and what his destiny is. What should be the holiness of this man coming out of such a holy God? But, as he travels his way back to me, man destroys in him what he has received from the divine. It corrupts, so that, in the encounter I make with him to receive him in me, I no longer recognize him and I no longer see in him the divine imprint. I no longer find anything of me in him and no longer recognize him. My justice condemns him to go lost on the path of perdition. How moving it was to hear Jesus talk about this. How many things he made me understand. But my state of suffering prevents me from writing any longer. I continue in my poor state and in the silence of Jesus blessed. This morning I found myself more oppressed than ever, and when he came, he said to me, My daughter, these are not, nor the works, nor preaching, nor even the power of miracles, who made me clearly recognized as the God that I am. It was when I was placed on the cross and lifted up on it as on my own throne, it was then that I was recognized as God. Only the cross revealed to the world and to all hell who I really was. Then all of them were shaken and recognized their Creator. Thus, it is the cross which reveals God to the soul and reveals whether the soul is really of God. It can be said that the cross lays bare all the intimate parts of the soul and reveals to God and to men what is there. He added, I consume souls on two crosses. One is the cross of suffering and the other, the cross of love. In heaven, all 9 choirs of angels love me. Yet, each has its specific function. For example, the special function of the seraphim is love. And their choir is more directly oriented to receive the reflections of my love. So that my love and theirs, by stinging each other, kiss each other continuously. So it is for souls on earth. I give them special functions. To them, I give the martyrdom of suffering, and to those, the martyrdom of love. These 2 martyrs are skillful masters. To sacrifice souls and to make them worthy of my indulgences. This morning I found myself all oppressed and suffering, especially because of my deprivation of my sweet Jesus. After a long wait, as soon as I saw it, he said to me, My daughter, the real way to suffer is not to look from whom comes suffering, nor what one suffers, but to look at the good that must result from it. This has been my way of suffering. I didn't stop, nor to the executioners, nor to suffering, but for the good that I intended to do by means of these sufferings. for the sake of the very people who made me suffer. And in admiring the good that was to result for men, I despised everything else. It was with fearlessness that I followed the course of my sufferings. My daughter, this way of doing things is the easiest and most profitable way of suffering. Not only to suffer with patience, but to suffer with a brave and invincible soul. I continue in my state of deprivation and, therefore, unspeakable bitterness. This morning, my adorable Jesus came and carried me out of my body. It seemed to me that I was in Rome. So many shows could be seen in all social classes. Even in the Vatican, we saw horrible things. And what about the enemies of the Church? How they consumed themselves with rage against her. How many massacres they plotted. But, they could not realize them because our Lord held them as if they were bound. What scared me the most was that I saw my kind Jesus almost about to grant them the freedom to act. Who could describe how dismayed I was? Seeing my dismay, Jesus said to me, "Girl, punishments are absolutely necessary. Rot and gangrene have entered all classes of society. Therefore, iron and fire are necessary so that not all perish. That is why I tell you to conform to my will. I promise to spare some of it. I say, my dear good, I have no heart to conform to you to chastise the world." Jesus continued, "Since I am in the absolute necessity to do so. If you do not comply, I will not come according to my habit and I will not warn you when I pour out the punishments. Then, you, not knowing it, and me, not seeing the one who by all means prevents me from expressing my just indignation, I will give free rein to my fury and you will not have the happiness to make me spare a part of the world. In addition, by not coming and by not pouring out into you those graces that I should have poured out, it will be an additional source of bitterness for me. It will be like in the last few days. Where I have not come so often, I will retain grace within me." While he was saying this, he seemed to want to unload. And, as he approached my mouth, he poured out a very sweet milk. Then he disappeared. Jesus continued to deprive me of his presence and I felt bored and tired. My weak nature wanted to free itself from this state of deprivation. Having compassion on me, my adorable Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, when you withdraw from my will, you begin to live by yourself again. On the contrary, if you remain fixed in my will, you always live by me, dying totally to yourself." He added, "My daughter, be patient. Resign yourself in everything to my will, not for a while, but forever, always. For only perseverance in good shows that the soul is truly virtuous. It is perseverance alone that unites all virtues together. It can be said that only perseverance unites perpetually God and the soul. Virtues and graces. Like a chain, it encircles them. And, by binding them all together, it forms the very sure knot of salvation. Where there is no perseverance, there is much to fear." That said, Jesus disappeared. This morning, I felt all filled with bitterness. Je me voya si mauvaise que je n'osais presque pas me mettre à la recherche de monde suprême et unique bien. Ignorant mes misères, le Seigneur eut pourtant la bienveillance de venir. Il me dit, "My daughter, is it me you want? Well, I have come to rejoice you. Let us stand together, but in silence." After staying together for a while, Jesus carried me out of my body. I could see that the church was celebrating Palm Sunday. Breaking his silence, Jesus said to me, "What instability, what inconstancy! Today they shouted Hosanna, proclaiming me their king. Another day they will cry out, Crucify him, crucify him." My daughter, the thing I don't like the most is inconsistency and instability. For this is a sign that truth does not inhabit the soul. This can be the case in the field of religion. It can happen that the soul finds its satisfaction, comfort, and personal interest, which explains why it is in such an assembly. The next day, these same things may seem less attractive and one can find the soul in the middle of another grouping. And now she is deviating from religion and, without regret, she is engaging in a sect. When the true light of truth enters a soul and takes possession of its heart, that soul is not subject to inconstancy. Even she sacrifices everything out of love for the truth, so that only the truth reigns in her. Thus, with an invincible spirit, she despises everything that does not belong to the truth. While Jesus was saying this, he wept over the condition of the present generations, which are worse than the generations of his time, subject to inconstancy and changing according to the direction of the winds. Continuing in my state of deprivation, it seems to me that this morning I saw Jesus in the company of the Queen Mother for some time. And as my adorable Jesus wore the crown of thorns, I took it away from him and showed myself totally compassionate towards him. While I was doing this, he said to me, "Have compassion for my mother too. For my suffering is the cause of his pain. To have compassion for her is to have compassion for me." Then it seemed to me to find myself on the Mount of Calvary at the time of the crucifixion of our Lord. While Jesus suffered the crucifixion, I saw in him, I do not know how, all the past, present and future generations. And as Jesus contains in him all the generations, he felt all the offenses committed by each of us and he suffered for everyone in general and for everyone in particular. I also saw my sins and the sufferings that Jesus suffered especially for me. I also saw the remedy that Jesus administered to each of us, without the slightest punishment, for our evils and for our eternal salvation. Who could describe all that I saw in Jesus blessed in relation to all men, from the first to the last? When I am out of my body, I see things clearly and distinctly, but when I am in my body, I see them all confused. Hence, to avoid saying nonsense, I stop. My adorable Jesus continues to deprive me of his presence. I feel great bitterness and feel like with a knife stuck in my heart, which gives me a pain to make me cry and scream like a child. Ah! Really, it seems to me that I have become like a child who, as long as she moves away from her mother, cries and screams, to the point of turning the whole household upside down. And there is no cure to make her stop crying, unless she sees herself again in her mother's arms. This is what I am, a true child in virtue. If it were possible for me, I would turn heaven and earth upside down to find my supreme and one good. I calm down only when I am in possession of Jesus. Poor little child that I am. I still feel wrapped in the nappies of childhood. I don't know how to walk alone, I'm very weak. I do not have the capacity of adults who let themselves be guided by reason. This is the extreme necessity I have to dwell with Jesus. Rightly or wrongly, I don't want to know anything. What I want to know is that I want Jesus. I hope the Lord will want to forgive this poor little girl who sometimes commits nonsense. While I was in this state, I briefly saw my adorable Jesus in the act of his resurrection. His face was illuminated with incomparable splendor. It seemed to me that the most holy humanity of our Lord, although living flesh, was resplendent and transparent, so that she was clearly seen as the divinity united to humanity. While I saw him so glorious in a light that came from him, it seems to me that he was telling me, my humanity has received much glory by means of perfect obedience, which, by totally destroying the old nature, has restored to me the new nature, glorious and immortal. Thus, by means of obedience, the soul can form in it the perfect resurrection to the virtues. Here's how. If the soul is afflicted, obedience will make it resurrected to joy. If she is agitated, obedience will make her resurrected to peace. If it is tempted, obedience will give it a stronger chain to bind the enemy, and it will make it resurrect victorious from the diabolical pitfalls. If the soul is besieged by passions and vices, obedience, by killing them, will make it resurrect to virtues. This is what obedience does in the soul. And when the time comes, it will also cause the resurrection of the body. After that, the light receded and Jesus disappeared. I was left with such pain when I saw myself deprived of him again that I felt like I was having a burning fever pushing me to agitate and fall into delirium. Ah! Lord, give me the strength to endure these absences, because I feel lost consciousness. I was at the height of delirium. I was saying nonsense, and I think I was also mingling in some of my flaws. My poor nature felt the full weight of my condition. Staying in my bed seemed worse than the condition of the prison inmates. I would have liked to get out of this state. In addition, I kept repeating my rhyme. That my condition was no longer according to God's will because Jesus was not coming. I wondered what I should do when my patient Jesus came out of my interior. In a serious aspect that inspired me fear, he said to me, "What do you think I would have done if I had been in your situation?" In my interior, I thought, certainly the will of God. Jesus said, "Well, you do that." Then he disappeared. Our Lord had said this so seriously that I felt the full force of his word. Not only its creative force, but also its destructive force. By these words, my interior was so shaken, oppressed, and bitter that I did nothing but cry. I remembered above all the gravity with which Jesus had spoken to me, so I did not dare to say to him, "Come." So, that day, being in this state, I did my meditation without calling it. When in the middle of the day he came, he had a soft appearance, totally transformed from his morning appearance. He said to me, "My daughter, what destruction is about to happen?" While he was saying this, I felt my interior totally changed. Having understood that it was because of the punishments that he did not come, not for any other reason. Meanwhile, I saw 4 venerable people crying because of the words Jesus had said. Wanting to distract himself, blessed Jesus said to me a few words about the virtues. There is a certain fervor and certain virtues, which resemble those young trees that grow around some mature trees and which, not being well rooted in their trunk, dry out as a result of a strong wind or a somewhat strong frost. It may be, however, that after some time they will turn green again, but being exposed to bad weather and changes, they never manage to be mature trees. So are these fervor and virtues that are not well rooted in the trunk of the tree of obedience, that is, in the trunk of the tree of my humanity which has been all obedience. In tribulations and trials, they dry up. They never manage to produce fruit for eternal life. I continue to spend my days deprived of my adorable Jesus. At most, he comes as a shadow or a lightning bolt, leaving my poor heart extremely bitter. I feel its absence so much that all my nerves, fibers, bones and even the drops of my blood are continually struggling in me, telling me, "Where is Jesus? How did you lose it? What did you do to make sure he didn't come anymore? How will we stay here without him? Who will console us for having lost the source of all consolation? Who will strengthen us in our weakness? Who will correct us and reveal our flaws if we are deprived of this light?" More than an electric current, this light penetrated our most intimate hiding places and, with the most ineffable gentleness, it corrected and healed our wounds. Without Jesus, everything is misery, everything is desolation, everything is dark. How will we do it? Despite this, in the depths of my will, I felt resigned. I continued my journey by offering his absence out of love for him, as my greatest sacrifice. Everything else was waging a continual war against me and torturing me. Ah! Lord, how much it costs me to have known you and how high you make me pay for your past visits. While I was in this state, he was briefly seen and said to me, "My grace is a part of me. You, possessing my grace, all that it forms in your being cannot remain without me out of strict necessity. Here's the reason for which everything in you calls me and for which you are continually tortured. Being imbued and filled with a part of myself, souls are at peace and are content only when they possess me, not only in part, but totally." As I had complained about my harsh situation, Jesus added, "During my passion, I too have experienced extreme abandonment. although my will was always united with that of my Father and that of the Holy Spirit. I wanted to suffer this in order to deify the cross in all things. So much so that, looking at me and looking at the cross, you will find in both of them the same splendor, the same teachings and the same mirror in which you can continually put yourself, without you seeing any difference between getting into one or the other. I continue in my usual state. As soon as I saw my sweet Jesus with a cross in his hand and about to throw it over the world, he said to me, "My daughter, the world is still corrupt. But there are times when it reaches such a high degree of corruption that, if I did not pour out a part of my cross on him, people would all perish in corruption. This was the case when I came into the world. Only the cross saved many of them from the corruption in which they were immersed. So it is in these times. Corruption has reached such a level that if I did not pour out on them plagues, thorns and crosses, by also making them shed their blood, people would remain submerged in the floods of corruption." While he was saying this, he seemed to throw this cross on the world and the punishments followed one another. I felt all distressed, confused, and almost desperate to see my adorable Jesus again. He came unexpectedly and said to me, "Do you know what I expect of you? I want you in everything like me, as much in the works as in the intentions. I want you to be respectful to everyone. Because respecting everyone gives peace to oneself and to others. I want you to consider yourself the smallest of all. I want you to meditate on all my instructions always in your mind and I want you to keep them in your heart. So that when the opportunities arise, you will always find your mind and heart ready to use my instructions and to put them into practice. In short, I want your life to be an overflow of mine." As he said this, I saw behind the Lord a frost and a fire that descended on the earth and harmed the crops. I said to him, "Lord, what are you doing? Poor people!" And he, without paying attention to me, disappeared. After a long silence on his part, my adorable Jesus tells me at most a few words about the plagues he wants to pour out. This morning, I found myself oppressed and tired because of my difficult situation and especially because of the continual absences of Jesus. Having shown himself briefly, he said to me, "My daughter, crosses and tribulations are the bread of eternal beatitude." I understood that if we suffer more, the more abundant and tastier will be the bread that will nourish us in the heavenly sojourn. In other words, the more we suffer, the more assured we are of future glory. Finding myself in my usual state, I saw my sweet Jesus briefly. I began to complain about my poor condition caused by his absences. I told him that I was experiencing a kind of physical and moral fatigue, as if I felt my poor nature crushed and that I felt weakened on all sides. He said to me, "My daughter, don't fear because you feel weakened on all sides. Don't you know that everything must be sacrificed for me? Not only the soul, but also the body? Don't you know that from all parts of your being, I demand my glory? Don't you know that the state of union, we move to another state called the state of consumption? It is true that, since I have to chastise the world, I do not come to visit you according to my habit. But I also use this suffering for you, for your benefit, which is not only to keep you united with me, but to consume you with my love. In fact, by not coming and you, by feeling weakened because of my absence, do you not come to consume yourself for me? You're not really right to grieve. First of all, because when you see me, it is always from your interior that you see me coming out, which is a sure sign that I am there with you. Moreover, there is not a day that has passed when you can say that you did not see me perfectly." Then, taking a softer and more benevolent tone of voice, he added, "My daughter, I highly recommend you not to let the slightest act that does not reflect escape from you. Patience, resignation, softness, balance and tranquility in everything. Otherwise, you would come to dishonor me. It is as for a king who would inhabit a palace. well rich internally, but which, externally, would appear all cracked, discolored and on the verge of collapse. Wouldn't it say? How can it be that a king inhabits a palace that seems so dilapidated, to the point that one is even afraid to approach it? What kind of king inhabits this palace? Would that not be a disgrace to this king? Think that if something comes out of you that is not virtuous, people would say the same thing about you and about me. I would be dishonored, since I dwell inside of you. Finding me in my usual state, my most gentle Jesus was seen briefly, totally merged into me. He said to me, "My daughter, do you want to know what the signs are? To recognize if the soul possesses my grace?" I replied, "Lord, do as please your most holy goodness." He continued, "The first sign of whether the soul possesses my grace is that everything she can hear or see outside of herself from God makes him feel inwardly a sweetness and a sweetness all divine, which cannot be comparable to anything human or terrestrial. It is as for a mother who, simply to the breath or voice of his child, recognizes in him the fruit of her womb, which makes her jubilant with joy. It is also like two close friends who, as they converse together, share each other the same feelings, the same interests, the same joys and afflictions. Seeing that they have the same affinities, they experience great pleasure and joy, and they get so much love from it that they cannot detach themselves from each other. This is the case for the inner grace that resides in the soul. When the person sees externally the fruit of what inhabits him internally, she feels such a great joy and sweetness that she cannot express it. The second sign is that the discourse of the soul that possesses grace is peaceful and has the power to implant peace in others. While the same speech said by the one who does not possess grace makes no impression and brings no peace, then, my daughter, grace strips the soul of everything. From the humanity of the person, it forms a veil covering the soul, so that if this veil is discarded, one discovers the paradise hidden in this soul. It is therefore not surprising to find in this soul true humility, obedience and the other virtues. Since there is nothing left of the person but a simple veil, the soul clearly sees that within it there is only grace, who acts and which holds in order all the virtues. Grace allows the soul to dwell in a continual disposition of openness to God. While I had a certain fear about the state of my soul, my adorable Jesus came unexpectedly and said to me, "My daughter, do not fear. For I alone am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all your desires." As a result of these words, I calmed down in Jesus. May everything be for the glory of God and blessed be His holy name. After several days of absence, Jesus was kind enough to come this morning and carried me out of my body. While I was in the presence of blessed Jesus, I saw many people and the evils of the present generation. My adorable Jesus cast a look of compassion upon them and, turning to me, he said to me, "My daughter, do you want to know where evil begins in man? The beginning is when man is at the age when he barely knows himself. That is, when he begins to have the age of reason. He then said to himself, 'I am someone.' Believing himself to be someone, man moves away from me. He does not trust in me who is the all. All his confidence and strength, he draws it from himself. And, because of this, he may end up losing all good principles. And, having lost its good principles, what will happen to its end? Imagine it yourself, my daughter. Moreover, by moving away from me who contains all good, what can a man who has become an ocean of evil expect from good? Without me, everything is corruption and misery, without the shadow of the true good. This is how today's society is." Hearing this, I felt such great affliction that I cannot express it. Wanting to relieve me, Jesus carried me elsewhere. And, being alone with my beloved Jesus, I said to him, "Tell me, do you love me?" He said, "Yes." I continued, "I'm not satisfied with just this yes. I would like you to explain to me better how much you love me." He said, "My love for you is so great that not only has it had no beginning, but it will have no end." In these few words, you can understand how great, strong, and constant is my love for you. For a few moments, I think about this, and I saw an abyss of distance between my love and his. Confused, I say, "Lord, what a difference there is between my love and yours. Not only has my love had a beginning, but in my past I see voids in my soul for not loving you." Plein de compassion, Jesus me dit. Ma bien aimé. Il put y avoir de ressemblance entre l'amour du Créateur et celui de la créature. Toutefois, j'ai verti dire une chose qui te servira de consolation et à laquelle tu n'as jamais pensé. Pendant tout le cours de sa vie. Choc aime doit aimer constamment sans aucun intervalle. N'aimant pas toujours, les nl des vides pour chacun. Des jours, des heures et des minutes ou négligé de aimer. Personne ne pourra entrer au ciel s'il n'a pas comme ces vides. L'aime pour les combler. N'aimant doublement pendant le reste de sa vie ou. S'il n'y arrive pas, parle faut du purgatoire. Quant à toi, lorsque tu es privé de moi. La privation de l'objet me fait redoubler ton amour et par cela, tu parviens à combler les vides qui se trouvent dans ton âme. J'ai lui dis. Monde du bien. Laisse-moi venir avec toi dans le ciel et. If you don't want it to be forever, at least for a while. Please, please me. He replied. Don't you know that in order to enter this blessed sojourn, the soul must be fully transformed into me so as to be like another Christ? Otherwise, what would you look like in the midst of the other blesseds? You would be ashamed to stand here, in their midst. I replied. It's true that I'm very different from you. But, if you want, you can make me as I should be. To satisfy me, Jesus totally enclosed me in him. So that I no longer saw myself, but only him, and, in this way, we have risen to heaven. When we arrived at a certain place, we found ourselves before an indescribable light. Before this light, I experienced a new life, an incomparable joy, never experienced before. How happy I felt! Even, it seemed to me to find myself in the fullness of all bliss. As we advanced before this light, I felt great fear. I would have liked to praise the Lord, to give thanks to him, but, not knowing what to say, I recited 3 Gloria Patri. To which Jesus and I responded together. It barely finished, like a lightning bolt. I found myself in the miserable prison of my body. Ah! Lord, how little time did my happiness last! It seems to me that the clay of my body is too hard and that it would take a hard blow to break, because it prevents my soul from detaching itself from this miserable earth. I hope that a violent shock will not only break this clay, but spray it. Then, having no more house to dwell on this earth, thou shalt have mercy on me, and you will welcome me forever in the heavenly sojourn, for the rest of his life. Or, if it does not succeed, by the fire of purgatory. I was in my usual state and my adorable Jesus was not coming. After having given myself a lot of trouble and after having almost lost the hope of seeing him again, he came unexpectedly and said to me, "My daughter, your voice is sweet to me. How sweet is for the chick the voice of his mother, when she comes back after going to glean some food. What does the little bird do when its mother returns? Hearing his mother's voice, he feels sweetness and celebrates. After the mother has deposited the food in her mouth, he snuggles under the maternal wing for warm up, protect yourself from the weather of the air and rest safely. Oh! How pleasant is for the little bird to stand under the maternal wing. This is what you are to me. You are the wing under which I warm myself, which gives me strength, which defends me. You allow me to rest safely. Oh! How pleasant it is for me to stay under this wing." That said, Jesus disappeared. As for me, I was all confused and full of shame, knowing how bad I am. But obedience wanted to increase my confusion by forcing me to write this. May the most holy will of God be done always. I had many doubts about my condition. When my adorable Jesus came, he said to me, "Girl, don't be afraid. What I recommend to you is to always remain in accordance with my will. For when the divine will is in the soul, nor the evil will, nor the human will, do not have the strength to enter the soul to make a toy." After that, it seemed to me to see Jesus crucified. Having made me participate, not only to his sufferings, but also to some sufferings of another person, the Lord added, "This is true charity. Destroy oneself to give life to others. It is to take upon oneself the evils of others and to give oneself as their own good." My confessor had raised some doubts. And when blessed Jesus came, he was with my confessor. Jesus said to him, "My work is always based on the truth and, although it sometimes seems obscure, hidden under the riddles, one cannot help but say that it conforms to the truth. Although the creature does not understand it clearly, it does not destroy its truth. It makes it much clearer what my divine way of operating is. Because it is finite, the creature cannot embrace or understand the infinite. At most, she can understand and kiss some glimmers. Were the many things I said in the scriptures and how I operated among the saints really clearly understood? Oh! How many things have remained in the darkness and in the enigma! How many gifted minds and learned minds have grown tired of trying to interpret them! And what did they understand? A big nothing compared to what remains to be known. Does this compromise the truth? Not at all. It even makes it shine more. That is why your eye must seek to discern if it is the true virtue. If one feels in everything that one is in the truth, although there is sometimes darkness. For the rest, one must remain quiet and in holy peace. That said, Jesus disappeared and I returned to my body. Being in my usual state, blessed Jesus carried me out of my body in the midst of a crowd of people. What blindness! Almost all of them were blind and a few had short vision. There were barely a few with a piercing view. They stood out like suns in the middle of the stars. Totally absorbed by the divine Sunday. This view was granted to them because they had fixed themselves in the light of the incarnate Word. Full of compassion, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how much pride has ruined the world. Pride has come to destroy that little light of reason that all carry within them at birth. Know, however, that the virtue that exalts God the most is humility. The virtue that exalts the creature most before God and before men is also humility." That said, Jesus disappeared. Later, he came back breathless and distressed and added, "My daughter, 3 terrible punishments are about to happen." Then he disappeared like lightning, without giving me time to say a single word to him. This morning, my adorable Jesus was not coming. After a long wait, the Virgin Mother came, taking Jesus almost by force. For he was fleeing. Then the Most Holy Virgin said to me, "My daughter, don't get tired of calling her, be unwelcome. This flight from Jesus is a sign that he wants to send chastisements. That is why he flees from the sight of loved ones. You don't stop. For the soul that possesses grace is powerful. On hell. On men and on God himself. Grace being a part of God. Doesn't the soul that possesses it have great power over what it possesses?" Subsequently, after having given myself a lot of trouble, constrained as I was by the Mother Queen, Jesus came. But he had an imposing and serious appearance, so that we did not dare to talk to him. I didn't know how to get him to leave this imposing aspect. I thought I'd come forward to talk to him, which I did by telling him nonsense like, "My sweet good, let us love each other. If we don't love ourselves, who is going to love us? If you don't settle for my love, who can ever be satisfied with you? Please give me a sure sign that you are happy with my love. Otherwise I will lose consciousness, I will die." Who could describe all the nonsense I said? I think it is better to ignore it. However, it seems that I have managed to put an end to this imposing air of Jesus. He said to me, I will be satisfied with your love when it overcomes the waves of the iniquities of men. Therefore, think about growing your love and I will be happier with you. Then he disappeared. While I was in my usual state, my blessed Jesus was slow to come. I felt like I was dying because of his absence. He came unexpectedly and said to me, My daughter, as the eyes are the sight of the body, so mortification is the sight of the soul. It can be said that mortification is the eye of the soul. Then he disappeared. This morning, after I had received the Eucharist, my adorable Jesus was seen very suffering and offended, which prompted me to compassion. I hugged him and said, My sweet good, how kind and desirable you are. How come men don't love you? How do they manage to offend you? By loving you, we find everything. Loving you includes all the goods, whereas if we do not love you, all the goods escape us. Yet, who loves you? But, please, my dearest treasure, put aside the offenses of men and, for a few moments, let us pour out our love together. Then Jesus called all the members of the heavenly court to be the spectators of our love and he said, All the love of heaven would not satisfy me if your love were not united in it. Especially because this heavenly love is my possession that no one can take away from me. While the love of those who walk on this earth is like a possession that I am in the process of acquiring. Since my grace is a part of myself and since my being is extremely active. When grace flows to enter hearts, souls on the way can trade in it, which increases its properties. I feel such a delight that, if I were to miss it, I would be very bitter. That is why, without your love, all the love of heaven would hardly satisfy me. You know how to do well to trade my love. So that by loving me in everything, you will make me happy and satisfied. Who could say how stunned I was to hear that? How many things I have understood about love. But my tongue is just stammering, and that's why I'm stopping here. Continuing in my usual state, I found myself out of my body. Having set out in search of Jesus, it was the Mother Queen that I found. As I was oppressed and tired, I told her, My very sweet mother, I have lost the way to find Jesus, I do not know where to go or what to do to find him. It was while crying that I said that. She said to me, My daughter, follow me and you will find the way as well as Jesus himself. I will even teach you the secret that will allow you to always stay with Jesus and to live always happy, even on this earth. Here's how. Fix in you the thought that only Jesus and you exist in this world and no one else. Remember that Jesus is the only one to whom you must please. The only one you have to indulge in and the only one you must love. From him alone you must expect to be loved and content in everything. Living in this way, you with Jesus, you will no longer be impressed if you are surrounded. Contempt or praise. Parents or foreigners. Friends or enemies. Jesus alone will be all your happiness and Jesus alone will suffice you in everything. My daughter, as long as all that exists here on earth will not totally disappear from your soul, you will not be able to find true and perpetual happiness. While she was saying this, Jesus came out like lightning and found himself in our midst. I grabbed him and took him with me. After that, I found myself in my body. This morning I saw my adorable Jesus with the Holy Father. It seems to me that Jesus said to him, All your sufferings so far are nothing but everything I have gone through. From the beginning of my passion until I am sentenced to death. My grandson, you have nothing left but to carry your cross to Calvary. While he was saying this, it seemed like Jesus was blessed. Took a cross and placed it on the shoulders of the Holy Father. By helping him to wear it, Jesus added, My church looks like a moribund woman. Especially with regard to social conditions. It seems that his enemies are anxiously awaiting his death cry. But, Courage, my grandson. After you have arrived on the mountain, when the elevation of the cross takes place, all will wake up. The Church will strip itself of its moribund aspect and regain its full vigor. Only the cross is the means for this, as only the cross was the only means. To fill the void that sin had made end. To bridge the infinite distance that existed between God and man. In these times, only the cross will enable my courageous and resplendent Church to raise the forehead to confuse and flee his enemies. That said, Jesus disappeared. Soon after, my beloved Jesus returned. All afflicted, he says. My daughter, how saddened by today's society. It is made up of my members and I cannot help but love them. It happens to me like someone who has an infected and injured arm or hand. Does he hate that member? Does he hate it? Ah! Not at all. On the contrary, he provides her with all the necessary care. Who knows all that he spends on healing? This wounded limb causes suffering his whole body which he keeps oppressed and afflicted until he heals. That is my situation. I see my limbs infected and injured, and I suffer from it. Because of this, I feel inclined to love them more. Oh! How different my love is from that of my creatures. Je suis contract ain't de la mais parce que els sunt mens. Mais els n'aiment pas comme el un de leurs. Etsi els m'aiment seulement pour leur propre avantage. Monday adorable Jesus continue de venir. Ce matin, dès que j'ai vis, j'ai éprouvé l'envie de lui demander s'il m'avait pardon mes péchés. J'ai lui dis, Monday du amour, combien j'ai désire ardemment que tu me dises de ta propre bouche si tu m'as pardon tous mes péchés. Jesus esproca de Monday oral et, de son regard, il semblait scruter dans tout Monday intérieur. He said to me, all is forgiven and I forgive you all your sins. You only have a few peccadillos left committed hastily and without your consent. I give them to you too. After that, it seems to me that Jesus placed himself behind my back. And, by touching my kidneys, he strengthened them totally. Who could describe what I experienced as a result of this touch? I can only say that I have experienced a refreshing fire and purity accompanied by great strength. After he touched my kidneys, I begged him to do the same for my heart. To satisfy me, he did. Then it seemed to me that Jesus blessed was tired because of me and I said to him, my sweet life, you're tired because of me, aren't you? Jesus answered, yes. At least be grateful for the graces I am giving you. For gratitude is the key to opening God's treasures for one's own pleasure. Know, however, that what I have done will serve you to protect yourself from corruption, strengthen you, and to place your soul and body to eternal glory. After that, it seems to me that he carried me out of my body. He made me see a multitude of people, the good they could have done but did not do. And, therefore, the glory that God should have received but did not receive. All afflicted, Jesus said, my beloved, my heart burns for my glory and for the good of souls. The good that people fail to do creates voids in relation to my glory and their soul. Even if they don't do any harm. By not doing the good they could do, these people look like those empty rooms, which, although beautiful, have nothing that attracts admiration or strikes the eye. Therefore, the owner does not receive any glory from it. If they do a good deed and neglect another, these people are like those stripped rooms in which you can barely see a few objects arranged without order. My beloved, enter into me to take part in the sufferings of the ardor of my heart. He lives them for the glory of the divine majesty and for the good of souls. Seek to fill these voids of my glory. You will be able to do this by not letting pass any moment of your life that is not united to my life. In other words, to all your actions. Whether it is prayer or suffering, rest or work, silence or conversation, sadness or joy, or even food you take. In short, to everything that can happen to you. You will add the intention to give me all the glory that should be given to me through these actions. You will add the intention to make up for the good, which souls should do, but do not, and to make up for the glory not received because of it. If you do that, thou shalt somehow fill the voids in the glory which I must receive from creatures, and my heart shall experience a refreshment of them in its ardor. From this refreshment will flow streams of graces for the benefit of mortals, which will infuse them with greater strength to do good. Then I went back into my body. When my beloved Jesus returned, I almost felt the fear of not corresponding to the graces that the Lord gives me as a result of that word he said to me before and which had imprinted itself on me, at least be grateful. Seeing me with this fear, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, courage, do not fear. Love will make up for everything. Besides, by really applying your will to do what I want, even if you miss sometimes, I will make up for it. So don't be afraid. Know, however, that true love is ingenious and that true genius achieves everything. When loving love is found in a soul, a love that laments the sufferings of the loved one, as if these sufferings were his own. A love that comes to take upon oneself to suffer what the loved one should suffer. This love is the most heroic, it is the one that most resembles my love. In fact, it is very difficult to find someone who is willing to give up their own life. If, in all your being, there is nothing but love, then, if you can't please me one way, you'll be able to do it in another. I tell you more that, if you are in possession of these three loves, it will happen to me as it happens to someone who is insulted, offended, and outraged by all, although among so many people, there is one who loves him, who has mercy on him and who makes reparation for all. What does this person do? She fixes her gaze on the loved one and, finding in it the reparation, he forgets all the outrages and gives his favors and graces to the very people who insult him. This morning, my adorable Jesus was not coming. While my mind was busy to consider the mystery of the crowning of thorns, I remembered that on other occasions, while I meditated on this mystery, the Lord had been pleased to remove the crown of thorns from his head and to push it over mine. And I said to myself inwardly, "Ah, Lord, I am no longer worthy to suffer your thorns." Jesus came unexpectedly and said to me, "My daughter, when you suffer from my own thorns, you relieve me. While you suffer from it, I feel completely free from these sufferings. Moreover, when you humiliate yourself and think you are unworthy of suffering them, you make reparation to me for all the sins of pride that are committed in the world." I said, "Ah, Lord, for all the drops of blood and tears you shed, for all the thorns from which you have suffered, for all the wounds you have received, I want to give you as much glory as this. What should all creatures have given you if the sin of pride had not existed? I also want to ask you for all creatures all the graces necessary for the destruction of the sin of pride." As I said this, I saw that Jesus contained in him the whole world, in the same way that a machine contains in it all its parts. All creatures stirred in Jesus, and Jesus moved towards them. It seemed that Jesus was receiving the glory of my intention and that the creatures were returning to him so that I could receive the good I had invoked for them. I was stunned. Seeing my astonishment, Jesus said to me, "All this seems surprising to you, doesn't it? What you have done seems insignificant, but it is not so. What good we could do if we repeated this intention, but we don't." That said, he disappeared. I continue to do what blessed Jesus taught me on the 4th day of this month, although sometimes I am distracted. When I forget, it seems to me that Jesus watches in my interior and does it for me. So I blushed, and immediately I unite with him and make the offering of what I am doing. Whether it is just a glance or a word, I do it by saying, "Lord, I want to give you with my mouth all the glory that the creatures should give you with their mouth and do not give you, uniting my mouth with yours. And I implore for the creatures' grace to make good and holy use of their mouths. While I was doing this for everything, Jesus came and said to me, "Here is the continuation of my life which was for the glory of the Father and the good of souls. If you persevere in this, thou shalt form my life and I shall form yours. You will be my breath and I will be yours." Afterwards, Jesus placed himself on my heart to rest, and I on his. It seemed to me that Jesus was drawing his breath from me and I was drawing my breath from him. What bliss, what joy, what heavenly life I was experiencing! May grace always be given to the Lord. May the Lord always be blessed. He who is so merciful to the sinner that I am. After living for several days in Jesus' absence, today, as I was about to meditate, my mind was occupied with something else. By means of an inner light, I understood that when the soul comes out of the body, it enters into God. God being very pure love, the soul enters into him when it is totally love. God receives no one in him who is not in all things like him. By finding a soul that is all love, God welcomes it and makes it participate in all his gifts. Without being in heaven, we can dwell in God as we dwell here on earth in our room. It seems to me that we can do this even during our earthly life, which saves us from suffering and will spare us from the fire of purgatory. Thus, at the end of our earthly life, we will be introduced immediately, without any delay, into God our greatest good. It seems to me to understand it this way: logs are the food of fire. It is when we realize that they no longer produce smoke that we are sure that they are totally transformed into fire. The principle and the end of all our actions must be the fire of God's love. The logs that must feed this fire are crosses and mortifications. The smoke that rises in the midst of logs and fire is formed by our passions and evil inclinations that often resurface. The sign that everything in us is consumed by fire is when our passions remain in place and we no longer feel fond of anything that does not concern God. It seems that thanks to this fire of God's love, we are freed to dwell in our God without any obstacle. We will thus be able to enjoy paradise from this earth. This morning, my adorable Jesus came all glorious, with its resplendent wounds more than the sun, and with a cross in his hand. I also saw a wheel with 4 protruding angles. It seemed that the light was escaping from one of these angles and that the side from which the light escaped was in darkness. There were people who were in this darkness, as if abandoned by God. We saw bloody wars that followed one another, against the church and between the people themselves. It seemed to me that the things that blessed Jesus had told me about before concerning the future were approaching a quick step. Seeing all this, our Lord was moved with compassion. He approached the dark part of the wheel and threw over the cross he was holding in his hand, saying in a loud voice, "Glory to the cross." It seemed to me that this cross recalled the light. While the people, when they woke up, begged for help and help, Jesus repeated, "All triumph and glory will come from the cross. Otherwise, the remedies will aggravate the ailments themselves." So the cross, the cross. Who could describe how distressed and worried I was about what might happen? This morning, my adorable Jesus came and carried me out of my body into the midst of the people. Who can describe the evils, the horrors that we saw? All afflicted, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, what stench transmits the earth, she who should be one with heaven? Like, in heaven, they do nothing but love me, praise me, and give me thanks." The echo of heaven was to absorb the echo of the earth, the 2 echoes forming one. But, the land has become unbearable. You, unite with heaven and, in the name of all, give me satisfaction. In an instant, I found myself in the midst of angels and saints. I can't explain how, I perceived what they were singing and saying. Like them, I did my part in the name of the whole earth. After that, all happy and turning to all, my sweet Jesus said, "Behold, coming from the earth, an angelic note. How satisfied I feel." As he said this, as if to reward me, Jesus took me in his arms. He kissed me non-stop, showing me to the whole heavenly court as the object of his dearest indulgences. Seeing this, the angels said, Lord, we beg you to show the whole world what you have done in this soul. By a prodigious sign of your omnipotence. For your glory and for the good of souls. Do not hold hidden any more the treasures that you have poured into her. Thus, by seeing and touching with your finger the work of your Almighty operated in one of their own, this testimony will be source of repentance for the evil end. A greater stimulus for those who want to be good. Hearing this, I felt seized by a certain fear and, by totally annihilating myself, to the point that I saw myself as a little fish, I threw myself into the heart of Jesus saying, Lord, I want nothing but you and to be hidden in you. I have always asked you to do this and I ask you to confirm it. That said, I locked myself in the interior of Jesus. As if I were swimming in the very vast oceans within God. Jesus said to everyone, have you not heard it? She wants nothing but me and to be hidden in me. This is his greatest happiness. Me, seeing such a pure intention, I feel more attracted to it. And, seeing his disgust at showing himself to the world as a prodigious sign operated by me, so as not to contragate it, I do not concede to you what you are asking me. It seemed to me that the angels were insisting, but I didn't pay attention to anyone anymore. I was doing nothing but swimming in God to try to understand the divine interior. In doing so, it seemed to me to be like a small child, trying to hug in his little hand an object of disproportionate size. While he tries to seize it, the object escapes him. It is hardly if he manages to touch it. So that the child can neither say how much he weighs, nor how tall he is. Or, I'm like that other child, who has not been able to do advanced studies. With anxiety, he tries to learn everything in a short time. But he could barely learn the first letters of the alphabet. Thus, the creature can say nothing but, I touched him. It is beautiful. It is huge. There is no property he does not own. How beautiful is it? How great is it? How much property does he own? I can't say. Thus, the creature can only say of God the first letters of the alphabet. It must drop any advanced study. Even in heaven, as creatures, my dearest brothers angels and saints do not have the ability to understand everything about their Creator. They are like so many vessels filled with God. But, when you want to fill them further, these containers overflow. I think I am saying a lot of nonsense, that's why I stop. Having received the Eucharist, I wondered how I could make a more special offering to Jesus. How to show him my love and how to please him more. Then I said to him, my most beloved Jesus, I offer you my heart, to satisfy you and to sing your eternal praises. I offer you my whole being, even the smallest parcels of my body, like so many walls that I erect before you, to prevent any offense from being committed against you. If possible, I take upon myself all these offenses for your pleasure, until the day of judgment. I want my offering to be complete and give you satisfaction for all. My intention is that, all the sufferings I will experience, taking upon me the offenses that are done to you, provide you all this glory, that the saints who are in heaven should have given you when they were on earth. All this glory, what should the souls of purgatory give you, and all this glory, which belongs to you from all men past, present, and future. I offer this offering to you for all in general and for everyone in particular. No sooner had I finished speaking than Jesus, blessed, all moved by this offering, said to me, my beloved, you cannot understand the great happiness you have given me by offering yourself in this way. You have bandaged all my wounds. You have given me satisfaction for all past, present and future offenses. For all eternity, I will consider your offering as a most precious stone that will glorify me eternally. Every time I look at it, I will give you new and greater eternal glory. My daughter, there can be no greater obstacle which prevents the union between me and creatures and which opposes my grace as the own will. You, offering me your heart to give me satisfaction. You have emptied yourself of yourself. I, seeing you emptied of yourself, I poured myself totally into you. From your heart, a praise has come to me, bringing me the same notes of praise as from my heart, I continually give to my Father, to satisfy the glory that men do not give him. As he said this, I saw that, by virtue of my offering, many small streams came out of all parts of my being and poured out on blessed Jesus. These streams, becoming more impetuous and abundant, Jesus then poured them out on the whole celestial court, on purgatory, and all over the world. Oh, goodness of my Jesus! Accept such a miserable offering and reward it with so many graces. Oh, wonder of holy and pious intentions! If we used it in all our works, even banal ones, what sublime trade would we not make? How many eternal goods would we not acquire? How much additional glory would we not give to the Lord? This morning, I had a hard time waiting for my adorable Jesus. Yet, while I was waiting for him, I was doing everything I could to unite all my actions within our Lord. I added to this the intention of giving him all that glory and reparations that come from his most holy humanity. While I was doing this, blessed Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, when the soul uses my humanity to do all that it does, if only a thought, a breath, or any act, his actions are like so many precious stones, which come out of my humanity and who present themselves before the divinity. And since they are produced by the means of my humanity, these actions have the same effects than the works I did when I was on earth. I say, ah, Lord, I have some doubt about what you say. How can it be that by a simple intention in my actions, even in the smallest things, these actions produce such great effects? When you look at it carefully, these actions are really things of nothing, empty. Yet, it seems that the only intention to unite an action with yours only for the purpose of pleasing you. Fulfill this action, which you elevate in a supreme way, by making it look like a very big thing." Jesus continued, "Ah, my daughter, the action of the creature is empty, even if it is a great action. It is the union with mine for the simple purpose of pleasing me that fulfills it. And since an action done by me, even if only a breath, infinitely exceeds all the actions of the creatures put together, that is the reason why this action is so great. Besides, don't you know that he who uses my humanity to carry out his actions feeds on the fruits of my own humanity and feeds on my own food? Don't you also know that it is good intention that makes man a saint and it is the bad intention that makes him a villain? Men often do the same actions, but, by these actions, one sanctifies himself and the other is perverted." While he was saying that, I saw inside our Lord a green tree full of beautiful fruits. Those souls who operated to please only God, by means of his humanity. I saw them on this tree inside Jesus. The humanity of Jesus served as their abode. However, how small their number was. I spent several days in the absence and silence of Jesus. This morning, when he came, Jesus continued to remain silent. Although I almost always kept Jesus with me, despite all my efforts, I failed to get him to say a single word. It seemed to me that he was holding something in his interior that saddened him so much that he was taciturn. And he didn't want me to know what was going on. While Jesus was with me, it seemed to me to see the Mother Queen. When she saw Jesus with me, she said to me, "Do you hold it back? It is a lesser evil that he be with you because, if he has to vent his righteous fury, since he is with you, you will know how to hold him back. My daughter, beg him to restrain the plagues. The malevolent are all ready to act, but they are bound by a supreme power that prevents them from taking action. And if divine justice allowed them to take action, by not doing it when they like it, the following good will come out of it: they will recognize the divine authority over them and they will say, 'We have done it, because the power has been given to us from above.' My daughter, What a war is brewing in the moral world! It is horrible to see. Yet the first thing one should seek in society, in families, and in every soul should be peace. Without peace, everything becomes unhealthy, even the virtues themselves. Charity and repentance, without peace, bring neither health nor true holiness. Yet, if necessary and so healthy, peace has moved away from today's world. We want nothing but unrest and wars. Pray, my daughter, pray. Blessed Jesus came hastily like a bolt of lightning. In this flash, he brought out from his interior a particular characteristic of one of his attributes. How many things he made me understand through this lightning! However, now that this lightning has receded, my mind remains in darkness and cannot find the words to describe what it has understood through this flash of light. Moreover, since these are things that touch the divinity, human language has difficulty describing them. The more the soul strives to do this, the more silent it remains. In these things, she is always like a small newborn child. But, obedience wants me to try to describe what little I am capable of and, therefore, I execute. It seemed to me that God contains in him all the goods. So that, in finding these goods, it is not necessary to go elsewhere to perceive the immensity of God. God alone is enough to find all that belongs to him. In a flash, he showed me a special feature of her beauty. Who can tell how beautiful he is? I can only say that all angelic and human beauties, the beauty of the flowers and fruits, the splendid azure and the starry sky, which seem to enchant us and tell us of supreme beauty, are only a shadow or a breath in comparison to the beauty of God. In other words, these beauties are just small drops of dew in comparison to the immense waters of the sea. I continue, because my mind begins to scatter. In another flash, Jesus showed me a special characteristic of his attribute of charity. God is 3 times holy. How can I, so miserable, open my mouth to talk about this attribute which is the source from which all its other attributes derive? I will only say what I have understood with regard to human nature. I understood that when God creates us, this attribute of charity pours into us and fills us totally, so that if the soul corresponds, our nature should be transformed into charity for God. But if the soul spreads in love, creatures, pleasures, personal interests, or something else, then this divine breath begins to leave the soul. And if the soul comes to scatter in everything, it becomes empty of divine charity. And as one does not enter heaven unless one is full of very pure charity and all divine, if the soul is not filled with this charity, it will recover that breath of charity received at the time of its creation in the flames of purgatory. It will not come out of there until it overflows with charity. Who knows what a long step she will have to take in this place of atonement? If so it is with the creature, what about the Creator? I think I am saying a lot of nonsense. But I am not surprised, since I am not at all gifted. I am a pure ignorant. If there is anything truthful in these writings, it does not come from me, but from God. As for me, I am still the ignorant little one that I am. This morning, blessed Jesus came. It seemed to me that he was making a circle with his arms as if to lock me in. As he hugged me, he said to me, "My daughter, when the soul does everything for me, everything remains locked inside this circle. Nothing comes out outside, not even a sigh, a heartbeat or any movement. Everything enters into me and, into me, everything is compiled. As a reward, I bring everything back into the soul, but redoubled with graces. The soul, by pouring this out again into me and I back into it, comes to acquire a surprising capital of graces. And all this makes my delights, to give to the creature what it has given me as if it were his own by always adding mine. The one who, out of ingratitude, prevents me from giving him what I want deprives me of my innocent pleasures. He who does not act for me, everything he does comes out of my circle and is scattered like dust carried away by a strong wind. I spent several days in fear and doubts about my condition. I thought it was entirely the fruit of my imagination. Sometimes my mind would focus so much on this that I would come to complain to our Lord and displease myself in His presence by saying, "What suffering! What a disgrace to have been a victim of my imagination! I thought I was seeing you and, on the contrary, it was totally a hallucination of my imagination. I thought I was fulfilling your will by staying in this bed all this time, but who knows if it wasn't also a figment of my imagination. Lord, just thinking about it makes me suffer and frighten me. Your will softens everything, but it makes me bitter even in the marrow of my bones. Please, give me the strength to get out of this imaginary state." I was so fixated on this thought that I could no longer distract myself, so that I could think that my imagination had prepared a place for me in hell. I was trying to get rid of this thought by saying, "Well, I will use my imagination to love Jesus in hell." While I was in this state of obsession, blessed Jesus wanted to increase my painful situation. Stirring inside me, He said to me, "Don't pay attention to this, otherwise I'll leave you and make you see. If it is I who come or if it is your imagination that is right." At that time, I did not bother with Jesus' words. And I thought, oh yes? He won't have the courage to do it, he's so good. Yet he really did. Needless to say, I experienced while spending several days deprived of Jesus. That would be too long. Memory alone freezes my blood in my veins. That is why I am continuing. Having said all this to my confessor, he became my mediator. He began to pray with me that Jesus would have the benevolence to return. I felt lost consciousness and Jesus was seen from far away, almost angry, because he did not want to come. I did not dare to ask for anything, but my confessor insisted by adding the intention that Jesus would make me participate in the crucifixion. So, to satisfy my confessor, Jesus approached and made me participate in the pains of the cross. Then, as if he had made peace with me, he said to me, "It was necessary for me to deprive you of my presence, otherwise you would not have been convinced that it is I who is at work in you, contrary to what your imagination suggests to you. Deprivation is useful to make known where things come from, the value of the lost item, and to have a higher esteem for it later." After spending very bitter days filled with tears, deprivation, and silence, my poor heart can't take it anymore. The torment of being out of my center, which is God, is so great that I see myself continually tossed around as if by the gusts of a violent storm. A storm unleashed to the point of making me suffer death at every moment and, what is even worse, not really die. While I was in this state, Jesus was seen briefly and said to me, "My daughter, when in all things a soul does the will of another person, it is said that she trusts the will of that other person. Par consequent, lvit de la volonté d'autrui et non de la sienne. Ilnest in quand l'aime fait en tout ma volonté. Je distuel à la foi. In la volonté divine et la foi sont deux branches issues d'un seul tronc. Et comme la foi est simple, la foi et la divine volonté produisent un troisième branche qui est la simplicite. Ainsi, l'aime en vient à épurer les caractéristiques de la Colombie. En vertu d'en pas être ma Colombie. Dans une autre occasion, un autre jour, Jesus me dit, "Ma fille, les perles, l'or, les pierres précieuses, les choses les plus précieuses se conservent bien protégées à l'intérieur d'un coffret à double clé. What do you fear if I keep you well protected in the box of holy obedience? This guard is very safe. Not a single key, but two keys hold the door tightly closed, in order to keep the entrance forbidden to any thief, and thus to keep you away from any defects. The self bears the mark of all ruins. Without the self, everything is safe. It is useless to describe the poor state to which I am reduced. It would only deepen and deepen the wounds of my soul. That is why I pass everything in silence by making an offering to the Lord. This morning, as I mourned the loss of my adorable Jesus, my confessor came and instructed me to pray to the Lord, so that it is benevolent enough to come. It seems to me that he has come. And as my confessor had expressed the intention of the crucifixion, Jesus made me participate in the pains of the cross. Meanwhile, Jesus said to my confessor, I have been the administrator of the Most Holy Trinity, that is, I have transmitted to the world the power, wisdom and charity of the three divine persons. You, who are my representative, you must do nothing but continue my own work with souls. If you are not interested, you will come to interrupt the work begun by me. Thus, I feel frustrated in the accomplishment of my purposes. And I am constrained to retain the power, wisdom, and charity that I would have granted you if you had done the work that I have entrusted to you. After that, Jesus seemed to carry me out of my body. And, from a distance, we saw a multitude of people from whom emanated an unbearable stench. He said to me, My daughter, what division there will be among the priests! It will be the ultimate coup to foment divisions and revolutions between peoples. Jesus said this with such bitterness that I felt compassion. Then, thinking about my condition, I said to him, Tell me, my Lord, do you want me to be commanded by my confessor to stop dwelling in this state? Especially since, by not suffering as before, I see myself useless. Jesus answered, It is true. But, I was very distressed and my heart was worried, as if I had not wanted him to answer me like this. Then I replied, But, Lord, it's not because I want to get out of this state. I just want to know your holy will. For, since my condition results from the fact that you come to me and make me participate in your sufferings, and this having ceased, I'm afraid you won't even make sure I keep staying in bed. Jesus says, You're right, you're right. I felt my heart burst as a result of the answers that blessed Jesus had just given me. And I added, But, my Lord, tell me at least what is to the advantage of your greatest glory. Either that I continue to remain in this state, even if I were to die of it, or that I be ordered to leave this state. Seeing that I was not finishing talking about this subject, Jesus changed the conversation and told me, My daughter, I feel offended by everyone. You see, even devout souls try to scrutinize whether something is their fault or not, instead of making amends and rooting out their fault. Isn't this already a sign that there is no suffering or love? Because, suffering and love are two very effective ointments, which, applied to the soul, heal it perfectly. One corroborating with the other and strengthening it enormously. But I was thinking about my poor situation. And I wanted to talk to him about it again to know clearly the will of the Lord. But Jesus disappeared. As for me, when I reintegrated my body, I was all confused about what I should do. So, to be sure, I exposed everything to obedience, which wants me to continue to remain in this state. May the will of the Lord be done, always. I was totally oppressed when I briefly saw my adorable Jesus. Looking at me, he said to me, My daughter, for the one who lives under my shadow, it is necessary that the wind of tribulation blows over him, so that the infected air that surrounds him cannot even penetrate under my shadow. Continuous winds constantly stir this unhealthy air. Always keep it away, and allow to breathe a very pure and healthy air. Having said that, Jesus disappeared and I understood a lot about it. But, it is not necessary to explain myself, because I think it is easy to understand its meaning. Finding myself in my usual state, after waiting a lot for him, my very loving Jesus came for some time. Standing by my side, he said to me, My daughter, the one who seeks to conform in everything to my life, does nothing but bring an additional and particular fragrance to all that I have done in my life, so as to perfume heaven and the whole church. The wicked themselves find themselves breathing in this heavenly fragrance. Thus, all saints are nothing but so many perfumes. And what rejoices the church and heaven more is that these perfumes are distinct from each other. In addition, the one who seeks to continue my life by doing what I have done when he can, and By doing so, at least by desire in the opposite case. I hold it in my hands as if my whole life was continuing in this soul. Not as a thing of the past, but as if I was living now. By redoubling the treasure of all that I have done. This is a treasure in my hands, which I have at my disposal for the good of all mankind. Wouldn't you like to be one of those souls? I became confused, not knowing what to answer. Then Jesus disappeared. Soon after, he returned, and while I was with him, I saw several people who feared death very much. I say, my kind Jesus, is it a fault in me not to fear death? While I see that many others fear her. On the contrary, only to think that death will unite me forever to you, and that it will put an end to the martyrdom of my hard separation. Not only the thought of death does not raise in me any fear, but it is a relief to me. She gives me peace and it rejoices me. Leaving aside all the other consequences of death, Jesus added, "Girl, in truth, this extravagant fear of dying is foolishness. Since everyone has all my merits, all my virtues and all my works, as a passport to enter heaven, a gift I have given to all. Take advantage of this gift whoever adds his own. With all these goods, what fear can one have of death? With this perfectly valid passport, the soul can enter wherever it wants. For the sake of this passport, everyone respects this soul and gives way to it. As for you, the fact of not fearing death at all comes to you. To have dealt with me and to have experienced how sweet and precious is the union with the Supreme Good. Know, however, that the most pleasant tribute that can be offered to me, it is to desire to die in order to be united with me. This is the most beautiful disposition for the soul. To be able to purify oneself and, without any interval, to be able to pass in a straight line on the way to heaven." That said, he disappeared. This morning, having received communion, I briefly saw my adorable Jesus. As soon as I saw him, I told him, "My sweet good, tell me, do you continue to love me?" Jesus answered, "Yes, but I am in love and jealous, and in love. I even tell you that to be perfect, love must be threefold. It is in me that this triple condition of love is found. First, I love you as Creator, as Redeemer and as lovers. Second, I love you through my omnipotence that I have used to create you and to create everything out of love for you, so that air, water, fire, and everything else tell you that I love you and created them out of love for you. I love you as my image and I love you especially out of respect for you. Thirdly, I love you from all eternity. I love you in time and in eternity. It is nothing but a breath out of my love. Imagine then the immensity of this love that inhabits me. As for you, you are obliged to return this triple love to me. Loving me as your God, you must fully fix yourself in me, and not let anything out of you that is not love for me. Loving me out of respect for you and for the good you get out of it. By loving me for all and in everything." After that, Jesus carried me out of my body. I found myself in the middle of several people who said, "If we approve this law, poor woman, everything will go wrong for her." All were anxious to hear the pros and cons. In another place, many people were seen talking, and one of them spoke, silencing the others. After going to great lengths, she went out and said, "Yes, certainly we are in favor of women." Hearing this, everyone who was outside rejoiced, and those who were inside were confused, so they didn't even have the courage to go out. I believe this law is what they call the divorce law. I understood that they had not approved it. It seems to me that my adorable Jesus continues to come a little. This morning, as he carried me out of my body, he made me see the grave evils of society. He also showed me his great bitterness and poured abundantly into me some of what made him bitter. Then he said to me, "My daughter, do you see where the blindness of men has arrived? They went so far as to want to form an iniquitous law against themselves and against their own social welfare. That is why I call you again, my daughter, to submit to suffering. That by your offering to divine justice united with mine, those who must fight this law of divorce may obtain the light and the effective grace to achieve victory. My daughter, I will tolerate. Let them wage wars and revolutions, and may the blood of new martyrs flood the world, this being an honor for me and my church. But, this brutal law is an affront to the church and, for me, an abominable and intolerable thing. While Jesus was saying this, I saw a man fighting against this law. He was tired and exhausted, about to withdraw from this affair. So together, our Lord and I encouraged him. This man replied, I see myself almost alone fighting and unable to achieve the goal. I said to him, Courage, for annoyances are so many pearls that the Lord will use to adorn you in heaven. He regained courage and continued on this matter. Later, I saw another man, all out of breath and preoccupied, not knowing what to decide. There was someone who said to him, Do you know what you have to do? Get out of Rome. He replied, No, I can't, I gave my word to my father. I will give my life, but, go out, no, never. After that, we withdrew. Jesus disappeared and I found myself in my body. Finding me in my usual state, my adorable Jesus came and said to me, My daughter, only one who, inwardly, has totally stripped himself of himself and completely filled himself with me so that he comes to be totally overflowing with divine love. Thus, my love comes to be his life and he loves me not with his love to him, but with my love to me. He added, What do these words mean? He deposed the powerful from their throne and exalted the humble? This means that, by totally destroying itself, the soul is completely filled with God, and by loving God through God himself, it is inhabited by eternal love. This is the true and greatest exaltation and, at the same time, true humility. He added, The true sign to know if the soul possesses this love is if it is concerned with nothing but to love God alone, to make him known and to make him loved by all. Then Jesus withdrew into my interior and I heard him praying like this. Trinity always holy and indivisible. Jet adore profondement. Jet amais intensement. Jet rends grace perpetuellement pour tout et dans les cours de tout. Sayens que je passis monde temps. J'entendais presque toujours Jesus prier à l'intérieur de moi, et moi je priais en union avec lui. Ce matin, après m'être donné beaucoup de peine, monde adorable Jesus est venu. Dès que je l'ai je lui ai dit. Monde bien-aimé, j'en per plus. Amin moi un foi pour toujours avec toi dans le ciel, ou reste pour toujours avec moi sur cette terre. Il me dit. Laisse-moi voir un peu ounest arrive la fever de ton amour. The natural fever that, when it reaches a high degree, has the power to consume the body and make it die. Thus, the fever of love, when it reaches a very high degree, has the power to dissolve the body and make the soul take flight straight to heaven. As he said this, he took my heart into his hands as if to examine it. And he continued, My daughter, the strength of the fever of your love is not yet at the right time, it still needs a little. Then he manifested that he wanted to pour out his bitterness in me, but I didn't tell him anything. Then, almost scolding me, he added softly, Don't you know your duty? The first thing you should do when you see me, it is to observe if there is something in me that afflicts me or makes me bitter, and to beg me to pour that into you. This is true love. Suffer the sufferings of the loved one. To be able to make sure that the person you love is totally happy. A little embarrassed, I say, Lord, you can pour out. He poured out his bitterness in me and disappeared. This morning, finding myself in my usual state, I saw in front of me an unlimited light. And I understood that in this light was the Most Holy Trinity. At the same time, I saw before this light the Mother Queen, all absorbed in the Most Holy Trinity. She absorbed in her the three divine persons, in such a way that it was enriched with the three prerogatives of the Most Holy Trinity, namely, power, wisdom, and charity. And as God loves mankind as a part of himself, a piece of himself coming out of him, he longs for this part of himself to return to him. The Mother Queen, by participating in this desire, loves the human race with ardent love. As I absorbed this, I saw my confessor. I prayed to the Blessed Virgin to intervene on her behalf with the Most Holy Trinity. With an inclination of her head, she expressed her agreement. She carried my prayer before the throne of God, and I saw that from the divine throne came a flood of light totally covering my confessor. After, I found myself in my body. Being in my usual state, I found myself out of my body with the adorable child Jesus in my arms. He began by pouring out some of his bitterness in me, and then he pretended to leave. As I hugged him, I said to him, "My dear, you the life of my life, what are you doing? Want to leave? And me, what am I going to do? Don't you see that when I am deprived of you, it is for me a continual death? Besides, your heart, which is goodness itself, will not have the courage to do that. As for me, I will never let you go." I hugged him tightly, as if my arms had become chains. Then, unable to get out, he remained with me, taciturn. Seeing the evils of society increase, I said to him, "My sweet good, tell me, what about this divorce law they are talking about? Will they succeed, yes or no, in passing this unholy law?" He said to me, "My daughter, the inside of the man contains a gangrenous tumor filled with rot, as if returned to suppuration. No longer able to contain this tumor inside, he wants to make an incision. Not to heal oneself, but to ensure that some of this rot can come out to contaminate and infect the whole society. But the Divine Son, as if swimming in the middle of society, continually cries out, saying, 'Oh man, don't you remember what source of purity you came out of? That, in an aura of light, I was reminding you on your way? Not only are you contaminated, but you even want to act unnatural by almost wanting to give another form to nature. That I have given you, which I have established in this way for you.' Then Jesus tells me so many other things that I can't describe them. He spoke with so much bitterness that I could not continue to see him in this state. I said, 'Lord, let us withdraw from here. Don't you see how men make you bitter and how they make you lose your peace?' So we retreated to my bed, where I continued to suffer. Wanting to relieve my good Jesus, I said to him, 'If it afflicts you so much to see men do this, I offer you my life to suffer any suffering, so that I can get them not to do this evil. And to ensure that in no way is my offering rejected, I join it to your sacrifice.' As I said this, it seemed to me that the Lord was presenting my offering to divine justice. Then he disappeared and I found myself in my body. It seems to me that men want at any cost to pass at least a few articles of this law, not being able to get it approved in full as they want so much. This morning, my adorable Jesus came and made me participate in part of his passion. While I was suffering, and to encourage me, the Lord said to me, 'My daughter, the first goal of my passion was to provide glory, praise, honor, thanksgiving and reparation to the Godhead. The second goal was the salvation of souls and the obtaining of all the graces necessary to achieve this goal. The person who participates in the sufferings of my passion carries within it not only the same intentions as me, but it espouses the form of my humanity. And as my humanity is united to my divinity, the soul that participates in my sufferings is also in contact with my divinity and can get what it wants. Her sufferings are like keys to opening divine treasures, and this as long as she lives here on earth. And a special glory is reserved for him in heaven, a glory coming from my humanity and my divinity. And who makes it participate in my own light and glory? In addition, a special glory ensues for the whole celestial court. Glory coming from this soul because of what I communicated to him. The more souls are assimilated into me in suffering, the more light and glory will spring from the divinity. Glory in which the whole celestial court will participate. May the Lord always be blessed and may everything be for His glory and honor. This morning, my very sweet Jesus came and made me participate in His sufferings in abundance, so much so that I felt as if I was going to die. While I felt like this, Jesus blessed, softened and touched to see me suffer, entered my interior. Crossing His arms, He said to me, "My daughter, since you have been at my disposal to suffer, in return, I too put myself at your disposal. Tell me what you want me to do, I'm ready to do what you want." So, remembering how much He would not like it if men approved of the law of divorce and the evils that would come to society, I said to Him, "My sweet good, since you have the benevolence to put yourself at my disposal, I want you to operate with your omnipotence, you to operate a prodigy which, by chaining the will of the creatures, prevents them from confirming this law." It seemed to me that the Lord was going to accept my proposal. He said to me, "Almost all the victims who have lived on earth and who are now in heaven have some very resplendent stars on their crowns, which stand out very well where they are in heaven. These stars correspond to the great glory they have brought to God, as well as to the great good they have brought to mankind. You want me to work a prodigy so that this divorce law is not approved, which could not be prevented otherwise. Well, out of love for you, I will do this prodigy. It will be the brightest star that will shine at your crown. You will receive this star for having prevented by your sufferings that my righteousness, in these sad times, allows men to add this evil to all the other infamy they commit. Can we give greater glory to God and greater good to men? This morning, after waiting a long time, I finally found my very sweet Jesus. As I quarreled with Him, I said to Him, "My beloved, why do you make me wait so long? Don't you know, then, that without you I cannot live, that my soul experiences a continual death?" He replied, "My beloved, every time you seek me, you are prepared to die. In reality, what is death if not stable and permanent union with me? This has been my life, a continual death out of love for you. And this continual death was the preparation for the great sacrifice of dying on the cross, for you. Know that the one who lives in my humanity and which feeds on the works of my humanity forms of itself a large tree full of abundant flowers and fruits. These fruits are the food of God and the soul. In return, the one who lives outside my humanity, his works are odious to God and fruitless to himself." After that, the Lord poured into me an abundant mixture of bitterness and sweetness. Then Jesus and I moved for a while among the people, but I couldn't take my eyes off the face of my beloved Jesus. Seeing this, He said to me, "My daughter, the one who allows himself to be seduced by the works of the Creator, abandons the works of creatures." Then He disappeared and I found myself in my body. Finding me in my usual state, my adorable Jesus was seen sleeping inside me, while many golden rays of light escaped from Him. I was happy to see Him but, at the same time, unhappy that I could not hear the sweetness and smoothness of His creative voice. After a long time, He came back and, seeing my discontent, He said to me, "My daughter, in my public prosecutor's office, the use of my voice was necessary to make me heard, but, in my private ministry, my one presence is enough for everything. For, to see myself and to understand the harmony of my virtues, to copy them in itself, it is the same thing. Therefore, the attention of the soul must be to look at me and to conform in everything to the inner operations of the Word. When I draw the soul to me, at least during the time I keep her in my presence, it can be said that she lives the divine life. My light is like a brush. My virtues provide the different colors and the soul is like a canvas receiving the image of God. It is as for the high mountains. The higher they are, the more impetuously they drop downwards from abundant rain. Thus, in my presence, the soul puts itself in the state that suits it, that is, at the bottom, in nothingness, to the point of feeling annihilated. Then, the divinity rains grace on it in torrents to the point of flooding it. Transforms it into the divinity itself. That's why you have to be happy with everything. Happy if I speak and happy if I do not speak. While he was saying this, I felt like overwhelmed in God. After that, I found myself in my body. Preachers these days use so many tricks and detours in their sermons that people remain young and bored. We see that these preachers do not draw from the divine source. I was in my usual state. When my adorable Jesus showed himself in my interior in a situation of rest. Then he received an offense that he could not bear. As if he were waking up, he said to me, "My daughter, be patient and allow me to pour out this bitterness in you, which prevents me from finding rest." In saying this, he poured into me what made him bitter. Then he took on his gentle appearance so that he could rest. Subsequently, he continued to dwell in my interior, spreading many rays of light, so as to form a beam of light, able to illuminate all men within this beam. However, some received more light than others. As I watched what was happening, our Lord said to me, "My beloved, when I remain silent, it is because I want to rest. That is, you rest in me, and I rest in you. When I speak, it is a sign that I want to be active. That is, you help me in the work of saving souls. For, since souls are my images, what we do for them, I remember it as done to myself." While he was saying this, I saw several priests, and Jesus seemed to complain about them. He says, "My words have always been simple, so simple that they were understood by scholars and ignorant people, as can be clearly seen in the Holy Gospel. Preachers these days use so many twists and turns in their sermons that people remain fasting and bored. We see that these preachers do not draw the word from the source that springs from me. While I was in my usual state, the Queen Mother came and said to me, 'My daughter, as the prophets say, my sufferings have been an ocean of pain. But, in heaven, my sorrows turned into an ocean of glory. From each of my sufferings flowed a treasure of graces. While on earth I am called the star of the sea, who guides to the port safely, in heaven I am called the star of light for all the blessed. By the fact that they are recreated by this light produced by my sufferings.' Meanwhile, my adorable Jesus also came and said to me, 'My beloved, there is nothing that is not more dear to me and more pleasant. That a just heart that loves me and who, seeing me suffering, begs me to transmit my sufferings to him. It binds me so much to him and exerts such great strength on my heart that, as a reward, I give him my whole being. I grant him the greatest graces and all he wants. If I did not do this, since this heart has given itself everything to me, I feel that all I would not give it would be flights that I would commit, or so many debts that I would incur towards this righteous heart.' Then Jesus carried me out of my body and said to me, 'My daughter, there are certain offenses, as I have received many today, which far exceed the very sufferings that I suffered during my passion. If I did not pour out some of my bitterness in you, my righteousness would compel me to send violent plagues to earth. So allow me to pour a little into you.' Then, I don't know how, he poured out some of his bitterness in me. Hearing him speak of the offenses he had received, I said to him, 'Lord, this law of divorce that they are talking about, is it certain that they will not approve of it?' Jesus answered, 'For now, that's for sure. But, later, in 5, 10 or 20 years, or when I suspend you as a victim, or when I decide to call you to heaven, they can do it. But the prodigy of chaining their will and confusing them for now, I have done. If you knew the rage that inhabits demons and those who want this law, they took it for granted that they could get approval. And their rage is so great that, if they could, they would destroy any authority and make massacres everywhere. So, to lessen this rage and to prevent, in part, these massacres, do you want to expose yourself a little to their fury?' I replied, 'Yes, as long as you come with me.' So, we went to a place where demons and people were standing. who seemed furious, enraged and as if crazy. As soon as they saw me, they ran towards me like wolves. One beat me, another tore my skin. They would have wanted to destroy me, but they didn't have the power. As for me, although I suffered a lot, I didn't fear them because I had Jesus with me. After that, I found myself in my body filled with a lot of suffering. May the Lord always be blessed. This morning, I felt very concerned that the Lord wanted to deprive me of His presence again and, therefore, take away my suffering. I was also a little suspicious. After waiting for Him for a long time, as soon as He came, He said to me, "My daughter, he who feeds on faith acquires divine life. By acquiring divine life, he destroys the human. In other words, he destroys within himself the seeds that original sin has produced. He acquires again the perfect nature as it came out of my hands, like me. He comes to surpass in nobility the angelic nature itself." That said, he disappeared. I was in my usual state and my adorable Jesus was not coming. I felt like I was dying because of His absence. Then, towards the last hour of the day, moved with compassion, Jesus came and kissed me. He said to me, "My daughter, sometimes it is necessary that I do not come. Otherwise, how would I give an effusion to my righteousness? Seeing that I do not chastise them, men would become more and more arrogant. Therefore, wars and massacres are necessary. The beginning and the means used will be very painful, but the end will be most joyful. Moreover, as you well know, the primordial thing is resignation to my will. This morning I found myself out of my body and, after going in search of my adorable Jesus, I found Him. But, to my surprise, I saw Him in tears. He had many spines sunk into His feet, which caused Him pain and prevented Him from walking. All afflicted, He threw Himself into my arms as if He wanted to find rest, and also for me to remove these thorns from Him. I hugged me and said, "My sweet love, if you had come in the last days, you wouldn't have had so many thorns in your feet. As soon as a few had sunk, I would have immediately taken them away from you. That's what you did by not coming." While I was saying that, I was taking care of removing all those thorns from Him. The blessed Jesus' feet were dripping with blood and He was suffering from intense pain. After that, as if He had regained strength, He wanted to pour out His bitterness in me. Later, He said to me, "My daughter, what corruption among the people! How many twisted trails they travel! It is the bad example of the chiefs that has had an influence on them. When someone has authority, no matter how small, the spirit of selflessness must be the light that guides you. The justice he exercises must be like lightning, to strike the eyes of the people he leads, so that they cannot distance themselves from him or his examples." That said, Jesus disappeared. This morning, when my adorable Jesus came, He was seen naked. While looking within myself for a way to cover myself, He said to me, "My daughter, they stripped me of every principality, royalty, and sovereignty. And, to recover my rights over the creatures, it is necessary that I rob them and, almost, annihilate them. In this way, they will recognize that where there is no God as a principle, as king and as sovereign, everything they do leads them. Their destruction and, consequently, Allah source de tout lamo. Je me trouve dans monde état habitual et, dès que je vis monde aimable Jesus, il me dit, ma fille, quand j'attire un âme en ma présence, elle recueille le bienfait d'acquérir et d'imitter ma façon divine d'opérer. Quand cet âme traite en suite avec les creatures, ces derniers ressentent la force de l'agir divin que possède cet âme dot. Après cela, j'ai éprouvé un certain crainte, cesta dire que j'ai me demandé ces choses que j'ai faites en monde intérieur sont agréables au non au Seigneur. Jesus me dit, pourquoi crains-tu alors que ta vie est graffée sur la main? D'alors, tout ce que tu fais dans ton intérieur y est infuse par moi. Souvent, jai fait ces choses avec toi en te segurant la façon de les faire pour tuels me soient agréables. D'autres fois, jai appelle les anges. Et, avec toi, ils fait ce que tu faisais dans ton intérieur. Cela signifie que j'apprécie ce que tu fais en accord avec ce que j'étais insane. Par conséquent, continue et ne crains pas. Ainsi, je suis demeuré comme. Me trouvant dans monde état habituel, je me sentis hors de monde corps. Je me suis mis à la recherche de monde adorable Jesus et je ne le trouvais pas. Je recommend que mes recherches en pleurant, mais en vain. Je ne savais plus quoi faire. Monde pauvre curvivait à l'agonie. Il souffrait un douleur si que je ne peux pas décrire. Je peux seulement dire que je ne sais pas comment je suis resté vivante. Pendant que je me trouvais dans cette situation douloureuse, j'étais toujours à la recherche de Jesus, car j'étais incapable de m'arrêter un instant de le chercher. Finalement, je l'ai trouvé et lui ai dit. Lord, how can you be so cruel to me? See if this is suffering that I can tolerate. Then, totally exhausted, I abandoned myself in his arms. Full of compassion, Jesus looked at me and said to me, "My beloved daughter, you are right. Calm down, for I am with you and I will not leave you." Poor girl, how you suffer. The suffering of love is more terrible than the suffering of hell. What more tyrannizes someone, hell or a fight love? If you knew how much I suffer to see you, because of me, tyrannized by this love, so as not to make me suffer so much, you should remain calmer when I deprive you of my presence. Imagine this. If I suffer a lot to see the one who does not love me and who offends me suffer, how much more do I suffer to see the one who loves me suffer? Moved to hear this, I say, Lord, when you don't come, at least tell me if you want me to strive out of this state. Without waiting for my confessor to come. Jesus answered, "No, I don't want you to get out of this state before your confessor comes. Let go of all fear. I will place myself in your interior by holding both your hands in mine. And, in contact with my hands, you will recognize that I am with you." Thus, when the desire for his presence comes to me, I feel that my hands are clenched in those of Jesus. As I experience divine contact, I calm down and say to myself, "It's true, he's with me." Other times, when my desire to see him becomes stronger, I feel that he squeezes my hands more tightly into his and says to me, "Luisa, my daughter, I am here. Here I am. Don't look for me anywhere else." It seems that I am calmer as well. I continue to see my adorable Jesus in the same way. That is, in my interior. But, this time, I saw him with his back turned into the world with a plague in his hand, and about to send it on the creatures. It seemed to me that punishments followed one another on the crops. There was mortality in people. When he was about to send this plague, he says words of threat of which I remember only this one. "I didn't want it, but you yourself sought that I exterminate you. Well, I will exterminate you." Then he disappeared. Oh! How much it takes to make Jesus come for a while. It is a continual heartbreak and a fear. In addition, he does not come. Oh God, what suffering! I don't know how we live like this, we live by dying. Jesus was briefly seen in a pitiful state, with his arm cut off. All afflicted, he said to me, "My daughter, do you see what creatures do to me? How do you want me not to chastise them?" As he said this, it seemed to me that he was taking a high cross. The arms of this cross extended over 6 or 7 cities and several punishments followed one another. I suffered a lot when I saw this. Jesus, who wanted to distract me from this suffering, said to me, "My daughter, you suffer a lot when I deprive you of my presence. Out of necessity, it has to happen to you. Because, having been in contact with the divinity for so long, you have tasted the pleasure of the divine light. The more someone has tasted the light, the more strongly he feels its absence, he experiences the troubles, embarrassment, and suffering that darkness brings with it. Then he says, however, the main thing for everyone is that in all his thoughts, words, and works, he does not seek not its own comfort, nor self-esteem, nor the pleasure that comes from others, but only the pleasure of God. This morning I felt worried because of the absence of my adorable Jesus. At the moment of communion, as soon as Jesus came into my heart, I started saying stupidities. My sweet good, there is no question of remaining calm when you are not coming. When you see me calm, you abuse it and it doesn't even give you the thought of coming. Therefore, it is necessary to make nonsense, otherwise no results are obtained. Hearing me, Jesus stirred in my interior and was seen smiling. As he heard my foolishness, he said to me, "You, then, really want me to suffer? For you know that if you are worried, I suffer more. Do not try to remain calm. It's the same as wanting to make me suffer more. As for me, stupid as I was, I say, it is better that you suffer, because through your own suffering you will have more compassion for my suffering. Besides, the suffering that comes to you from sin is the one that is bad. It is enough that what you suffer is not this kind of suffering." Jesus answered, "But, if I come, you compel me not to send punishments when they are so necessary. So you should conform to me by wanting what I want." So, remembering what I had seen over the past few days, I said, "What punishments are you talking about? Of those where you want to make people die? Make them die. They must one day go to you and to their own homeland. As long as you save them. What I want is for you to free them from contagious evils." The Lord ignored my words and disappeared. When he returned, he was always seen with his back turned to the world. Despite my best efforts, I failed to get him to look in the direction of the world. When I wanted to coerce him by force, he said to me, "Don't force me, otherwise you will force me to deprive you of my presence." So, I was left with some remorse because of my words. I felt like I had made a lot of mistakes. I still feel a certain remorse. Yet the Lord continues to come and I, wanting to repair what I did yesterday, I say to him, "Lord, let's go and see what the creatures do, they are your images, don't you want to have compassion on them?" Jesus answered, "No, no, I don't want to go. They have corrupted themselves by their own will. I will allow what is used for their food to be used to infect them. You, if you want to go to help them, comfort them, do something, go ahead. I don't." So I left my beloved Jesus and went among the creatures. I helped someone die well. Then I saw where the infectious air came from and did several penances to keep it away. After that, I came back into my body. My blessed Jesus continued to be seen, but in silence. After I went to great lengths, my most sweet Jesus came and he said to me, "My daughter, the support of true holiness is self-knowledge." I replied, "Really?" He said to me, "Certainly, for self-knowledge detaches the soul from itself, which ends up relying totally on the knowledge it acquires of God. Thus, when there is nothing left of his own being, of his self, his work is that of God himself." He added, "When the soul is impregnated, is entirely concerned with God and everything that belongs to him, God communicates himself totally to her. If, on the contrary, the soul is sometimes concerned with God and sometimes with something else, God communicates to it only partially." Finding myself out of my body, I set out to search for my very sweet Jesus and, as I moved, I saw him in the arms of the Queen Mother. How tired he was! Full of boldness, I almost tore him from his mother's arms. And I took him in my arms and said, "My love, this is your promise not to abandon me. Whereas in the past days you came very little, or even not at all." He replied, "My daughter, I was with you, except you didn't see me clearly. Besides, if your desires had been ardent enough to be able to burn the veil that prevented you from seeing me, you would certainly have seen me. Then, as if to exhort me, he added, not only do you have to be upright, but also fair. Enter justice 4. Love me. Rent me. Glorify me. Give thanks to me. Bless me. Make repairs to me. Worship me. Not only for yourself, but for all other creatures. These are the fees of justice, which I demand of every creature and which come back to me as Creator. Whoever refuses me a single one of these things cannot say that he is right. Think, therefore, of fulfilling your duty of justice. In righteousness you will find the beginning and the end of holiness. This morning, finding myself out of my body, I briefly saw my adorable Jesus at the time of his resurrection. He was dressed in a garment of resplendent light, so much so that the sun was obscured in front of this light. I was delighted and said, Lord, I am not worthy to touch your glorified humanity, at least let me touch your garment. Jesus answered me, my beloved, what do you say? After being resurrected, I no longer needed material clothing. My clothes are now of sun, of very pure light that covers my humanity, this humanity that will shine eternally. By giving unspeakable joy to all the senses of the blessed in heaven. This has been conceded to my humanity because there is not a part of my humanity that has not been covered with opprobrium, pain, and wounds. That said, Jesus disappeared without a trace. Nor of his humanity. Nor his clothes. In other words, while I wanted to take his sacred clothes in my hands, they escaped me and I couldn't find them. While I remain in my usual state, my adorable Jesus comes, but almost always in silence. Or, to be more exact, he tells me things about the truth. It happens that, as long as the Lord is present, I understand the words he is saying to me and it seems to me that I will be able to repeat them. But when Jesus disappears, that light of truth that is infused into me, I feel that it has been taken away from me, and I cannot say anything. This morning, I had to go to great lengths to wait for Jesus. When he came, he carried me out of my body with great indignation. To appease him, I did several acts of repentance, but it didn't seem to please him at all. I tried to vary the acts of repentance. Who knows if some act might please him? At the end, I said to him, Lord, I repent of the offenses made by me and by all the creatures of the earth, I repent only because we have offended you, the supreme good. While you deserve love, we dared to offend you. It seemed to me that these last words pleased the Lord and that he diminished his indignation. After that, he carried me to the middle of a road where two beast-shaped men were standing totally busy destroying all kinds of moral goods. They seemed strong as lions and intoxicated with passions. They sowed terror and terror. Blessed Jesus said to me, if you want to appease me a little, go into the midst of these men. To convince them of the evils they are doing, while facing their fury. Although a little shy, I went. As soon as they saw me, they wanted to devour me. I tell them, let me speak to you and then you will do with me what you want. You must know that if you succeed in realizing your intention to destroy moral property, related to religion, virtues, and social welfare, without noticing your mistakes, you will manage at the same time to destroy all physical and temporal goods. For the more one removes from moral goods, the more one increases physical evils. Therefore, without realizing it, you destroy those passenger goods that you love so much. Not only are you working against your own good, but you are looking for what destroys your own life. And you will be the cause that will bring bitter tears to your survivors. Then I did a very great act of humility that I can't even describe. The two men became like two beings coming out of a state of madness. They were so weakened that they didn't even have the strength to touch me. Thus, I passed freely in the midst of them. I understood that no force can resist reason and humility. This morning, my adorable Jesus was not coming. So I said, What do I have to do in this state if the object that held me delighted no longer comes? It is better that I put an end to it once and for all. While I was saying this, my sweet Jesus came briefly and said to me, "My daughter, the essential point is to repress the first movements. If the soul is careful to do this, everything will be fine. But if it does not, the passions will rise to the surface and they will harm the divine force which, like a barrier, surrounds the soul. To keep it well protected and to keep away his enemies who always seek to set traps and harm him. As soon as the soul realizes a first movement, if it enters into itself, humbles itself, repents and, with courage, renounces it, the divine force encircles the soul again. If, on the contrary, it does not renounce it, the barriers of divine force being broken, the soul opens the door to all vices. Therefore, be attentive at the first movements, thoughts and words that are not right and holy. If you want the divine force not to leave you alone for a single moment. Otherwise, if the first movements escape you, it is no longer the soul that reigns, but the passions that dominate. This morning, I found myself out of my body. After I set out to search for my sweet Jesus, I found him. He was in such a pitiful state that it broke my heart. His hands were pierced and contracted by the bitterness of the pains, so that they could not be touched. I tried to touch them so that I could relax the fingers and heal the wounds, but I couldn't, because blessed Jesus was crying because of these intense pains. Not knowing what to do, I hugged him close to me and told him, "My beloved, it has been some time since you made me participate in the pains of your wounds. Maybe that's why things got worse. Please make me share in your suffering. Thus, if I suffer, your suffering may diminish." While I was talking like this, an angel appeared with a nail in his hand and he pierced my hands and feet. Just as he was pushing the nail into my hands, my dear Jesus' fingers were relaxing and his wounds were healing. While I was suffering, the Lord said to me, "My daughter, the cross is a sacrament. Each of the sacraments produces its special effects. This one removes sin. This one confers grace. It unites with God. Celui la donne la force. Et beaucoup d'autres effets. Sur la croix unit 2 ces effets ensemble. En les reproduisant dans l'âme avec une telle efficacité. Chuel put, en très peu de temps, rendre l'âme semblable à l'original doulest sorti. Ensuite, comme si Jesus avait voulu prendre du repos, ilsest retire dans monde intérieur. Ce matin, monde adorable Jesus est venu pendant quelques temps. Ilma dit, ma fille. Celui qui voit Dieu dans sa totalité doit se donner totalement à Dieu. Ensuite, ilsest enferme en moi sans rien dire de plus. Alors, en le voyant tout près de moi, j'ai lui ai dit, Seigneur, ai compassion de moi. Ne vois tu pas comment tout est aride et dissipé dans monde âme? Il me semble que je suis devenu tellement sage, c'est comme si je n'avais jamais reçu un good de pluie. Jesus me répondit. C'est muenzi. Ne sais tu pas que plus les butches sont siches, plus le follet d'avoir facilement et plus vite il les converti en fou? Il suffit d'un seul étincelle pour les allumer. Mais, si les butches sont pleines de cerveau et ne sont pas bien siches, il faut un grand feu pour les embrasser et beaucoup de temps pour les transformer en feu. Il nest enzi dans l'âme. Lorsque tout yest sec, il ne suffit que d'un seul étincelle pour la transformer totalement en un feu d'amour divin. Je lui dis. Seigneur, tu t'immoques de moi. Combien tout est rude dans cet état de sécheresse. D'alors, tu est que tu dois brûler, si tout est sec. Il me répondit. Je ne me moque pas de toi, tu ne comprends pas ce que je dis? Quand tout n'est pas sec dans l'âme. La complaisance est seve. La satisfaction est seve. Le propre gout est seve. L'estime de soi est seve. Au contraire, quand tout est sec que mon père, cette seve ne trouve pas de cause pour s'écoler. Le faut divin, en trouvant l'âme. Soul, denudé et de ce qui comme elle était lorsqu'elle est créée par le Créateur. Sans aucune seve étrangerie circulant en elle, sinon cette nudité qui est son unique vêtement. It is very easy for him to convert the soul into his own divine fire. So, I infuse him with an atmosphere of peace, preserving it through inner obedience and protecting it through external obedience. This peace gives birth to God in the soul, God in his totality, that is, in all his works, in all its virtues and in all the ways of the incarnate Word. So that arise in the soul the simplicity of the Word, his humility, the dependence of his life as a child, the perfection of its adult virtues, mortification and the crucifixion of his death. In addition, it always starts in the following way. He who wants Christ in his totality must give himself totally to Christ. This morning, after giving me a lot of trouble, my most sweet Jesus came. As soon as I saw him, I squeezed him tightly and told him, "My dear good, this time I will hug you so much that you will not be able to escape." During this time, I felt all filled with God, as if I was flooded, so that the powers of my soul remained as fascinated and inoperative. They were just watching. After remaining for some time in this state of inactivity, but, what a sweet and pleasant situation! My adorable Jesus said to me, "My daughter, sometimes I fill the soul of myself so much that, by scattering within me, the soul remains idle. Other times, I leave part of the soul empty. And, then, in my presence, the soul operates wonderfully. She engages in acts, praise, thanksgiving, of love, repair in others. And, in this way, she fills those voids that I leave her. These two states are both sublime states and give each other a hand. Finding me in my usual state, blessed Jesus did not come. Oh! How much foolishness I said and how much nonsense I said. There is no need to tell that here. After getting extremely tired, I felt very close to a person without seeing their face. I stretched out my hand to touch her and found her with her head resting on my shoulder. She was unconscious. I looked at her and recognized my sweet Jesus. It seemed to me that he had fainted because of the many nonsense I had said. As soon as he regained consciousness, I do not know how much more nonsense I wanted to say to him, but he said to me, "Shut up, shut up. We must no longer speak. Otherwise you would make me lose consciousness. Your silence will allow me to regain strength. Et, inzi, je pourrai au moins te donner un baiser, t'embrasser et te rendre heureuse. Inzi, jai garde le silence et nous sommes embrasses maintes fois. Jesus me fit beaucoup de démonstrations d'amour, mais je ne sais les décrire. Ensuite, je me suis retrouvé hors de mon corps. Et je me suis mis à la recherche du bien me de mon âme. Ne le trouvant pas, j'ai levé vers le ciel, qui sait si je ne le retrouverai pas. La haute, j'ai vu la reine mère et Jesus Christ places dos à dos. Ilsse disputant et, comme Jesus ne voulait pas écouter sa mère, il lui avait torn le dos. Il avait l'air furieux et il me semble que, de sa bouche, sortit le feu de sa colère. La seule chose que j'ai comprise, c'est que, si jour là, notre Seigneur voulait détruire tout ce qui servait de nourriture al home. Alors que la très sainte Vierge ne voulait pas cela. Jesus said to him, "But, on whom to pour out the fire of my anger?" The mother replied, pointing to me, "Here is the one on whom you can pour out your fury." Don't you know that she is always ready to fulfill our wills?" Hearing this, Jesus turned to his mother as if they had made a find. They called angels, giving each one a spark of that fire that came out of Jesus' mouth. These angels brought me these sparks. They put one in my mouth and the others on my hands, feet, and heart. How I suffered! I felt devoured and made bitter by this fire. However, I was resigned to putting up with everything. Blessed Jesus and his mother were spectators of my sufferings. Jesus seemed a little soothed. During this time, I reintegrated my body. My confessor was there to remind me to obey according to his habit. Better than that, he manifested the intention to make me suffer the crucifixion. Jesus agreed to share his sufferings with me. It seemed to me that my confessor had completed the work begun by the Queen Mother. May everything be for the glory of God. May he always be blessed. This morning, while I was in great pain, blessed Jesus stirred in my interior. I saw that he let himself be kissed there and that he was as if supported by another person. I was amazed to see that. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the interior of the soul is like a cluster of passions. As the soul progresses by destroying these passions, virtues replace them, accompanied by various graces. As the virtues are perfected, my graces increase. Since my throne is composed of virtues, the person who possesses the virtues offers me a throne so that I can reign in his heart, and she presents her arms to me to kiss and court me continuously, until I find my delights in her company. It is a fact that the soul can defile itself, but virtue always remains intact. As long as the soul knows how to preserve virtue, it has possession of it. But, when the soul loses virtue, it is like a return. That is, virtue comes back to me, where it came from. So don't be surprised if you saw me like this in your interior. Being in my usual state, my adorable Jesus carried me out of my body and said to me, "My daughter, it can be said that all virtues are my qualities and attributes. But it cannot be said that love is one of my attributes. No, love is my very nature. All virtues form my throne and my qualities, but love is my very being." Hearing this, I remembered that the day before I had told a person who feared for his salvation, that he who truly loves Jesus Christ can be sure of being saved. As for me, I consider it impossible. May our Lord distance from him a soul that loves him with all his heart. That's why I said to this person, "Let us think of loving him and we will hold our salvation in our own hands." So I asked my kind Jesus if, in saying this, I had spoken badly. He replied, "My beloved, what you have said is right, for love has its own. Of two objects, it forms one. Of two wills, it forms one. The soul that loves me forms with me one thing, one will. How, then, can she separate herself from me? Much more, my nature being love. If she finds some spark of love in man, she immediately unites him with eternal love. Just as it is impossible to train two souls from a single soul, two bodies from a single body. Thus, it is impossible for the one who truly loves me to go to his downfall. This morning, as soon as I saw my beloved Jesus, it seemed to me to see him holding in his hand a paper on which were written these words: "Mortification produces glory. He who wants to find the source of all pleasures must distance himself from everything that may displease God." Then he disappeared. This morning I saw my adorable Jesus. Without knowing the reason, I heard him, who said, "Poor France! Poor France! You have reared your head and broken and violated the most sacred laws by disavowing me for your God. You have become an example for other nations to draw them to evil. And your example has so much strength that other nations are about to ruin themselves. But know, however, that in the punishment you have deserved, and because of this punishment, you will be conquered." Then Jesus withdrew into my interior. I heard him seek help, pity, and compassion for his suffering. It was heartbreaking to hear blessed Jesus asking his creatures for help. Finding myself in my usual state, I found myself out of my body, kneeling before an altar with 2 other people. Meanwhile, Jesus Christ appeared above this altar and said, "The true soul victims must be in communication with my own VE. They must give fruit that they have gathered in me and expose myself to my own suffering." While he was saying this, he took a ciborium in his hand and gave communion to the 3 people present. Then, behind this altar, there seemed to be a door, which opened onto a street full of people and crowded with demons. De sort chuan ne povate marcher sens etre par yux. Et cum ces demons atayent couverts d'épines trace pointuis. On ne povate faire un mouvement sens se sentir pique jusque dans l'intérieur de sa chair. J'aurais voulu m'enfuir à un import col prix de ces fureurs diaboliques. Jem efficace presque de le faire, mais je ne sais pas qui m'empêchait. Jesus me dit. Tout ce tu vois, ce sont des complots contre l'église et contre le papa. Ils voudraient que le papa sorte de Rome et yux. Ils envahiront le Vatican et se l'approprieraient. Etsi, toi, tu voulais te soustraire à ces troubles. Les hommes et les démons prendraient de la force et ils projetteront à l'extérieur ces épines qui blesseraient l'église opprimante. Mais, si tu te contentes de les souffrir, les uns et les autres en seront affaiblis. When I heard this, I stopped. But who could describe what I have experienced and suffered? I believed that I could no longer leave these evil spirits. After staying like this for most of the night, divine protection set me free. Continuing in my usual state, I found myself out of my body inside a church. Not seeing my adorable Jesus, I went to knock on the door of the tabernacle to be opened by Jesus. Since Jesus didn't open me, I became emboldened and opened the door myself. I found there my one and only good. Who could describe my contentment? I was as if ecstatic looking at this unspeakable beauty. When Jesus saw me, he rushed into my arms and said to me, "My daughter, every period of my life evokes the particular acts of man, as well as degrees of imitation, love, reparation, and others. My Eucharistic life is a life all erasure, processing and continuous consumption. I can say that after my love had reached an extreme peak, and even that he had consumed himself on the cross, unable to find in my infinite wisdom another outward sign of a demonstration of love for man, I wanted to continue to show my love to him by remaining with him in the Eucharist. Monday Incarnation, my life and my passion on the cross awaken in man love, praise, thanksgiving and imitation. My Eucharistic life awakens in him ecstatic love, a love of erasure in me, a love of perfect consumption. By consuming oneself in my Eucharistic life, the soul can say that it performs with the divinity the same functions that I continually do with God out of love for men. And this consumption will bring the soul into eternal life. This morning, as my blessed Jesus did not come, I felt confused and humiliated. After I had given myself a lot of trouble, he was seen and he said to me, "Luisa, always humiliated with Christ." And I, happy to hear this and desiring to be humiliated with him, I say, "Always, O my Lord." He repeated, "The always of humiliation with Christ is the beginning of the always of exaltation with Christ. Je comprends. Plus l'aime subit de humiliations avec le Christ et par amour pour lui, et. Plus ces humiliations sont continuals, plus le Seigneur exaltera cet aim. This exaltation he will do continuously before the whole heavenly court, with men and before the demons themselves." Continuing in my usual state, I found myself out of my body. I found my adorable Jesus. Since he didn't want me to see the nonsense of the world, he said to me, "My daughter, withdraw. We must not see the very serious evils that exist in the world. Telling me this, he himself withdrew me, and as he led me, he said to me, "What I recommend to you is to acquire the spirit of continual prayer. This continual attention of the soul to always converse with me. Either with the heart, either with the mind, either with the mouth, and even with simple intention, makes it so beautiful in my eyes, that the notes of his heart harmonize with the notes of my heart. I feel so drawn to converse with this soul, that not only do I manifest to him the works ad extra of my humanity, but also a little the works ad intra that my divinity operated in my humanity. Moreover, the beauty that the soul acquires through the spirit of continual prayer is such that the devil is struck as by lightning and frustrated in the pitfalls he tries to reach this soul." That said, Jesus disappeared, and I returned to my body. I was still in my usual state. Many times I saw my adorable Jesus, but always in silence. I felt confused and didn't dare to question him. However, it seemed to me that he wanted to tell me something that hurt his sacred heart. Finally, the last time he came, he said to me, "My daughter, true charity must be selfless, on the part of the person who exercises it, and from the one who receives it. If it is self-interest that dominates, this fange produces smoke, which blinds the mind and which prevents one from receiving the influence and effects of divine charity. That's why, in many works that are performed, even in holy works, in many charitable care that we provide, we feel like a void, and the soul does not receive the fruit of the charity it exercises. This morning, I was experiencing a lot of difficulty. My adorable Jesus came unexpectedly spreading rays of light. I found myself invested in this light and, I do not know how, I found myself inside Jesus Christ. Who could say how many things I have understood within this most holy humanity? I can only say that the divinity ruled in all the humanity of Jesus. The divinity can do in a single instant so many acts that each of us can or wants to do throughout his life. And as the divinity operated in the humanity of Jesus Christ, I understood clearly that throughout his life, blessed Jesus was remaking, for all in general and for each in particular, all that everyone must do towards God. Thus, Jesus worshipped God for everyone in particular. He gave thanks, he repaired, he glorified for everyone. He praised, suffered, and prayed for everyone. So, I understood that all that everyone must do has already been done in the heart of Jesus Christ. I find myself extremely distressed because of the loss of my supreme good. My heart is continually lacerated and suffers a continual death. My confessor came and I described to him my poor condition. He began by calling Jesus and suggesting that I make the crucifixion suffer. Jesus didn't agree at all. My mind remained in suspense, and for a few moments I saw like a lightning bolt coming and going in me without me being able to see Jesus. Oh God! What suffering! These are sufferings that cannot even be described. After giving me a lot of fatigue, Jesus finally came and I quarreled with him. He gave me says, "My daughter, if you did not know the cause of my absence, you might have some reason to complain about my deprivation. But, knowing that I'm not coming because I want to chastise the world, you're wrong to complain." I said, "Is there anything between the world and me?" Jesus repeated, "Yes, there is much between the world and you. For when I come, you say to me, 'Lord, I want to satisfy for them. I want to suffer for them.' And I, being perfectly fair, cannot receive from both of them satisfaction for the same debt. If I accepted from you the satisfaction for the world's debt, the world would do nothing but harden itself more and more in evil. During these times of rebellion, punishments are much needed. If I did not hit the world, the darkness would become so dense that all would be in darkness." While he was saying this, I found myself out of my body and saw the earth totally covered in darkness, except for a few nets of light. What will happen to this poor world? There is much to think about the very sad things that are coming. This morning, finding myself in my usual state, I felt taken by a physical malaise. My pain was so intense that I felt like I was dying. So, fearing that I might be about to enter eternity, I feared all the more that blessed Jesus would barely come, at most like a shadow. If he came according to his habit, I would not fear at all. In order to be in good shape to meet Jesus, I prayed to the Lord to grant me his Holy Spirit, that I may satisfy for the evil that I could have done by my thoughts. Let him give me his eyes, so that I may satisfy for the evil I could have done with my eyes, that he may give me his mouth, his hands, his feet, his heart, and all his most holy body, so that I can satisfy for all the evil I could have committed and for all the good I should have done and didn't do. While I was doing this, blessed Jesus came, totally clothed to celebrate. Reaching out to me, he said to me, "My daughter, all I have deserved, I have yielded it to all creatures and, in a special and superabundant way, to those who are victims out of love for me. Behold, whatever you want, I yield it to you. Not only do I yield it to you, but to all those you want." So, thinking of my confessor, I said to Jesus, "Lord, if you bring me with you, I beg you to please the Father Confessor." Jesus added, "Certainly he received some reward, thanks to the charity he has exercised towards you. And because he has collaborated, when you come with me in the kingdom of eternity, I will reward him again." My pain was always increasing, and I felt happy to be at the door of eternity. Meanwhile, my confessor came and called me to obedience. I would have liked to keep everything silent, but he forced me to tell him everything. He hummed to me his usual ritornell that, out of obedience, I must not die. But, despite all this, my pain persisted. In addition to the fact that I continued to feel bad, I felt some worry, because of the strange ordinance of my confessor. As if I could not take flight to my supreme and unique good. It should be added that my confessor, about to celebrate Holy Mass, did not want to give me communion, because of the continual vomiting that overwhelmed me. My confessor had obediently commanded me to ask Jesus Christ to touch my stomach so that my vomiting would stop. No sooner had Jesus come than he put his hand on my stomach, and the continual vomiting ceased, although the evil persisted. Seeing me also worried, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, what are you doing? Don't you know that if death surprises you by finding yourself worried, you will have to be purified in purgatory? If your spirit is not united with mine, your will united with mine. If your desires are not my own desires, necessarily, you will have to be purified to be totally transformed into me. So be attentive and think only of remaining united with me, and I will take care of everything else." While he was saying this, I saw the church. The Pope and part of the church leaned on my shoulders. At the same time, I saw my confessor forcing Jesus not to bring me with him for the time being. The Blessed Lord says, "The evils are very serious and the sins are reaching such a point that the world no longer deserves to have within its soul victims. That is, souls who support and protect the world before my face. If this degree of evil increases to the point of provoking my righteousness, I will certainly bring it with me." So I understood that things were conditional. I continued to feel bad and my confessor stood firm. He even worried that I would not obey him with regard to the question of not dying. He feared that I would stop praying to the Lord to free me from my sufferings. On the other hand, I felt pressed by blessed Jesus, by the saints and angels to go and join them, so that I was with Jesus at one time and with the heavenly citizens at another. In this state, I felt tortured. I didn't know what to do. Yet I remained calm for fear that if Jesus didn't bring me to heaven with him now, I wouldn't find another opportunity to go quickly with him. So, I totally surrendered myself in his hands. While I was in this situation, I saw my confessor and others begging Jesus not to make me die. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, I feel abused. Don't you see that they don't want me to bring you with me?" I replied, "I, too, feel abused. Really, they would deserve punishment for placing a poor creature in such a state of torture. Jesus continued, "What punishment do you want me to give them?" Not knowing what to say before this inexhaustible source of charity, I replied, "My sweet Lord, since holiness requires sacrifice, make them saints. If they do not derive any other benefit, they will at least have achieved the goal of keeping me with them as a victim soul, and I will have achieved my goal of seeing them become saints, while having obtained for them the patience to endure the suffering that holiness requires." Jesus was so happy to hear what I was saying that he embraced me and said, "Bravo, my beloved! You have been able to choose what is most excellent for their good and for my glory. That is why we have to give in for the time being. I reserve another opportunity to bring you with me suddenly by not giving them time to do violence to us." Then Jesus disappeared and I found myself in my body. My sufferings were partly alleviated and I felt a new vigor in me, as if I had just been born. But only God knows the suffering and torment of my soul. I hope at least He wants to accept the harshness of this sacrifice. I thought that blessed Jesus would come back to see me according to His habit. But what was not my disappointment when, after it was decided that, for the time being, He was not bringing me to heaven with Him, He began to give me trouble seeing Him. I saw it at most a few times in a hurry, like a shadow or a lightning bolt. This morning, when I felt very exhausted because of my continual desire and long wait, it seems that Jesus has come. As He carried me out of my body, He said to me, "My daughter, if you are tired, come to my heart, drink, and you will refresh yourself." Thus, I approached His divine heart and drank generous sips of milk mixed with a very sweet blood. Then He said to me, "Love has 3 characteristics. It is constant and limitless. It is strong and it is knotted at the same time with God and with neighbor." If, in the soul, we do not find these 3 characteristics, it can be said that His love does not have the qualities of true love. This morning, my adorable Jesus came for a few moments. All indignant, He said to me, "When Italy has drunk to the dregs the most fetid garbage, to the point of drowning, and so that it will be said, 'She's dead, she's dead,' then she will be resurrected." Then, becoming calmer, He added, "My daughter, when I want something from my creatures, I infuse them with the provisions to make them want what I want. So, in the state in which you find yourself, calm down." That said, He disappeared and I remained concerned about what He had told me. This morning I was in an ocean of anguish and tears because of the total abandonment by my supreme good. While I was consumed with pain, I lost consciousness and saw blessed Jesus supporting His forehead with His hand. I also saw as a light that displayed many words of truth. I barely remember the following words. By destroying the bond of obedience that God had established between Him and the creature, a unique bond uniting God and man, our humanity has been scattered. By taking our human nature and making ourselves our head, Jesus Christ came to gather scattered humanity. Through His obedience to the will of the Father, He came to bind God and man once again. However, this indissoluble union is strengthening, according to the measure of our obedience to the divine will. After that, I no longer saw my dear Jesus. The light receded at the same time as Him. Being in my usual state, I felt myself leaving my body. I found a crying child and, very close to him, several men, one of whom seemed more serious than the others. He took a very bitter drink and gave it to the child. Swallowing it, it suffered so much that it seemed to choke. And I, while not knowing who this child was, I took him in my arms out of compassion and said, "Yet he is a serious man and he did this to you? Poor little one, come to me, I will wipe away your tears." The child tells me, true seriousness is found in religion, and true religion is looking at neighbor in God and God in neighbor. Then, approaching my ear, so close that his lips touched me and his voice echoed in my interior, he added, "For the world, the word religion is a ridiculous word. It seems like a worthless word. But, before me, Every word belonging to religion has a virtue power of infinite value, so much so that I used the word to spread faith throughout the universe. He who exercises this serves as my mouth to manifest my will to creatures. While he was saying this, I understood very well that he was Jesus. Hearing his clear voice, that voice I hadn't heard in so long, I felt resurrected. I stood there waiting, so that as soon as Jesus has finished speaking, I can tell him my extreme needs. However, I had barely finished hearing his voice when he disappeared. I remained distressed and inconsolable. This morning my adorable Jesus was seen in my interior, and it seemed to me that he had a tree planted in the heart. The tree was so deeply rooted that its roots seemed to reach the tip of the heart. In sum, the tree seemed to have originated at the same time as Jesus' human nature. I was amazed to see the beauty, specificity, and height of this tree. It seemed to touch the sky, and its branches seemed to extend to the last limits of the world. When blessed Jesus also saw me amazed, he said to me, "My daughter, this tree was designed at the same time as me in the center of my heart. Since that time, thanks to this tree of redemption, I have experienced in the depths of my heart all that man was going to do, good and evil. It is also called the tree of life, so that all souls who stand united to this tree will receive the life of grace in time, and when the soul matures, it will grant them life and glory in eternity. Yet, that she is not the pain I feel. Although they cannot uproot this tree and cannot touch its trunk, many seek to cut its branches to prevent souls from receiving life from it. They also want to take me away. All the glory and pleasure that this tree of life can give me." While Jesus was saying this, he disappeared. While I desired the coming of my adorable Jesus, he came in the aspect he had when his enemies slapped him, covered his face with sputum and blindfolded him. Jesus suffered everything with admirable patience. It seems to me that he did not even look at those who made him suffer. So much so absorbed in contemplating inwardly the fruit that his sufferings produced on them. I admired this with amazement when Jesus said to me, "My daughter, in my works and in my sufferings, I never looked at the outside, but always at the inside, focusing on the fruit whatever the event. Not only did I suffer, but I suffered with desire and greed. On the contrary, in his works, man does not look at the good that is within them. And, not seeing their fruits, he easily gets bored and gets angry. Often, he gives up doing good. If he suffers, he gets impatient easily. And, if he does evil, by not looking inside that evil, he does it with ease." He added, "Creatures do not want to persuade themselves that life is accompanied by various incidents, sometimes of suffering, sometimes of consolation. Yet plants and flowers set an example for them, remaining subject to winds, snow, hail and heat. I had a very anxious night. I saw my confessor about to give me prohibitions and orders. Blessed Jesus came for a few moments and only to tell me, 'My daughter, the word of God is joy. Whoever listens to it without making it fruitful through his works gives it a dark hue and defiles it.' Feeling very sore, I tried not to pay attention to what I was seeing. It was then that my confessor came to tell me that Monsignor had given the absolute order that the priest no longer come to take me out of my usual state, but that I had to leave it by myself. Now, this is something that, for more than 18 years, I have never been able to obtain, despite my tears and prayers, my promises and my vows made to the Most High. I can confess before God that all the sufferings I have endured have not been true crosses for me, but delicacies and graces of God. The only true cross for me was the coming of the priest. Therefore, knowing, after so many years of experience, the impossibility of getting out by myself from my usual state, my heart was torn by the fear of not being able to obey. I was doing nothing but shed very bitter tears as I prayed to this God who alone scrutinized the depth of heart to have mercy on me in the situation I was in. As I prayed and cried, I saw a flash of light and heard a voice saying, 'My daughter, to make known to the confessing Father that it is I will obey him. And after I have given him proof of obedience, it is he who will obey me. I said to Jesus, Lord, I am very afraid that I cannot obey. Jesus added, obedience loosens and chains. And since it is a chain, it binds the divine will to the human will to form a single will, so that the soul does not act with the power of its own will, but with the power of the divine will. Besides, it will not be you who will obey, but I who will obey in you. Then, all afflicted, he added, my daughter, isn't that what I was telling you? That it is almost impossible for me to keep you in this state of victim and to start the massacre in Italy. So, I became a little calmer. But I didn't know how this obedience would be carried out. The usual time having come to enter my usual state of suffering. Because of my great bitterness. Such bitterness that I had not experienced anything similar in my whole life, my mind could not lose consciousness. My life, my treasure, the one who is all my happiness, my all-kind Jesus did not come. I was trying to collect myself as best I could, but I felt my mind so awake that I couldn't lose my senses or sleep. Therefore, I was doing nothing but letting my tears flow. I was doing everything I could to perform in my interior what I did the other times when I was about to lose consciousness. One by one, I remembered the teachings, the words, and how I should always stand united with Jesus. These memories were arrows that hurt my heart bitterly in telling me, ouch! For 15 years you have seen it every day, sometimes longer, sometimes shorter, sometimes 3 or 4 times and sometimes only once. Sometimes he spoke to you and sometimes you saw him in silence, but you always saw him. Now you have lost him, you will no longer see him, you will no longer hear his soft and suave voice. For you, it's all over. My poor heart was filled with so much bitterness and pain that I can tell that my pain was my bread and my tears were my drink. My heart was so full that I couldn't swallow a single drop of water. To this was added another thorn. I had often said to my adorable Jesus, how much I fear that I am the cause of my state, that my condition is entirely the fruit of my imagination. I'm afraid it's just fiction. Jesus answered me, remove these fears. Later, you will see days when, at the cost of any effort and sacrifice to lose consciousness, you can't. Despite all this, I was calm in my interior. Since, at least, I obeyed, although it cost me my life. I believed that things would continue like this by convincing me that the Lord, since he no longer wanted me in this state, had used the intermediary of Monsignor to give me this directive. After 2 days spent like this, in the evening, while I was worshipping the crucifix, a flash of light appeared before my mind. I felt that my heart was being opened and a voice was saying to me, for a few days, I will keep you suspended from your state of victim, and then I will make you fall back into that state. So, I say, Lord, won't you make me return to my senses yourself, if you bring me down? The voice replied, no, it is a decree of my will that you leave your state of suffering by the action of the priest. If they want to know why, let them come to me and ask me. My wisdom is incomprehensible. It uses many unusual means to obtain the salvation of souls. However, although it is incomprehensible, if they want to find its reasons, let them descend into the depth of the thing and they will find them, clear as the sun. My justice is like a cloud laden with hail, thunder, and lightning. In you, she found a break so as not to weigh too much on the populations. They should not try to anticipate the time of my anger. I replied, you have reserved this punishment for me alone, without me being able to hope to be released. You have given so many graces to other souls, they have suffered so much for your love, and yet they did not need any action from the priest. The voice continued, thou shalt be liberated. But not now. At the time when the massacres in Italy will begin. This was for me a new reason for pain and bitter tears. So much so that my most kind Jesus, out of compassion for me, stirred inside me by placing like a veil in front of the words he had said to me. Without being seen, he made me hear his voice which said to me, "My daughter, come to me. Do not grieve, let us distance justice a little. Let us give ourselves to love for a long time lest you succumb. Listen to me, I have so much to teach you. Do you think I have finished talking to you? No." I cried as long as my eyes had become 2 rivers of tears. Jesus continued, "Don't cry, my beloved, but listen to me. This morning I want to hear Mass with you to teach you how you should hear it." Thus, Jesus explained and I followed closely. Since I didn't see it, my heart was continually torn apart by pain. And, from time to time, to interrupt the flow of my tears, he would call me. Earlier, he taught me something about the Passion by explaining to me its meaning, and earlier, he taught me to do what he did within his interior during his Passion. At the moment, I'm failing to write these things. I reserve them for another time, if God pleases. I continued like this for another 2 days. I continued to be unable to lose my senses or sleep. My poor nature couldn't take it anymore. I felt more convinced than ever that I was not going to see my dear Jesus again. So, he came all unexpectedly and made me lose consciousness. I was struck as if by lightning. Who can describe my fear? But, no longer being master of myself, it was no longer in my power to recover my senses. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, do not fear, I have come to strengthen you. Don't you see for yourself how tired you are? Don't you see how, without me, your nature weakens?" I said to him, crying, "Ah! My life, without you, I am dead, I no longer feel in me vital forces. You formed my whole being and, by missing me, I miss everything. It is true that if you do not continue to come, I will die of pain." Jesus said, "My beloved daughter, you say I am your life. And I tell you that you are my life, alive. Just as I have used my humanity to suffer, so I use your human nature to continue in you. The course of my suffering. You are all mine, you are even my own life." As he said this, I remembered the prescription I received and told him, "My sweet good, will you make me obey by making me recover my senses by myself?" Jesus answered, "My daughter, I, the Creator. I obeyed the creature by holding you suspended for the last few days. It is right for the creature to obey its Creator by submitting to my will. Before my divine will, human reason does not count. Before the supreme will, the strongest reason dissipates into smoke." Who could describe how much I remained filled with bitterness? Nevertheless, I was resigned by vowing to the Lord never to withdraw my will from His, not even for the time of a wink. I was told that if I were in this state and that I did not get out of it by myself, they were going to let me die. So I was preparing for death. I considered it to be a great fortune. And I prayed to the Lord that He would take me in His arms. Meanwhile, my confessor came and made me recover my senses. I was greatly saddened, so much so that when I saw myself so filled with bitterness, the Lord said to me inwardly, "Tell him he's giving me another 2 days of suspension to give them time to regularize things." Thus, my confessor left, leaving me all pierced and filled with bitterness. Making his voice heard again, Jesus said to me, "Poor girl, how bitter don't they make you suffer? Looking at you, I feel my heart breaking. Cheer up. Don't be afraid, my daughter. Moreover, remember that it was through the intervention of obedience that you were suspended from this state. If now they no longer want you in this state, I too will make you obey. Isn't that the nail that pierces you the most? That of not being able to obey?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Well, I promised you to obey. And, therefore, I don't want you to be saddened. However, tell him this, do they want to have fun with me? Woe to him who wants to joke with me and fight against my will." I replied, "How am I going to do without you, since, if I don't come to this state, I don't see you?" Jesus added, Since it is not your will to get out of this state of sacrifice, I will find another way to make myself seen and to talk to you. Aren't you happy? Thus, the next morning, without losing my senses, Jesus made himself noticeably. And as my weakness was extreme, he gave me a few drops of milk to restore me. On this day of November 22nd, I continue to feel bad. Again, blessed Jesus came. He said to me, "My beloved, do you want to go?" I replied, "Yes, don't leave me on this earth anymore." He said, "Yes, I want to satisfy you for once." As he said this, I felt that my stomach and throat were closing so that nothing came inside. I could barely breathe and felt suffocated. Then I saw Jesus blessed calling the angels and telling them, "Now that the victim is coming with us, remove the fortresses, so that the people do what they want." So I say, "Lord, who are these?" Jesus answered, "It is the angels who guard the cities so that the cities are assisted by the force of divine protection communicated to the angels. Because of the grave sins that people commit, cities cannot do anything when this protection is taken away from them. Left to their own devices, they can make revolutions and commit any kind of evil." So, I felt peaceful. And, seeing me alone with my dear Jesus, I thanked the Lord with all my heart and I prayed to him that he would be kind enough to make sure that no one would come to give me trouble. While I was in this situation, my sister came. Seeing me with my evil, she called my confessor who, by means of obedience, managed a little to make me open my throat. He withdrew, telling me not to die. Poor people, those who have to deal with creatures. By not knowing fully all the sufferings and torments that a poor soul experiences, they add to his suffering greater pain. It's easier to get compassion, help, and relief on behalf of God. Only creatures. It even seems that, between them, creatures excite each other to suffering. May the Lord always be blessed, who disposes of everything for his glory and for the good of souls. I found myself beset by fears, doubts, and anxieties. I feared that everything was the work of the devil. When my adorable Jesus came, he said to me, "My daughter, I am a sun that fills the world with light. And, when I approach a soul, another sun forms in that soul. So that, by means of their rays, these two suns dare each other and continuously. Between these two suns, clouds occur, which are mortifications, humiliation, annoyances, suffering and the like. If both suns are authentic, so, by the fact that they are continually darting, they have enough strength to triumph over the clouds and to convert them into light. On the contrary, if the suns are false suns, if they are only apparent, the clouds that form between them have the strength to convert these suns into darkness. This is the safest sign to recognize if it is me or if it is the demon who is at work. After perceiving this sign, a person can apply his life to confess the truth, which is light and not darkness. I started thinking to see if these signs are in me. But I see myself with so many flaws that I have no words to manifest my wickedness. However, I do not lose confidence. I even hope that the Lord's mercy will be willing to have compassion for the poor creature that I am. This morning, I was in my usual state and continued to have fears. As soon as Jesus was blessed, I said to him, "Life of my life, how come you don't make me obey the orders of my superiors?" Jesus answered, "And you, my daughter, don't you see where the disagreement comes from? The conflict comes from this: that the human will is not united with the divine will and that the two do not exchange a kiss, so as to form a single will. When there is disagreement between these two wills, the divine will being superior by necessity, it must be that the human will is a loser. Besides, what do they want? As I told you, if they will, I make you fall into this state of suffering, and if they do not want to, I make you obey according to the order they have given you." Concerning obedience, It is I who make you fall into this state, and it is I who make you return to your senses, without them having to intervene. Leaving the thing independent of them and entirely under my responsibility. It is up to me to decide. If I want to keep you for a minute or half an hour in this state, whether I should make you suffer or not, it is totally up to me. They, wanting things differently, they would like to dictate their orders to me. As to the manner, how and at when, it is I who must decide these things. Otherwise, it would be to want to interfere in my judgments. It would be to want to lecture the Master, to the one whom the creature is bound to worship, and not to question. I didn't know what to answer. Seeing that I was not answering, Jesus added, "The fact that they don't want to be convinced, displeases me enormously. You, however, in contradictions and mortification, do not turn your gaze to them, but fix your gaze on me who has been the target of these contradictions. By suffering these contradictions, you will be able to make yourself more like me. Thus, your human nature will not be disturbed, but you will remain calm and at peace. I want you, on your side, to do everything you can to obey them. As for the rest, leave it to me. Don't be troubled." I was thinking about this prescription I had received and said to myself, they were right to order me as they did. Moreover, it is not to demand anything extraordinary to ask that the Lord make me obey in the manner desired by them. In addition, they say, either he makes you obey or he gives us the reason why he wants the priest to come to get you out of this state. While I was thinking like this, my adorable Jesus stirred in my interior and said to me, "My daughter, I wanted them to be able to find the reason for my action on their own. In my life, from my birth to my death, we find everything, I who carried the life of the whole Church. The most difficult questions are solved. When compared to the corresponding events in my life, the most confusing things are simplified. The most obscure questions, which leave the human spirit almost lost in the darkness, find in the light of my life a resplendent light. Their question means that they do not have my life as the rule of their actions. Otherwise, they would have found the reason for my action. But, since they have not found the reason by themselves, it is necessary that I manifest it to them." Then he stood up and, with authority, so much that I felt fearful, he says, "What does this word mean, show yourself to the priest?" Then, by making yourself a little softer, he added, "My power extended everywhere. From any place I was, I could perform the most resounding miracles. Yet I wanted to be personally present at almost every miracle. As at the time of Lazarus' resurrection. I went there, I made them remove the stone from the tomb, I told them to untie it, and after, with the authority of my voice, I brought Lazarus back to life. By resurrecting the little girl, I took her hand in my right hand and brought her back to life. There are many other events that are described in the Gospel, that are known to all, and where I wanted to be present. The future life of the Church being then enclosed in mine. These events teach how the priest should behave in his actions. These things I have just mentioned refer to you in a distant way. The place in my life that relates more to you is Calvary. I, priest and victim, raised on the wood of the cross. I wanted a priest to assist me in my state as a victim. This priest was Saint John, who represented my nascent church. In him I saw them all, popes, bishops, priests, and all the faithful. The priest John, while he was assisting me, offered me as a victim. For the glory of the Father and for the success of the nascent church. It was no coincidence that a priest assisted me in this victim state. Everything has been a deep mystery, foreseen from all eternity in the Divine Spirit. This means that by choosing a sole victim for the grave needs found in the Church, I want a priest to offer it to me. That he assists him for me. That he helps him and that he encourages him in his suffering. If they understand these things, that's fine. Like Saint John, they themselves will receive the fruit of the work to which they lend themselves. How many blessings did St. John not receive for assisting me on the Mount of Calvary? If they do not understand, they do nothing but place my work in continual conflict. They put obstacles in the way of my most beautiful drawings. My wisdom is infinite. When I send some cross to a soul for its sanctification, it is not beneficial for that soul alone, but, for 5, 10, as many souls as I like, so that not only one soul, but all these souls sanctify themselves together. Likewise, on Calvary, I was not alone. In addition to having a priest, there was a mother, friends, and also enemies among whom, seeing the prodigy of my patience, many believed me for the God I was and converted. If I had been alone, would we have received these great benefits? Certainly not. Who could repeat everything Jesus told me? By explaining the smallest meanings of his gestures? I wrote it as best I could, as my rudeness would allow. I hope the Lord will do the rest, by enlightening them to make them understand what I could not describe well. I was in my usual state when blessed Jesus shared his sufferings with me. While I was in pain, I saw a lady crying hot tears and saying, "The kings have joined forces and the peoples, seeing themselves neither helped nor protected, and even stripped, perish. However, kings cannot subsist without people. Which makes me cry more. It is the absence of these fortresses of justice that are the sole victims. These souls are the one and only support. Who holds justice in these extremely sad times? You, at least. Do you give me your word that you will not withdraw from this state of victim?" Feeling very resolute, and without knowing why, I replied, "I do not give this word to you, but I will remain in this state for as long as the Lord wills. As soon as he tells me that the time to do this penance is over, I will not stay there even another minute." Hearing how unwavering my will was, this woman cried more. She seemed to want to move me with her tears so that I would say yes. And I, more determined than ever, said to him, "No, no." Crying, she said, "So there will be justice, there will be punishments and massacres without anyone being spared." Later, having said this to my confessor, he asked me that, out of obedience, I withdraw my no. Being out of my body, I found myself in a very great darkness where thousands of people stood who were blinded by the darkness. These people did not understand what they were doing. It seemed to me that some of these people were from Italy and part of France. Oh! How many mistakes we saw in France! And it was even worse in Italy. It seemed that these people had lost their minds, the first quality in man, and what distinguishes him from beasts. It seemed that man had become worse than the beasts themselves. Very close to this darkness, we saw a light. I went there and found my kind Jesus. He was so distressed and indignant at these people that I trembled like a leaf. I told him only, "Lord, calm down and make me suffer by pouring out your indignation upon me." Jesus answered me, "How can I calm down, since they want to take me away from them as if they were not the work I created? Don't you see how the France drove me out of her home, by doing himself an honor of no longer recognizing me? And how Italy wants to follow the France, with some people who would even give their soul to the devil to achieve their goal, to pass the law of divorce. What they have tried so many times without success, and what they have remained crushed and confused. Rather than appease me and pour out my indignation on you, I will even suspend you from your state as a victim. Indeed, with all its power, my justice has tried several times to give the punishment that man has wanted and still wants. And now it is time for me to suspend the one who has always prevented me from doing so, so that this punishment may fall." I replied, "Lord, if you wanted to suspend me for other punishments, I would easily accept. Because it is right for the creature to conform in everything to your holy will. But, accepting to be suspended before these very serious evils, my soul cannot digest it. Rather, invest me with your power and make me go into the midst of those who want this law." While I was saying this, I found myself in the middle of them. They seemed invested with diabolical forces. There was especially one who seemed furious, as if he wanted to ravage everything. I talked to them non-stop, but I barely managed to give them a few glimmers of reason by making them acknowledge the mistakes they were making. After that, I came back into my body with very little suffering. This morning, my adorable Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, for today, I want to keep you hanging without making you suffer." I started to fear and complain. Jesus added, "Do not be afraid, I will stay with you. When you serve as a victim, you are exposed to justice and other suffering. Often you suffer the darkness and are deprived of me. In short, you suffer all that man deserves for his sins. However, by suspending yourself from your function as a victim, all that I will show you will be only mercy and love." I felt relieved. Although I saw my beloved Jesus, I understood very well that it was not because of Jesus coming that it was necessary for the priest to make me recover my senses, but rather the sufferings that Jesus made me endure in this way. So, I can't say why, my soul felt pain, but my human nature felt great satisfaction. And I said to myself, if there is no other reason, at least I will spare my confessor the sacrifice of having to come. While I was thinking about this, I saw a priest dressed in white in the company of our Lord. It seemed to me that it was the Pope and that he was accompanied by my confessor. They prayed to Jesus to make me suffer to prevent this law of divorce from being approved. But Jesus did not pay attention to them. So, my confessor, regardless of this and with extraordinary impetus, so that it seemed that it was not he who was acting, took Jesus Christ in his arms. And, forcefully, he flanked him in my interior, saying, "By crucifying her, you will be crucified in her. But we don't want this law." Jesus remained bound within me, crucified by this imposition, and bitterly experiencing the pains of the cross. He said to me, "My daughter, it is the Church that wants it. And its power united with the power of prayer binds me." Being in my usual state, I found myself out of my body in the company of Jesus Christ, as if nailed with him to the cross. While I was in pain, I kept silent. Meanwhile, I saw my confessor with his guardian angel who told him, "This poor woman is very suffering, so much so that it prevents her from speaking. Grant him a short truce." It's like two lovers. When they pour out together about what they are experiencing in their interior, they end up agreeing to each other what they want. So, I felt relieved of my suffering. And I expressed to Jesus some of the needs of my confessor. I prayed to Jesus to make him totally united to God, since when someone comes to be like this, God has no difficulty in conceding to him what he wants. He cannot seek anything other than what pleases God. Then I said, "Lord, will this law of divorce be able to approve it in Italy?" Jesus answered me, "My daughter, there is a danger that they will approve of her. Unless some lightning from China can prevent them from achieving their goal." I said, "Lord, how will there be anyone from China who, while they are in the process of approving this law, will take lightning and flank it in the middle of them to kill them, so that, frightened, they will flee?" Jesus answered, "When you don't understand, it's better that you shut up." Not understanding the meaning of these words, I felt confused and I didn't dare to speak any more. Meanwhile, my confessor's guardian angel told him that, in addition to the intention of the crucifixion, he adds that of the outpouring of the bitterness of Jesus in me. If he gets that, the goal will be achieved and they will not be able to pass this divorce law. Continuing in my usual state, I found myself out of my body. I met my adorable Jesus thrown on the ground, crucified and trampled by all. To prevent them from doing this, I lay out on Jesus, that they could receive upon me what they were doing to our Lord. While I was in this position, I said, "Lord, what would it cost you if those same nails that pierce you pierced me at the same time?" At that moment, I found myself nailed with the same nails that pierced blessed Jesus, him below and me above. In this position, we have found ourselves in the midst of these men who want the law of divorce. Jesus projected many rays of light on them. produced by the sufferings he and I endured. These men were dazzled and confused. I understood that if the Lord liked to continue to make me suffer, when they come together to pass this law, they will suffer a bitter failure. After that, Jesus disappeared, leaving me alone to suffer. Later, he returned without being crucified and threw himself into my arms. It had become so heavy that my poor arms could not hold it, and that I was about to drop him on the ground. The more I gave myself trouble, the more I felt unable to bear this weight. The pain I was experiencing was so intense that I cried hot tears. Seeing the imminent danger of falling and seeing my tears, Jesus was weeping with me. What a heartbreaking scene! Then, in violence, I kissed Jesus in the face, and while he too was kissing me, I said to him, "My life and my strength, by myself, I am weak and I can do nothing. But, with you, I can do anything. Strengthen me in my weakness by infusing me with your own strength. Thus, I will be able to bear the weight of your body. This is the only way to spare each other this sorrow. Me, to bring you down, and you, to suffer a fall." Hearing this, Jesus said to me, "My daughter, don't you understand the meaning of my gravity? Know that it is the enormous weight of justice that nor I can continue to endure. Neither you will be able to contain. Man is about to be crushed under this weight of divine justice." Hearing these words, I started crying again, as if to distract me, since, before he came, I had a strong fear that I could not obey him on certain things. Jesus added, "And you, my beloved, why are you so afraid that I will not make you obey? Don't you know that when I attract, unite, and identify a soul with me by communicating my secrets to him, the first touch that I strike and that gives the most beautiful sound, is it the touch of obedience? This key gives the most beautiful sound, and I communicate this sound to all the other keys, so that if the other keys are not in communication with the first, they sound false. It can never be pleasing to my ear. So don't be afraid. Besides, it is not you who will obey, but I who will obey in you. And as it will be an obedience accomplished by me, let me do it. Don't worry about anything. Because only I know very well what to do and how to make myself known." That said, Jesus disappeared, and I returned to my body. May the Lord always be blessed. This morning, when I saw my adorable Jesus, I prayed that he would calm down by telling him, "Lord, if by myself I cannot bear the weight of your righteousness, there are many other good souls among whom you can share some of this weight. Thus, it will be easier to bear it and people can be spared." As soon as I found myself in my usual state, blessed Jesus came. He was so suffering that he felt pity. All afflicted, he said to me, "My daughter, come again to suffer with me, to be able to overcome the obstinacy of those who want divorce. Let's try another time. Aren't you always ready to suffer what I want? Do you give me your consent?" I replied, "Yes, Lord, do what you want." No sooner had I said yes than blessed Jesus stretched out, crucified inside me. As the frame of my body was smaller than his, he stretched me to make me reach his own stature. Then he poured out a tiny bit of his bitterness into me. But she was so bitter and full of suffering, that not only did I feel the nails at the places of the crucifixion, but that I felt my whole body pierced with nails, so that I felt totally cut out. He left me in this state for a while. I then found myself in the midst of the demons who, seeing me also suffering, said, "This cursed will defeat us another time so that the divorce law is not approved. Cursed be your existence. You constantly seek to harm us by making all our efforts fail. But we will make you pay for it. We will turn against you bishops, priests, and people, so that we will pass on your mania for accepting suffering." While the demons were saying this, they sent me whirlwinds of flames and smoke. I felt so hurt that I no longer understood myself. Blessed Jesus returned, and at his sight the demons fled. Again, he renewed to me the same sufferings, but more intense than before. He repeated this 2 more times. Although I was with Jesus almost all the time, I didn't tell him anything as my sufferings were so intense. As for him, he said to me only one word. My daughter, for now, it is necessary for you to suffer. Be patient. Don't you want to take care of my interests as if they were yours? Sometimes he would support me with his arms. For my nature could not bear the weight of this suffering alone. Then he said to me, My beloved, do you want to see the misfortunes that have befallen during the days when I have kept you suspended from your state of victim? So, I don't know how. I have seen justice full of light, graces, chastisements and darkness, and I saw that during those days streams of darkness descended upon the earth. Those who wanted to do evil and say unfortunate words were even more blinded and took strength to commit evil, turning against the church and against consecrated persons. I was amazed. Jesus said to me, You thought it was nothing, so you didn't care. But that was not the case. Have you seen how much evil has happened and how much strength the enemies have acquired to achieve what they could not do during the time when I kept you permanently in your state of victim? Afterwards, he disappeared. Continuing in my usual state, I found myself out of my body. I saw our Lord who, very close to me, was holding a cross all intertwined with thorns. He took it and placed it on my shoulders, asking me to wear it in the middle of a multitude of people, to give them proof of his mercy and to appease divine justice. The cross was so heavy that I carried it all bent and almost dragging myself. While I was carrying it, Jesus disappeared. Arriving at a certain place, the one who guided me said to me, Put down the cross and undress. For our Lord must return and he must find you ready for crucifixion. I undressed and kept my clothes in my hand because of the shame my human nature felt. I thought, as soon as he comes, I will let them go. Jesus returned. As I found myself with my clothes in my hand, he said to me, You didn't even strip yourself of everything so that I could crucify you immediately? Then we will reserve the crucifixion for another occasion. I remained confused and distressed, without being able to say a single word. To console me, Jesus took me by the hand and said to me, Tell me, what do you want me to give you? I answered, Lord, give me to suffer. He continued, And what else? I replied, I don't know how to ask you anything other than to suffer. Jesus added, Don't you want my love? I replied, No, I want to suffer. For by granting me to suffer, you will give me more love. I know that from experience. I know that to obtain graces, to obtain a stronger love, able to overcome human aversions, this is obtained only through suffering. To win all your sympathies, pleasure, and indulgences, the one and only way is to suffer out of love for you. Jesus answered me, My beloved, I wanted to test you, to rekindle more in you the desire to suffer out of love for me. After that, I saw people who seemed to think they were better than others. Blessed Jesus said to me, My daughter, he who believes himself something before me and before men is worthless, while he who believes himself nothing is worth everything. The person who believes himself nothing before me, if she does something, she does not believe that she is acting, because it has the strength or capacity by itself, but because she receives from God the grace, the lights, and the necessary help. Consequently, it can be said that it acts by virtue of divine power. As a result, it is worth everything. Similarly, the person who believes himself nothing in front of men, thus recognizes that it acts by virtue of divine power. And, as a result, she does nothing but transmit the light of the divine power she carries within her. In this way, even the worst person, unintentionally, experiences the strength of this light that inhabits it and submits to the will of God. Thus, it is worth everything in front of men. It is quite the opposite for the person who believes something Not only is it worthless, but it is an abomination in my presence. The affected ways she uses. By believing something and by making fun of others. Make men, by pointing to it. Consider it a subject of derision and persecution. Being in my usual state, I felt all oppressed. I had a certain fear of being persecuted, upset, and slandered. I did not fear for myself alone, who does not care about myself since I am a poor creature who is worthless. But I was worried about my confessor and the other priests. Thus, I felt my heart crushed by this weight, without being able to find rest. Meanwhile, my adorable Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, why are you wasting your time staying troubled and worried like this? As far as you are concerned, there is nothing to fear. Everything comes from divine providence, which allows slander, persecution, and annoyance to justify man and make him return to union with his Creator. One by one, without human support, as it came out at the time of its creation. In man, as good and holy as he is, there is always something left of the human spirit in its interior and exterior. He is not perfectly free. He always cares about something human in which he hopes, on which he relies. By this, he wants to receive esteem and respect. But let the wind of slander, persecution, and annoyance blow a little. Oh! What a destructive hail then receives his human spirit! Seeing himself fought, frowned upon and despised by creatures, he no longer finds satisfaction. Help, support, confidence and esteem end up lacking him completely. If he used to look for these things, he is now running away from them. Because, wherever he turns, he finds only bitterness and thorns. Reduced to this state, he finds himself alone. But man cannot remain alone. It is not made for that. The poor, what will he do? Without the slightest impediment, he will turn totally to his center, which is God. Then God will give himself everything to him and give everything to God. It will apply his intelligence to know God, his memory to remember God and his blessings, and his will to love him. My daughter, here is the man justified, sanctified, and remade in his soul, the purpose for which he was created. Although, later, he will have to deal with creatures. If he is offered help, support, and esteem, he will receive these things with indifference. From experience, he will recognize them for what they are. If he uses them, he will do so only if he sees in them the honor and glory of God. Always being alone with God. Being in my usual state. It seemed to me to see the Most Holy Trinity, and I in it. It was as if the three wanted to decide what they were going to do with the world. It seemed to me that they were saying, if we do not send the most violent scourges to the world, everything will be completely finished in fact of religion, and men will become worse than barbarians. While the three were discussing this, it seemed to me that they were descending to earth. Wars of all kinds. Earthquakes capable of destroying entire cities, as well as diseases. Seeing this, trembling, I say, Supreme Majesty, forgive human ingratitude. Now more than ever, man's heart is revolted. If he sees himself mortified, he will revolt more. Adding contempt upon contempt of thy majesty. A voice coming out of the middle of the three, said, man can revolt only when he is mortified. When he is destroyed, his rebellion ceases. At the moment, we are not talking about mortification, but about destruction. Then the three divine persons disappeared. Who could describe the state I was in, especially since that I felt as a disposition to want to get out of my state of suffering. That I found myself with a will not perfectly appeased in relation to the divine will. I could clearly see that the nastiest affront that the creature can do to his Creator is to oppose his most holy will. I felt pain and feared strongly that I can do an act contrary to his will. I couldn't calm down. After giving me great sorrow, my adorable Jesus came back and said to me, my daughter, I often find my delights To choose souls. To surround them with a divine fortress so that no enemy can enter into them, and I establish my permanent abode there. In this house, I stoop, so to speak, to render the smallest services. I clean the soul from top to bottom. I remove all the thorns. I destroy in it all that human nature has produced of evil, and I plant in it all that is in me of beauty and good, so as to form the most beautiful garden of my delights. I use it for my pleasure and as the circumstances of my glory and the good of others require it. Thus, it can be said that the soul no longer has anything of itself. It serves me only as a home. Do you know what it takes to destroy all this? A single act opposed to my will. And that is what you will do if you oppose my will. I said to him, I fear, Lord, that my superiors will give me the ordinance they gave me the other time. Jesus answered, it's none of your business. I will see that with them. This is your will. Despite all this, I couldn't calm down. I kept repeating in my interior, what a disastrous change has taken place in me. Who separated my will from the will of my God? While she seemed to me to be one with her, I continued to be inhabited by the fear of opposing the will of my adorable Jesus, and because of this I felt all oppressed and anxious. I prayed to Jesus to set me free. Lord, have mercy on me, don't you see the peril in which I find myself? Is it possible that I, the vilest of vermiso, I am so bold that I feel opposed to your holy will? Besides, what good I could find and in what precipice I would fall if I separated myself from your will? As I prayed like this, blessed Jesus stirred in my interior with a light that he sent me. He seemed to say to me, you never understand anything. This state that you feel is that of a victim. When they chose you as a victim for Corato, you agreed. Now, what harm is found in Corato? Isn't this the creature's rebellion against its creator? Between priests and laity? Between different parties? Thus, your state of involuntary rebellion, your fear and suffering, all this is an atoning state. And this state of atonement, I suffered in Gethsemane, to the point where I came to say, if it is possible, let this chalice move away from me. But let your will be done and not mine. Yet, throughout my life, I had desired this state until I felt consumed. Hearing this, it seems to me that I have calmed down and regained strength. I prayed to Jesus that he would pour out his bitterness in me. I approached his mouth and, despite my efforts to suck, nothing came but only a very bitter breath that made my whole interior bitter. Then, seeing that Jesus was not pouring out anything, I said, Lord, don't you love me any more? If you do not want to pour out your bitterness in me, at least pour out your sweetness in me. Jesus answered me, on the contrary, I love you even more. If you could enter my interior, you would see in all parts of my being the special love I have for you. Sometimes I love you so much that I can love you as much as I love myself. Sometimes, however, I can't bear to look at you, because you make me nauseous. What a thunderclap these last words were for my poor heart. To think that I was not always loved by my beloved Jesus, and that I even managed to be an abominable soul to him. If Jesus had not rushed himself to explain to me the meaning of these words, I could not have continued to live. He said to me, poor girl, is this word too hard for you? You just experienced my own fate. I was always who I was. One with the Most Holy Trinity by loving us with an indissoluble eternal love. Yet, as a victim, I was covered with all the iniquities of men. My exterior was abominable before the divinity. So much so that divine justice has spared me in no part of my being. She was inexorable to the point of abandoning me. As for you, you are always who you are with me. And as you occupy the state of victim, your exterior appears before divine righteousness covered with the sins of others. That is why I have spoken these words to you. So, calm down, for I always love you. That said, Jesus disappeared. It seems to me that this time blessed Jesus wanted to disturb me, although he immediately gave me peace. May he always be blessed and thanked. This morning, I felt almost liberated from my suffering. I didn't know what to do when I felt out of my body. I saw people from our city who, in addition to words and slander that they said, were plotting to take action. During this time, I saw Jesus blessed and told him, "Lord, you give too much freedom to these infernal men. Thus far, there have been only hellish words, but now they want to get their hands on your ministers. Prevent them and have mercy on them. At the same time, protect those who belong to you." He replied, "My daughter, this freedom is necessary for them so that they can distinguish good from evil. Know, however, that I am tired of man. I am so tired that I share this fatigue with you. Thus, when you experience fatigue because of this victim state and that you almost feel the will to get out, you come to me. I warn you to remain attentive so as not to do anything of your own will. For I go in search of the will of the creature to chastise the rebels. Nevertheless, let's try again. I will make you suffer and, thus, these rebels will remain without strength. They won't be able to accomplish anything they want. Who could describe what I suffered? Who could count the number of times Jesus renewed the crucifixion for me? While he was doing this, he said to me as he raised his hand to heaven, 'My daughter, I did not make man for earth, but for heaven.' His mind, his heart, and all his interior were to be in heaven. If he behaved like this, he would receive the influence of the Most Holy Trinity in his three faculties. It would be imprinted in him. But, since he is concerned with the things of the earth, he receives in him the fange, rot and all the sewers of vices that the earth contains. Finding myself in my usual state, I said to myself, is it possible that, for some suffering on my part, the Lord may suspend punishments and diminish human forces so that men cannot arrive to make revolutions and form iniquitous laws? Who am I to deserve all this with so little suffering? While I was thinking about this, blessed Jesus came and said to me, 'My daughter, neither you nor those who lead you have understood your condition. In this state of suffering, it is true that you disappear completely. And it is I alone who, not in a mystical way, but in living flesh, reproduce the sufferings I have suffered in my humanity. Aren't these my sufferings? Which have weakened the demons? Which have illuminated blinded minds, in a word? Who have achieved the redemption of man? And if they were able to do so at that time in my humanity, can't they do it now in your humanity? Suppose a king goes to live in a masur and that from there he dispenses graces, relief, money, and continues his office as king. If someone didn't admit that, it looks like they're foolish. Because, since he is king, he can do good as much of a masur as of his royal palace. One would even admire his goodness even more because, being king, he has no disdain for living in mansions and vile huts. This is the case as far as you are concerned. I understood all this clearly and said, 'My Lord, all is well as you say. But the whole difficulty of my state lies in the coming of the priest.' Jesus answered, 'My daughter, even if a king lived in a masur, because of the circumstances, necessity, and his royal state, his ministers should do not leave him alone, but keep him company, by serving and obeying him in everything.' I remained so convinced by what Jesus had just told me that I could not add anything. This morning I felt all oppressed because Monsignor had come to visit me and he had said that he was not sure that it was Jesus Christ who was operating in me. When blessed Jesus came, he said to me, 'My daughter, to fully understand a subject, it is necessary to have faith. Because, without faith, everything is dark in human intelligence. The mere fact of believing turns on a light in the mind. By means of this light, one can perceive clearly the truth and falsehood of things, to discern whether it is the grace that operates, or nature, or the devil. You see, the gospel is known to all. But who understands the meaning of my words? Who understands the truths in the gospel? Who keeps these truths in his heart and makes them a treasure to buy the kingdom of God? Those who believe. For all others, not only do they not understand anything, but they use it to make fun of it and to joke about the holiest things. Thus, it can be said that everything is written in the hearts of those who believe, who hope and who like. For all the others, it can be said that nothing is written for them. So it is with you. He who has a little faith sees things clearly and discovers the truth. He who does not believe sees things in confusion. Ce matin, après m'être donné beaucoup de peine, la reine mère est venue avec l'enfant Jesus dans les bras. Elle me l'a donné en me demandant de l'entourer de continuals actes d'amour. Jai fait tout ce que jai peut, pendant ce temps, Jesus m'a dit. Ma bien aimé. Les mots qui sont les plus agréables à ma mère et qui la consolent le plus sont le Dominus tecum, le Seigneur est avec toi. Parce que, à peine furent ils prononces par l'archange. Ma mère ressentit que tout l'être divin se communiquait à elle. Elle senti revêtue du pouvoir divin. Et, devant celui-ci, elle s'est disperse. De sorte que ma mère est restée avec le pouvoir divin dans les mains. Monday confessor m'avait demandé de prier auxiliary intentions de Monseigneur. J'ai vis, en me trouvant hors de Monday cour, que ses intentions n'y regardaient pas seulement Monseigneur, mais d'autres personnes également. Parmi ces personnes, j'ai vis une très bonne dame qui était tout consternée et qui pleurait. J'ai vis Monseigneur sous les bras d'un croix sur lequel le Christ était cloué. Monseigneur le défendait. Et il devait avoir l'occasion de combattre pour la religion, puisque j'ai vis Jesus béni lui dire, j'ai les confondrai. J'ai me trouvais dans monde état habituel et il me semblait voir la très sainte Trinité. Les trois personnes divines se regardaient mutuellement. Els étaient d'un tel but qu'ils étaient en ecstasy seulement à se regarder. Pendant qu'ils étaient dans cet état, els débordaient d'amour à l'extérieur. Els étaient comme frappés par cet amour. Ceci les rendait encore plus intensement extatiques. Tout leur bien et tout leur bonheur se trouvaient en els mêmes. Tout leur vie éternelle. Tout leur béatitude et toutes leurs operations se resumaient par cemot unique, amour. Toute la béatitude des saints était formée par l'opération parfaite de la très sainte Trinité. Pendant que j'ai voyais cela. Le fils prit la forme du crucifix. Sortant du milieu des trois personnes divines. Il vint vers moi pour me faire participer auxiliary souffrances de la crucifixion. Ensuite, il retourna vers les trois. En offrant à la très sainte Trinité ses souffrances et les mens. Il suppliait ainsi à l'amour que toutes les creatures devaient à la Trinité trois fois sainte. Qui pourrait décrire? Le bonheur des trois personnes divines et combien elles étaient satisfaites de l'offrande du fils. Lors de la création des êtres humains. Rien d'autre n'est sorti de l'intérieur de la Sainte Trinité que des flammes continuelles d'amour. Il semble que, pour donner un épanouissement à cet amour, les trois personnes divines créeront beaucoup d'autres images d'elles-mêmes. Alors, elles ne sont satisfaites que lorsqu'elles recueillent ce qu'elles ont done. Elles ont done de l'amour. Elles voulent de l'amour. Ainsi. Le plus cruel affront qu'elle en puisse faire à la Trinité Sainte, c'est de ne pas le meilleur. Cependant, ô Dieu trois fois sainte, qui t'aimait vraiment? Après cela, les trois personnes divines disparurent. Mais qui pourrait décrire ce que j'ai venus de comprendre? Mon esprit se perdait et ma langue ne pouvait articuler un seul mot. Après quelques temps, Jesus Benny revint avec le visage couvert de crachats et de fange. Il me dit. Ma fille, les louanges et les adulations sont. Des crachats et de la fange qui suient l'âme et aveuglant l'esprit. En l'empêchant de reconnaître qui l'est en vérité. Surtout SICES louanges et CES adulations NONT pas la vérité comme point de départ. Si leur origine est la vérité, CEST a dire que la personne est digne de louanges. L'm donnera la gloire. Mais SICES louanges et CES adulations partent de la facite. Els conduisent l'âme à des excès. De sorte que les enfants davantage dans le mal. Après émettre d'un beaucoup de mal, j'ai vu intérieurement. Jesus béni portant la couronne d'épines. J'ai me suis aussitôt mis à compatir avec lui et il me dit. Ma fille, j'ai voulu souffrir ces épines dans ma tête. Non seulement pour expier tous les péchés causes par les pensées des hommes. Mais pour unir l'intelligence humaine à l'intelligence divine. L'intelligence divine avait comme disparu des esprits humains. Mes épines la rappelleront du ciel et la grefferont de nouveau sur l'intelligence humaine. De plus, j'ai obtenu. Aide. Force et. Lucidite. Pour ce qui est manifester les choses divines et les faire connaître auxiliary autres. Me trouvant dans monde état habituel, j'ai me sentis tout affligé. Surtout parce que monde confesseur m'avait dit. Que ce matin s'ouvrait à Corato une église protestante, et. Que j'ai devais prier le Seigneur pour tu un événement, cultu il soit, se produise pour les confondre. Il m'avait dit que cela devait se faire au coût de n'importe quelle souffrance de ma part. Voyant que le Seigneur n'y venait pas. Et que, par conséquent, j'ai n'éprouvais pas de grandes souffrances. Les souffrances étant l'unique moyen pour obtenir ces sortes de grâces, j'ai ressenti une très grande affliction. After I got very tired, blessed Jesus came. I saw my confessor praying and insisting very much that Jesus make me suffer. Also, it seems to me that he made me participate in the sufferings of the cross. Afterwards, he said to me, "My daughter, I made you suffer because I was forced to do so by the priestly power. I will allow those who go to this church, instead of remaining convinced of what the Protestants will say, to turn this into jokes. On the other hand, the punishment that fell on Corato in the days where I kept you suspended from your victim state must take its course. Moreover, if you continue to suffer, I will arrange hearts so that, at the appropriate time, they will be confused and destroyed." Later, the Queen Mother came. As if she had wanted there to be a little more justice in me. She spoke to me bitterly about some of my thoughts and words. Especially when I see myself with very little suffering and I tell myself that this is not God's will. And that, therefore, I must get out of my state of victim. Who could describe how rigorously she took me back? Here's what she told me. It may be that the Lord allows you to be suspended from your victim status for a few days. But, whether you want to do this on your own, it is intolerable before God. You almost come to dictate to God how he should behave towards you. I felt so much the strength of his rigor that I was about to faint. Then, out of compassion, blessed Jesus supported me with his arms. This morning, finding myself out of my body, I saw my confessor with another holy priest. The latter said to me, "Get rid of any thought that wants to. Let your state not be according to God's will." Then Jesus began to speak about these Protestants, which is discussed a lot in Corato. He says, they will accomplish little or nothing. Because Protestants don't have the hook of truth to fish for hearts, as the Catholic Church has. They lack the boat of true virtue to be able to lead them to salvation. They are devoid of sails, oars and anchor. What are the examples and teachings of Jesus Christ? They can't even get to have bread for food, nor water to quench one's thirst and wash oneself, which the sacraments give. Worse still, they lack the ocean of grace to be able to go in search of souls. So, by missing all this, what progress will they be able to make? Jesus said so many other things that I don't know how to repeat them. Later, my kind Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, the one who loves me, stands before the divine center. But he who submits and makes in all things the divine will, possesses in himself the divine center." Then, like lightning, he disappeared. Soon after, he returned. While I gave thanks for creation, redemption, and so many other blessings. He says, "Through creation, I have formed the material world, through redemption, I have formed the spiritual world." Being in my usual state, I saw my adorable Jesus for some time. He said to me, "My daughter, sin offends God and hurts man. As sin has offended God and been committed by man, full satisfaction in repairing it had to be done by a God and a man. By the 30 years of my mortal life, I have satisfied. For the 3 ages of the world. For the 3 aspects of the law, the natural law, the written law and the law of grace. And for the 3 different ages of each man, his adolescence, his youth, and his old age. I have satisfied, deserved, and obtained for all. My humanity serves as a ladder to ascend to heaven. If man does not ascend by this ladder by the exercise of his own virtues, it is in vain that he tries to climb it, and he makes my work useless for him." Hearing the word sin, I said to Jesus, "Lord, tell me why you like it so much when a soul repents of offending you." He replied, "Sin is a poison to the soul. It makes it so distorted that it makes my image in it disappear. Repentance is a true counter-poison for the soul. By removing the poison that is there, he brings back my image. This is the reason for my contentment, by means of repentance. I see the work of my redemption being carried out in the soul. Being out of my body, I found myself very close to a garden that seemed to be the church. Near this garden, there were people plotting an attack. Against the church and against the Pope. In the middle of the garden, there was our Lord crucified, but headless. How can I describe the suffering and horror created in me by the sight of his most holy body in this state? I understood from this that men do not want Jesus Christ to be at their head. And as the Church represents on this earth, they seek to destroy it. Then I found myself in another place where other people asked me, "What do you say about the Church?" Feeling a light in my mind, I replied, "The Church will always be the Church. At most, she will be able to wash herself in her own blood. But this bath will make her more beautiful and more glorious." Hearing my words, these people said, "This is wrong. Let's call our God and see what he says about it." Then, a man surpassing all the others in height approached. He had a crown on his head. He says, "The church will be destroyed. Public services will no longer exist. At most, there will remain some hidden functions. And the Madonna will no longer be recognized." Hearing this, I say, "Who are you to dare to say that? Wouldn't you be the serpent condemned by God to crawl on the earth? And, by wanting to deceive people, you now dare to make them believe that you are king? He commands you to be recognized for who you are." As a result of these words, great as he was, it became very, very small and took the form of a snake. Then, emitting a lightning bolt, he descended into the abyss. I came back into my body. Finding myself in my usual state, I found myself in the company of Jesus blessed. Totally exhausted and out of breath, he carried a bundle of crosses and thorns in his arms. Seeing it in this state, I say, "Lord, why run out of steam so much with this beam in your arms?" He replied, "My daughter, these are the crosses of disillusionment. I always hold them ready to disillusion creatures." While he was saying that, we found ourselves in the middle of people. As soon as blessed Jesus saw someone who clung to creatures, he took the cross of persecution from the beam and gave it to him. Then, seeing himself persecuted and despised, this person lost his illusions and understood what creatures are and that God alone deserves to be loved. If someone attached himself to wealth, from this beam Jesus took the cross of poverty and gave it to him. Seeing its riches fly away in smoke and seeing himself reduced to misery, this person understood that here on earth everything is smoked and that the true riches are the eternal riches. As a result, his heart was attached to all that is eternal. If another attached to self-esteem or knowledge, with a lot of sweetness, blessed Jesus took the cross of slander and confusion and gave it to him. Confused or slandered, that person let off, so to speak, his mask and she understood her nothingness and her being. She ordered her entire interior according to the order willed by God and no longer according to itself. Jesus did this with all the other crosses. After that, my adorable Jesus said to me, "Have you seen the reason why I hold this bundle of crosses in my arms? My love for creatures constrains me to carry this beam, while keeping my gaze continually turned towards them. The cross is primordial disillusionment and the first who judges the work of the creatures. Inzi, si la creature se soumet. La croyal we permettre d'être épargné du jugement de Dieu. Lorsque quelqu'un dans cette vie se soumet au jugement de la croix. Cela me donne satisfaction. Mais si la creature ne se soumet pas. Elle se trouvera dans l'ambiance de la seconde disillusion, celle de la mort. Elle sera jugée par Dieu avec la plus sévère rigueur. Mais elle sera surtout jugée pour avoir échappé au jugement de la croix. Qui est complètement un jugement d'amour. Ensuite, Jesus disparut. Je compris que c'est vrai que Jesus aimait la croix. Although, often, it is man himself who incites Jesus to give it to him. If man was ordained to God, towards himself and towards creatures, then, seeing in man no disorder, the Lord would refrain from giving him crosses and he would give him peace. After giving me a lot of trouble, blessed Jesus made himself visible in my interior, saying, "Do you want us to go and see if the creatures want me?" I replied, "Of course they want you. Who would dare not want you, since you are the kindest being?" Jesus said, "Come on, you will see what they do." We left and when we arrived at a place where there were many people, Jesus took his head out of my interior. He repeated the words Pilate had said in introducing Jesus to the people. Ecce homo. Behold, man. I understood that these words posed the question to know whether or not people wanted the Lord to rule over them as their king, with full sovereignty over their hearts, minds, and works. These people replied, "Take him away, we don't want him. Even, crucify him, so that all memory of him may be destroyed." Oh! How many times this scene has been repeated. Then the Lord repeated to all, "Ecce homo." On these words, a whisper was heard. Someone says, "I don't want him as king, I want wealth." Another said, "I want pleasures." And another, honors. Yet another, dignity. And so many other things. I listened to these voices in disgust and the Lord said to me, "Have you heard how no one wants me? Yet this is nothing. Let us turn to the side of the religious and see if they want me." So, we found ourselves in the middle of priests, bishops, religious, and devotees. With a loud voice, Jesus repeated, "Ecce homo." Some said, "We want it, but we also want our comfort." Others said, "We want it, but with our interests." Others said, "We want it, but with esteem and honor." What would a religious be without esteem? Others said, "We want it, but with some satisfaction with the creatures." How can we live alone and without anyone to satisfy us? Some managed to want at least some satisfaction in the sacrament of confession. But to be alone with Jesus, almost no one wanted it. There were even a few who did not care about Jesus Christ at all. Alors, tout de flage, Jesus me dit. Ma fille, retirons nous. As tu vu comment personne ne vote de moi? O plus, ils me voulent, mais avec quelque chose qui leur plaît. Moi, je ne me contente pas de cela. Parce que le véritable règne, c'est quand on règne seul. Pendant tu il de cela, je me suis retrouvé en monde corps. Me trouvant dans monde état habituel, j'ai entendu Jesus béni prier dans monde intérieur. He said, Holy Father, glorify your name. Confuse the proud and don't show yourself to them. Manifest yourself to the humble, since only the humble recognize you as their creator and recognize themselves as your creature. Then he remained silent, and I understood the power of humility before God. I understood that God has no hesitation in entrusting his most precious treasures to the humble. Everything is open for the humble, nothing is under lock and key. It is the opposite for the proud. It seems that God is putting traps under their feet to confuse them with every step. Soon after, Jesus was seen again and said to me, My daughter, if a body is alive, we can say that it is recognized by the continual inner warmth it generates. On the other hand, a dead body may well be warmed by means of some external heat, but since this heat does not come from real life, the body cools immediately. It can be recognized in the following way whether a soul is alive by grace. His inner life manifests itself by the works it performs and by the love she has for me. And she feels the force of my own life in hers. On the other hand, if it is by some external cause that it warms up, that is to say if it does some good, and then cools down, returns to his vices and falls back into his usual weaknesses, there is a high probability that she died by grace, or that it is at the last extremities of life. We can recognize that it is really me who comes to the soul, if she feels my grace in her interior and if all the good it does merges into its interior. On the other hand, if we see that everything is external and that we do not see anything good in the interior of the soul, it can be the demon who acts. While he was saying this, he disappeared. Soon after he came back again and added, My daughter, how terrible it will be for these souls, which have been much fertilized by my grace and who did not correspond to it. The Hebrew nation has been the most fulfilled, the most fertilized, and yet the most sterile. Myself during my public life I have achieved thin results. Thus, we have not produced the fruits that Paul obtained from other nations, less fertilized by grace, but which corresponded better to it. For the lack of correspondence to grace blinds the soul, disposes her to misinterpret things, and ouvre la route à l'obstination, même devant des miracles. Me trouvant dans monde état habituel, je me voyais tout seul et abandonné. Après m'être donné beaucoup de peine, Jesus se fit voir dans monde intérieur et je lui dis, Ma douce vie, comment se fait-il que tu m'aies laissé seul? Quand tu m'as placé dans cet état? Everything was only union and everything was done only by mutual agreement. By gentle force, you have drawn me totally to you. Oh! How much the scene has changed! Not only have you abandoned me, not only have you made no effort with me to keep me in this state, but I am forced to make a continual effort with you, so that you do not make me get out of this state. And this effort is for me a continual death. Jesus answered, My daughter, the same thing happened to me when, in the consistory of the Most Holy Trinity, the mystery of the Incarnation was decreed to save mankind. I, united with the will of the three divine persons, I agreed and I offered myself as a victim for the man. Everything was union between the three divine persons. Everything was decided according to a mutual agreement. But when I set to work to accomplish the mission, especially when I found myself in the atmosphere of suffering and opprobrium, charged with all the crimes of creatures, I found myself alone and abandoned by all, even by my dear father. Not only that, but, charged with all the sufferings, how much I had to force the Almighty, that He may accept my sacrifice and, so that He may allow me to continue this sacrifice, for the salvation of all mankind present and to come. I got this and my sacrifice still lasts. My effort is continuous, although it is a great effort of love. Do you want to know where and how my sacrifice continues? In the sacrament of the Eucharist. There, my sacrifice is continuous. Perpetual is the effort I make with my Father, that He may use mercy towards creatures to obtain their love. Thus, I find myself in a continual state of continual death. Although these dead are all deaths of love. Therefore, aren't you happy that I share with you the stages of my own life? This morning, my confessor asked me if I felt the desire to suffer. I said, yes. But, I feel calmer, I enjoy more peace. And I'm happy when I want nothing but what God wants. That is why I want to leave it at that. Later, blessed Jesus came. He told me, my daughter, you have chosen the most excellent thing. He who always dwells in my will binds me in a way to bring out of me a continual power that guards the soul, in a continual availability to me, so that l'aime forme mon nourriture et moi je forme la sienne. Au contraire, sil aime est hors de ma volonté. Même sil fait des choses grandes, saints et bons. Puisque les faits sans cette puissance qui émane de moi. It cannot be for me a tasty food, because I do not recognize His works as works of my will. Deo gratias. May everything be for the glory of God and the triumph of the kingdom of the supreme Fiat.